list off the bills and the order in which they will be heard. House Bill 1085, Dorchester County. House Bill 1006, Delegate Ruth. House Bill 954, Delegates Hornberger and Schmidt. House Bill 971, Delegate Ebersol. Two bills from our very own Delegate Jacobs, 945 and 1083 in that order. Then we have House Bill 976, Delegate Henson. House Bill 942, Delegate Terraza. House Bill 983, Delegate Allen. And then the final bill is House Bill 950, Delegate Stein. So let's start with 1085, and who is presenting for Dorchester County? And don't touch the buttons.
I will not touch the button.
Good.
So yes, I am back. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Tom Hutchinson, and I'm also the chair of the Dorchester County delegation. In that role, I think I will probably be in here quite often. House Bill 1085 is really a matter of both public safety and a hunter's right to hunt. Currently, there's a law that you cannot fish within 500 yards of a stationary blind. We'd like to change that no vessel can come within 500 yards of a stationary blind. We're having situations where there's kayakers, canoers, paddleboarders who are coming in that 500-yard zone. Just to remind everybody, a vessel means every description of watercraft, including an ice boat, but not including a seaplane that is used or capable of being used as a means of transportation on the water or ice. And that concludes.
All right, thank you very much. We have nobody else signed up to testify. Are there any questions for the sponsor of the bill? Seeing none, you're free to go. Have a great weekend. Okay, House Bill 1006, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you. I think I have someone here. Maybe not. Maybe they're virtual. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, presenting House Bill 1086. 1006, sorry. Colleague, and today is World Wildlife Day, so it's very appropriate that we are talking about pollinators and other wildlife today as well. So I don't need to convince this committee of the importance of pollinators. We have dealt with pollinators. This committee has done much to try to protect the pollinators, but much more is needed. I'll just add that the pollinators have continued to decline with potential major impacts. The pollinator population decline has caused worldwide a 3 to 5% reduction in food production, and a recent study found that a loss of pollinators is causing 500,000 early deaths worldwide, human deaths from nutritional deficiencies, and that 1% of all deaths can be attributed to pollinator loss. So we must take urgent steps to protect pollinators. And so one of the things that pollinator loss is attributed to is loss of habitat. We did pass something requiring several agencies to have pollinator habitat plans, and those agencies, including MDOT, are doing that. MDOT's plan is focused on sites that are at like welcome centers and offices, and they've done some great work on those sites, but it's not enough. We need much more, and MDOT has acres and acres of land along highways. And this is an ideal place to cultivate pollinator sites. So this bill is actually based on a New York bill that just recently passed the New York Assembly and the New York Senate. It's New York Assembly Bill A8275A with an equivalent Senate bill. And so this is based on that, but goes a little bit more than that. And it just requires SHA to develop policies and procedures for using native plants, native pollinator-friendly plants along state highways, and to reduce mowing to the extent feasible without impacting motorist safety, and to incorporate those policies into the pollinator habitat plan that they're already required to produce. It also incorporates an education and outreach requirement, which is really important because, you know, we have all had calls from constituents about this area needs to be mowed and, you know, complaining about areas near highways that SHA needs to mow. And so the public needs to understand that mowing this grass is not the best thing for the environment, not just because of pollinators. And so being able to have areas of pollinator meadows is really super important. I worked closely with MDOT I worked closely with some folks from SHA in developing this bill. I tried very hard to not make it too prescriptive. And in fact, I see it as really protecting them because the folks that I've talked to at SHA, they want to do this. They want to protect the environment. I tried to give them the flexibility to be able to do this, but they are also facing these headwinds from public complaints where they're facing a lot of pressure to mow these areas. And so this gives them the tools that they need to be able to manage the sides of the roads and highway rights-of-way the way they need. Mowing is also a huge expense for them. The fiscal note touches on that, but it doesn't really get into any kind of details on that. So this would actually save money. And there are also cases that they've told me where they're mowing and it causes traffic backups, and people complain about that as well. So it's kind of like whatever you do, you can't win. So loss of pollinators is impacting our food systems and our health, and further loss could have a devastating impact on humanity's ability to survive. So I asked for a favorable report on House Bill 1006.
Well, it's really bad form for a chairman to be biased, but I think this is a fantastic bill, and it has no opponents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No opponents. Any questions for this bill that has no opponents? I don't see any. Oh, what? What? Is there? Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh. Okay. What's your name? Wilpers. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and committee members. My name is Michael Wilpers. I'm testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club Maryland chapter and its nearly 70,000 members and supporters statewide. We strongly support HB 1006 because it will significantly increase habitat for pollinators through less frequent mowing along nearly 18,000 miles of state roads. The bill addresses serious declines in our pollinating insects, such as bees and butterflies, that are essential to our fruit and vegetable crops and to nearly 90% of our wild trees, shrubs, and flowers. In North America, nearly a third of all bumblebee species are threatened with extinction, as are 20% of butterflies. In Ohio alone, the number of butterflies counted in any 1 year has dropped by a third in just over 20 years. A major cause of these declines is the disappearance of meadow and grassland habitats that these insects require. Maryland began addressing this problem, as you heard, through the 2016 Pollinator Protection Act, which required 3 state agencies to develop plans to increase pollinator habitat on their lands. At the same time, the State Highway Administration commissioned an important study to determine whether vegetation along Maryland state roads could improve just such habitat. The study, carried out between 2016 and 2019 in Frederick and Carroll counties by the University of Maryland, showed that a single annual mow of roadsides in the fall, along with selective use of herbicides, allowed these roadsides to support 68 species of native plants and 83 species of native bees. The study concluded that these practices show, quote, great potential in supporting pollinators and are, quote, timely and practical to implement on a landscape scale. HB 1006 has outstanding potential for being a win-win in Maryland, benefiting valuable species while reducing costs faced by State Highway Administration and taxpayers. We urge the committee to support this bill and recommend its passage by the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this bill? Seeing none, thank you so much, one and all. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 1006. We will now proceed to House Bill 954, Delegates Hornberger and Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have some folks here testifying on behalf.
Yeah, you've got 3 people in person to testify.
Okay, I think want to come up. They're here.
Right,
Okay.
come on up if you're testifying for the bill, and you, sir, shall proceed. You have 4
Alrighty.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Delegate Kevin Hornberger here on HB 954, tundra swan hunting. This bill is put in as a result of the Joint Chairman's report. Last year, we put in budget language to study this initiative. The report is complete, and it's come back with some positive findings. I want to give you a couple fun facts on swan hunting. Currently, the way that the bill has been submitted is the same mechanism as the bear hunt enactment. We actually went to bill drafting and asked if they would just use the same process and same language to establish the swan hunting. It's for one bird that would be harvested via lottery. The currently tundra swans, just some background, they winter between Maryland and North Carolina. So we are directly in the flyway. And currently, adjacent states of Delaware, Virginia, and North Carolina already have a tundra swan hunting season. There are 9 states in total in the U.S. that currently authorize tundra swan hunting. We are in the Atlantic Flyway, and the number of birds that can be harvested is determined by the Department of Interior. So because this is a migratory bird species, they weigh in. And another interesting fact is that for this area, for the flyway of the states that are on the East Coast, there's a cap on number of permits that can be issued. Currently, that cap is at 5,600 permits. Now, how does that translate to Maryland? If we were to opt into this system, we would get a smaller amount of those permits. Right now, that is estimated based on our population that winters at around 478 of the permits. And the general harvest rate would be around 167 birds per year. So why are those numbers important? Because passage of this bill and enactment of the hunting season will in no way change the number of birds being harvested for this population. So I just want to make that very clear that this would in no way impact additional birds being harvested, because that total of 5,600 has to be shared through the states that have an enactment of season. Why do we want this bill? It is a tremendous tool to generate additional dollars for the hunting program that goes directly to the DNR. For example, in North Carolina, there is a $10 fee to apply for the lottery. It generates around $88,000 a year. Additionally, you can only apply for the lottery if you have already purchased a hunting license. So just enactment in Maryland could lead to similar revenue projections, and that money goes directly towards conservation. Second reason, this is a matter of heritage. As a delegate from Cecil County, I reside near the Flats. We have a very long history of swan hunting, and we also have a long history of decoy makers on both Havity Grace, across the river in Harford County, as well as Cecil. So this is part of our hunting heritage, and we're missing out by not having a season. Let's join our neighbors and opt in to this revenue generating and positive hunting activity. And then in closing, I would like to point out that the fiscal note states about a fee not being authorized. We do want this to be revenue generating, and when we asked to copy the bear hunt also has a $10 fee. So if the committee is considering it, we'd want that fee language in there as well.
I
Thank
always
you.
love it when Republicans support tax increases.
Yes, tax and fees.
Okay, we have a number of people who are signed up in favor, and I have Joseph Mullen, Bill Miles, and Tom Slavin. So in whatever order it is you wish to Yeah,
Yeah,
oh, of
come on
course,
up.
all of you can, like, yeah,
Come on up and have a seat.
yeah.
There you go.
Who'd like to go first?
I guess I'll go, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Bill?
Is it 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman? I'm just joking. Bill Miles, on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland, here in support of the bill. And Mr. Delegate Hornberger said a lot. You're going to hear from the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation and the Upper Shore Gun Club, Tom Slavin, of Cecil County. This is, in a lot of ways, this is going to be an emotional issue with a lot of people. But you got to remember, we have the birds for one thing, but North Carolina, Delaware, and Virginia has a swan season. And there's about 75,000 swans, what they call eastern population. And of those 75,000, should the Fish and Wildlife Service agree, should you pass this bill to allow them to weigh in, we'd be able to harvest about 8% of that, which is about 6,000 birds. And North Virginia is at 6%. They're about 5,000 birds, and then Delaware would get 4% of that 75, which would be just a few, even like 3,000. So if we get it, as there was a report put out last year through the JCR, the Joint Chairman's Report. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Joint Chairman's Report, but it's a document that accompanies the budget bill. And Delegate Hornberger was successful in getting the Department of Natural Resources to study the tundra swan issue as a precursor to possibly introducing the legislation. So in the testimony that the Hunters of Maryland have presented is a reference to that Joint Chairman's Report. And probably the most important number is, of the 478 permits that Maryland may be able to get, only about 15% are actually going to be taken, which is like 130, 135 birds. So there's really no measurable impact on the species. And you'd open up an opportunity for hunters that has never existed in this state for forever. So we're here to support the bill and hope that you'll look at this beyond the cultural aspect and agree with us.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and honorable members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Joe Mullen. I'm the Northeastern States Manager for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. So we support this bill as well. We will be providing supplemental materials. So I'd just like to touch upon a few points here. Time and time again, it has been proven that through effective conservation efforts, species that have been in decline, such as wood duck and white-tailed deer, have been able to recover to sustainable populations through legal, regulated hunting programs. Hunting has been and continues to be the most effective, socially acceptable method of population management. Bill already touched upon a great deal on the actual breakdown of the species, so I won't repeat it for those purposes, but I do want to reiterate the importance of hunting as a preferred management tool. Second point I want to touch on is that hunting participation is directly tied to hunter satisfaction. Coordination between the Department of Natural Resources and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in offering a unique lottery-based hunt, such as what is proposed in this bill, would create new opportunity for sportsmen and women. I'll wrap up by saying this. Why should non-resident hunters go to Delaware, Virginia, or North Carolina for this opportunity and spend their money there when they could be contributing to Maryland's economy instead? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I presume you're Tom Slavin.
Yes, sir.
Go right
Thank
ahead.
you. Mr. Chairman and honorable members, thank you for accepting my testimony. I've been a waterfowl hunter for over 40 years, and I started traveling to North Carolina about 25 years ago, and I traveled with some friends of mine, and the way they have their system set up, you have to buy a hunting license prior to getting your swan permit. And probably in the 25 years that I've applied for it, I've probably received 15 permits and have actually only used 10. Sometimes people can't go, weather, whatever, but I believe that if you pass this bill and allow us to have a swan hunting season, it's going to create revenue for Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Those resources go back to help in many other things other than just, managing swan. And I believe I'm not the only one, the only hunter that will participate in a Maryland swan hunting season. I know of many people that purchase a swan permit from North Carolina every year, and now that Delaware has just started, Maryland hunters are traveling to Delaware and shooting swans there. So hope you'll take my testimony as a positive, as a support for this, and would like you all to join in and support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We apparently have quite a few questions, and you're not a freshman member, so they're real questions. So there is opposition, but they're not signed up to testify. So first question goes to Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. As you and some people on your panel know, I'm a supporter of the hunting community. I was just wondering if you could, we had a bill the other day that talked a lot about a raffle or a lottery, and there was some confusion about the term. So if you could, or anyone on the panel really, could you just elaborate what you mean by lottery when it comes to these permits and what that system actually looks like?
So it would actually mirror the same process that we have for the bear permits, which are in Western Maryland. DNR has the ability to establish preference points if they see fit, but the mechanics of it was that any given hunter and it says in the fiscal note, you have to purchase a hunting license first before you have to be a bona fide hunter before you can apply for this. You would pay an additional fee, and you would go into a lottery system for 1 year, and then if you were to win that lottery, you would be granted the ability to go and hunt one swan during the season. So again, same as the bear language, and that's at the DNR's discretion on how they administer it. But great question. Yep.
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next person, how much do you think the fee ought to be?
I think $10 is a good start, and that's the same as the bear permit.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Next question goes to Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think, Mr. Slavin, you may have answered my question to some degree. I know North Carolina's had that season for quite a few years. You say you've been going for like 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Is that how long the season's been going on, or was it longer than that?
I believe it's been quite a bit longer than that.
Now, do you know what the harvest is, roughly, those numbers?
I don't know what North Carolina harvests, but the guiding operation that I went to, and with many other of my hunting buddies over the years, their harvest rate's probably up in the 90%.
I meant the total number.
I don't.
Total number. We can get that to you, Delegate.
Okay, that's not
In Virginia, it's about 600, Delegate Jacobs.
in North Carolina?
In Virginia. I just looked at Virginia real quick because it was close to us. I didn't look at North Carolina. It was about 600 birds.
So I'm going to verify, you have to purchase a license first.
That's
so
correct.
you could have conceivably out-of-state hunters that would have purchased an out-of-state license, which is like $150, $160, whatever it is.
Right.
And stamps also, or not?
Yeah, so that's where this really becomes a multiplier for revenue for the DNR, because folks from adjacent states, as you can see by my colleague here to the right, will buy the permit and not actually even step foot in the state and hunt because they want to apply for that lottery. So that now you are bringing in a nationwide audience to be able to purchase and generate revenue for the DNR. So great question.
I always heard, because I thought about doing it, was about $500 it cost to shoot a swan in North Carolina. So
Yeah, and I would
by
add.
the time you bought the license and the permit and whatnot.
Yep, and I would add from a rubric standpoint, you would actually, I believe, see a aggregate decline in the number of birds harvested. And the reason I say that is because the wintering population spends more time in North Carolina. Our permits are being pulled from the aggregate total, where they would spend less time in Maryland. So it would actually probably have a downturn in the number of birds harvested for the flyway for the season.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Hornberger. I'm slightly confused. I don't see any quote-unquote testimony from DNR, but the Mr. Miles, as per his testimony, put in the report, and it has considerations for tundra swan hunting in Maryland. And it essentially says, while the process by which the department would work with the Atlantic Flyway Council and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is not a barrier to obtaining authorization to hold a tundra swan license in Maryland, other factors warrant considerations prior to moving forward. And then they list about the 4 or 5 considerations.
Yep.
And it doesn't sound like it's to create this.
So I would address those bullet points. One of those bullet points is that there is not crop damage that occurs.
That is true.
Okay, so if you look in your written testimony, you will see a
Well,
letter.
wait a minute, Delegate. It doesn't say that there isn't crop damage. They say that there.
It doesn't warrant
they-
harvest.
Right, there hasn't really been reports of
Right, so
that
I'd
would
like.
warrant it.
Yeah, so I'd like to offset that. If you look in your written testimony, there is a letter and endorsement from the Farm Bureau. We do believe that they're damaging crops because that's their main food source. The other points that are made in there, I frankly think the one about the public optics is kind of a non sequitur, only because we have so many adjacent states that are participating in this for many years, with Delaware just coming on board in the last 2. And
But they talk about also their reproductive efforts have been hampered in the recent years by late spring thaws on the northern Canadian and Alaskan nesting grounds.
Yep, and to my point earlier about I believe that it will lead to an aggregate lowering of birds harvested. So that's why I brought up those 3 points to kind of offset what they had there in the project. And again, none of this can move forward without coordination and approval from the Department of Interior.
And that approval is happening when? So is this contingent, is this bill contingent upon that? Or is
That's
this bill
correct.
moving ahead of that?
Yeah, this bill starts the process. The process cannot be seen to completion unless the Department of the Interior signs off on it. So this is basically a bill that compels the DNR to initiate the season.
Although they have these considerations about moving forward.
Candidly, I would say that the DNR is
Because they
concerned
didn't
about
submit
that.
a letter of information either, so I
Right.
think,
I can't speak for them.
I can't
but-
speak to them, I can only in kind of,
Yeah, and reading what's there, I believe that they're concerned about the optics of a swan hunting season being enacted in Maryland. And my response to them was that's why we're putting in the bill, so that those optics can be incurred by the bill sponsor.
yeah. And then lastly, just says the number,
Sure, yeah.
yeah, I mean, the number.
We could spread that out. Yeah.
Wintering in Maryland has declined, so that was also another point that they made. So it sounds like they don't believe it may be necessary. I just want to put those out there.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, good to see you. I wanted to give you a chance maybe to address, I don't know, have you seen the Humane Society's letter here in opposition? Could you potentially address that, the 2 different swan species there that they're talking about and how they look similar? I just wanted to give you that opportunity to have,
Yeah,
that.
so again, just some additional background. The mute swan is an invasive species. DNR has already a process in place to deal with mute swans. They've, been brought over from overseas over the years for aesthetic purposes, basically, farms and things like this. They are a particularly nasty bird when it comes to living around other birds. They'll destroy eggs. They'll attack other species. They're already managed by the DNR. The tundra swan is a migratory swan, whereas the mute swan is a sedentary, like a resident goose, for example. They don't go anywhere. So I do appreciate the background that they've put in, but obviously that is an organization that is theoretically opposed to hunting. Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Picking up on my colleague's question, it's a little bit more than that. It's that they are so similar that a lot of the trumpeter swans have been killed. And in fact, that Utah had to close their state's tundra swan season early for the 4th consecutive year because they've reached the quota for mistakenly killing 20 look-alike rare trumpeter swans. So what is your response to that?
I just want to echo that mute swans are an invasive and destructive species. My personal belief is that they shouldn't be in Maryland at all because they are so destructive to indigenous birds. That's why there's a management plan currently with the DNR. I can't speak to other states, but to me, that sounds like a vehicle that a humane society used to shut down a migratory bird hunting season.
I know I turned it off. Have you read the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources report on closing down for the 4th consecutive year? That's not a Humane Society issue. That's the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. Have you read that?
I have not, but I would just echo that they are an invasive and destructive species, and they have
I
no
understand.
business
That
being
wasn't
in our
my
state.
question. I understand.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
And I might add that the mission currently of our DNR is to tackle and deal with invasive species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so is this trophy hunting, or what is this about? Do people eat these birds, or what other reason is there? And without repeating that these are invasive and destructive, that's...
Yeah, so in terms of the tundra swan, they are pursued for eating purposes just like any other migratory bird. And
I'm sorry, they're pursued for what purposes?
For consumption, for eating.
They are, okay.
Yep, so it's actually, I don't know if you would call it a delicacy or not, but the taste of the bird is very good. So I'm a duck hunter, I'm an avid duck hunter. There's 2 types of ducks, puddle ducks and diver ducks. Puddle ducks are tastier because their diet is different. So these are in the same group as the puddle ducks. They're a easy to consume bird and would be prepared the same way that a brant or a goose would. Did you want to add to that, since you've actually consumed them? Yeah.
Very similar to a Canada goose.
Yep.
A dark meat that we cook it on the grill and eat it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So in no way are these birds just being shot for purposes of a mount, or for purposes of what I'll call the picture taking opportunity. These birds are hunted to consume.
Okay, that's what I wondered about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for the sponsor or his witnesses? Seeing none, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 954. Have a great weekend. Let's proceed now to House Bill 971, Delegate Ebersol.
I know. And I have one witness with me.
Okay.
If you can bring her to the desk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I get a little nervous in front of ENT when I'm bringing an environmental bill because you're all very well steeped and I'm not.
I was going to say, are you unaccustomed to intelligent questions?
Why, yes, I am. I'm just unaccustomed to questions in general from Ways and Means. We're mostly seen and not heard in Ways and Means.
Before you start the timer, let me just say that the Ways and Means Committee is really bailing us out today. 2 of our people are down with COVID, as you know, and they were the people who work our computer stuff. And so thank you to our great friends from Ways and Means.
I can name them for you. Ramya and Haley are up there for us.
You get to hear about duck hunting and diver ducks.
Had me deeply confused. I was like, they work in my, am I in a twilight zone? Are they everywhere? Is it the same 2 people? So
That's right.
Had me briefly concerned there. I was like cleaning my glasses.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Far be it from me to tell you this august group who understands what goes on environmentally, but every now and then I like to jump into the fray a bit. And so I'm going to jump into the fray with green roofs. I'm not going to lecture you on the value of them. My good working colleague to my left will do a little bit of that to remind you. But I will simply say that we had an idea that it would be great to offer grants to incent businesses to put on green roofs. And the bill really is pretty soft. It just says, subject to the availability of funding, the Department of Environment will grant awards to eligible grantee to offset expenses to construct a green roof, $75,000 if they apply correctly and the funds are available. So we didn't really find a funding source. Maybe this will incent them to. The one thing I will say is that they said in their letter that not a lot of people are talking to them about green roofs because the stormwater program can involve green roofs apparently. And I would say, gosh, that's a shame. Maybe if they knew that there was an actual grant specifically for green roofs, it would offer an incentive. Suddenly, maybe some businesses would begin thinking, well, maybe we should be doing that. So it might offer a way to make them perhaps more visible, and perhaps we would start to see more of them. And that's the end for me. I'm done, and I hope that we get some really good testimony to my left here. Yeah, you can introduce her. Sorry.
All right, yes, Catherine Malone, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barve and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Malone, though many of you know me as Katie. The Green Roof Grant Program is an initiative born of watching Maryland Farm and Harvest on Maryland Public Television. On the program, the host visits a Montgomery County restaurant that harvests vegetables from a garden located on its own roof. When the "hey, that's kind of cool" factor faded, I started to think, could a program that encourages green roofs for businesses actually contribute to the well-being of the environment, more specifically the Chesapeake Bay? The answer is a resounding yes. One of the primary benefits of green roof construction is the absorption of storm runoff. Storm runoff contains many things that cause harm in the bay, such as nutrients from fertilizers. Storm runoff currently contributes 17% of nitrogen and 17% of the phosphorus located in the bay. Nitrogen and phosphorus drain dissolvable oxygen from the water, create dry pockets, and improve conditions for algae blooms to fester and cause fish kills. Additionally, green roofs can also help absorb excess water and cause flooding in cities, in our cities and many of our local neighborhoods. Green roofs serve as a protective barrier to pollution and structural and environmental damage caused by excess runoff. In addition to stormwater absorption, green roofs can also help reduce citywide ambient temperature by up to 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Reduction of temperatures in areas surrounding the bay can help reduce bay temperature, and reducing bay temperature can help increase the bay's ability to hold dissolved oxygen and prevent fish kills and other marine life deaths. We enjoy crabs, oysters, and rockfish. Bay health is crucial to the quality and quantity of these Maryland favorites. These are only 2 of the many examples of how green roofs could help preserve the Chesapeake Bay. Does installation of green roofs alone help with bay health? Of course not. But it's a small step coupled with many other environmentally friendly measures that could help sustain Chesapeake Bay in the coming years. Making a grant program accessible to businesses could encourage and increase corporate responsibility for the environment. The benefits of the Green Roof Grant Program far outweigh the detractions, and for that I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Yeah, they're also good for maintaining climate inside the building. That's
Absolutely.
another benefit of them. Okay, any questions on this bill that has no opponents? Apparently not. You're free to go. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you for the release, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's proceed now to House Bill 945, Delegate Jacobs, the first of his 2 bills. Got anybody to bring up with you?
I think they're virtual, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you got one, Herman Harrison, if he wants.
He was unable to be here.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
So I think I think the rest are virtual, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, for the record, Delegate Jay Jacobs presenting House Bill 945. It's titled Title Fish Licenses, Oyster Authorizations Reinstatement. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair is not here, but to the remaining members of the ENT Committee, I'm here to present House Bill 945, Title Fish Licenses, Oyster Authorizations Reinstatement. This bill authorizes a person whose authorization to catch oysters has been revoked to apply for reinstatement of the authorization at any time after 5 years from the date of revocation. The Department of Natural Resources must establish an oyster harvester education program to provide rehabilitation to the individuals whose authorizations have been revoked, and DNR must require an applicant for reinstatement to successfully complete that program. The bill requires DNR to determine the contents of the program and authorize DNR to charge a reasonable fee based on the cost of the operation of the program for participating individuals. Although not written in this bill, Mr. Chairman, the individual going through this process, and I think this is where the DNR letter of opposition came in, was that in this process, the individual going through this reinstatement process would have to go to the end of the line, and that the text of the bill did not indicate that. And I think there's where there was the confusion between a long-term suspension and the revocation part of it. So just want to be clear that anyone who would have this possibility to be reinstated would have to start at the end of the line. They wouldn't, like, they wouldn't have their license held for 5 years and then all of a sudden you get it back. They would have to start over like they never had it. But what we're trying to do here is really create some sort of pathway for that reinstatement process. According to what DNR says, there are only 24 individuals who have had their authorizations revoked who could either be immediately eligible for reinstatement following participation in the education program or would become eligible to apply in the next 4 years. And we've talked about this legislation a couple times over the years and how I think the penalty is really, I don't know of any penalties like it in the state for any offense. That conceivably one offense you could lose your right to make a living the rest of your life, and I think it's just way too harsh. Delegate Boyce and I visited DNR a few years ago and talked with the legal staff there of how we could possibly create a pathway, not a guarantee, for an individual, you know, to find some sort of pathway. And that's where the educational program came, that's in this particular legislation. That was one of the recommendations from my colleague that we did think was a good idea. So there are other people on the line that can testify. I have one person, hopefully he had an emergency, but I hope he's going to be on there that was a victim of this, and it was a one-time offense that I think you'll find very interesting, that would give you some clarity on one of the people who's actually had this happen to him. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to the other people speaking on the bill.
Okay, well, the first person signed up virtually is Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oysterman Association. Jim, you over there? I thought I saw you. He's there, right?
I'm trying to get the video to go.
Sure.
But it's got the orange line through it. It says, "We cannot start your video because the host has stopped it."
Well, we will
Hold on.
just,
We have technical difficulties today, Jim. Just hold on.
we have some really great people helping us who are ordinarily, okay, there we
There he
go.
is.
There we go. All right. Woo-hoo. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association, and I'm in favor of this bill because, you know, as we've moved forward as a society of second chances, you know, just a simple infraction, as Delegate Jacobs had explained, you would lose your right to make a living for a first offense. So we support this bill just because we're looking for an educational and rehabilitation program within the department to give these first-time offenders an opportunity to apply for the possibility to be reinstated. Not looking for it to be a guarantee, but just the opportunity. And, you know, naturally, when you folks huddle up as a subcommittee and committee, you know, we would welcome any input you folks would have to come up with a viable program for this. As you know, the department also has historical records and data on folks. So we're not talking about allowing the worst of the worst back in, but the ones that have just been nicked by this current law, to just give them an opportunity to apply, and naturally, they would have to start at the end of the line, not at the front. So with that, we're hoping everybody can come together and come up with a good educational and rehabilitation program and an avenue forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Timothy Mortis. Timothy, are you there? Oh, there you are.
There he is.
Tim. Good to see, well, we saw you. There you go.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you,
welcome. You got
Chairman.
2 minutes.
I'm Tim Mortis, Second Vice President of the Maryland Watermen's Association and President of Cecil Hartford County Watermen's Association. We're in favor for this bill for a few reasons. As Jim said prior, you can lose your professional license on a first offense. What other professional licenses in the state of Maryland have such a strict penalty? I've done some homework on this the past few nights, and I can't find anything where first offense, you lose your livelihood. We're really looking forward to the educational program that DNR is willing to implement, and like to see a favorable outcome on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask, is Herman Harrison out there somewhere in the ether? No? No Herman Harrison? Okay, we'll go to George Hayden then. Is George there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Ernestine Hayden.
Okay.
I am here to testify on his behalf.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was that? Go ahead.
My name is Ernestine Hayden. I am here to testify on behalf of my husband, George Hayden, who was unable to be here today. George, he lost his Maryland oyster license, was taken administratively by Maryland DNR judge who ordered permanent revocation of his oyster license. This was done after the state of Maryland null-prossed his case. He is an outstanding law-abiding citizen with no criminal record or interactions with Potomac River or the Virginia VMRC, which he also holds a commercial license. I thought I was doing right by the law. This is something my family has done for over hundreds of years. This landlocked creek is in my family deed, giving them rights and ownership to plant and harvest our oysters on this ground. Previous years ago, the state of Maryland took these rights from them as landowners without any notification whatsoever. Therefore, planting or harvesting our own oysters on this ground that we always had rights to do so is no longer allowed. The Maryland DNR ordered a permanent revocation of his oyster license for working on our family oyster ground that had been done since the 1800s. This revocation of his license has been devastating to him, his family, and our business. This whole ordeal has destroyed his life. We feel all of this could have been avoided if DNR, state of Maryland, had just reached out and notified these landowners that they no longer have these rights. And I have been prosecuted for their negligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Robert T. Brown. Robert T., good to see you somewhere. Is Robert T. Brown there? Okay. And
there he is.
There's Robert T. Good to see you. You got 2 minutes.
Click your button.
You're muted. You need to unmute. There we no. There we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
There we go. And just restart the timer. Thank you. Good to see you, Robert.
Okay, Chairman and members of this committee, I'd like to have a favorable on this. This has affected many people, and some of the other people who have been affected by this have been charged with using the wrong gear into the wrong place. Let me give you an example of it. The Patuxent River. It is about close to 2 miles wide, where the patent hong and dive bottom and hand hong bottom hit there. And you got a buoy on both sides of the river. It's very hard to tell at that distance whether you're on one side of the line or the other. Me, myself personally, I don't work near the lines, but it's very easy to get over it just a few hundred feet, which sounds like a lot, but when you have two buoys and they are like a mile or a little bit more than a mile apart, it's hard to tell by eye. And if you get one of these tickets, you lose your license for life. And that is just too harsh for something like that, which could be unmeaningful to do. I know of one fellow who he was working into a test area for power dredging, and the marine inspector came around and told him, you saw him, said, "Look, you're outside of." He said, "No, I don't think I was outside the buoy." So they talked for a few minutes. He says, "Well, you dropped what?" He says, "I tell you what." He says, "You just don't, you got 4 bushel of oysters, don't want them overboard, and I won't give you no ticket, and you can go on." Well, the inspector comes back 3 days later and tells him that he's got to give him a ticket for working over the line. So, he went to court, get ready to be tried, and his lawyer didn't do a very good job for him. Just before him, the person who was up there, the judge gave him probation before judgment. And, very light fine. And the lawyer said, "I could probably get you that if you want it." He said, "Okay." So he got that, but by him getting that probation for judgment, that was admitting guilt. So therefore, he lost his license.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's everybody who's in favor. So I'll go to questions now. First one goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Jacobs, and I'm going to ask the woman who was on the call, can you explain what a first-time offense is? Because I understand it differently. So what does a first-time offense mean?
Well, it could be a first-time offense. There are 5 specific issues that you could lose your license on a first offense, they're listed in the bill on page 2.
Okay.
And then you could lose your license due to an accumulation of points. So there's 2 ways that it could happen. Really, what I think we're trying to achieve in this legislation is the person like Mr. Hayden that was caught in really a really unique circumstance. That never had a ticket before in his life, and oystered on his own land and lost his oyster license for,
Did he have more
for
than
the
one
rest
license?
of his life. So, I mean, that's the type of issue that we're talking about here. Is it's not for everyone. There are specific cases. This legislation is left up to the judgment of DNR, through their process. It's not a guarantee by any means,
Okay.
but what's the cost? What's the real penalty if you're 25 years old and lose your license for life?
Right.
And you make $40,000 a year as an oysterman. So it's just a really a penalty that there's nothing like it that I can think of.
And that's true, and you can lose your driver's license, have it taken for indefinitely for certain actions. I just want to be clear, because I remember this in 2019 to 2020, and the gentleman who had come before us, his issue was that his license was taken indefinitely because he actually had 2 licenses, and he violated both of those licenses, which is why it was taken away. And so while he was waiting to hear a case for 1 license, using his other license, I can't remember which type of license he had, he also then had a violation there, which they end up taking. his license. So I'm wondering about, one, which one of these actions guarantees revocation? And two, as I understand it, a first-time offense is usually an offense of more than one person's, an offense of an individual's license, either more than once or an offense of their multiple license.
So the possible one-time offense that could be a lifetime revocation is one of these 5 particular bullet points is on page 2, starting on line 6.
I'm looking at it, sir.
If you look, there are 5 particular scenarios in which a violation did occur, that would constitute a lifetime revocation, either one of those 5. Or it could be accumulation of points. What I'm trying to remedy here is not necessarily the person with the accumulation of points, but the poor victim that made one mistake and has a lifetime revocation without possibility of parole, so to speak.
Okay. And then my final question, Mr. Chair, is, when we went on that tour, what was discovered was that I believe that these licenses are the only license, essentially, that you can purchase without proof of the knowledge of the requirements that you have the license for. So driver's license, I have to take a driving test to get a license. Any other license, you have to either sit for a test or sit for a class. But with these type of licenses, you can just purchase it without taking a test. Isn't that correct?
You purchase the authorization.
You purchase authorization.
On your TFL license.
But you don't take a test or have to sit in a class, correct? Initially, that's correct.
No, if you have your TFL license, that's enough to get you in there.
I understand that, but you don't have to sit for a test or a class. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I'm curious. I was reading the DNR's testimony. Their objection to this seems less philosophical and more administrative. They seem worried about the navigating the distinctions between suspension versus permanent revocation versus a revocation with they can reapply after 5 years. So if you could just speak to how you think we could possibly address that in amendment form.
Well,
or something like that.
and that's where I mentioned that in my testimony that in the bill it didn't state that this person would go to the end of the line. Mm-hmm. That's where the confusion with DNR is that you either got to treat this one way or the other. The way the bill was written, it looked like more of a long-term suspension, and so I think that if the will was there would certainly be an amendment to fix that. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to do with this legislation is create a possible pathway. That's all. Not for everybody. It would be very limited. According to their numbers right now, it's 24 people that could possibly qualify. Mm-hmm. But again, I just want to reiterate the harshness of a lifetime revocation. Right. For one offense when we are here in the General Assembly expunging records and minimizing, decriminalizing all kinds of things. I think if you could tell me what's in the same category as this kind of penalty, I'd like to know what it is.
Right. So just to be clear, your intent is more about reinstatement following revocation than suspension.
Well, the suspension that's the term that the DNR came up with because, like I said, the bill didn't indicate that they would go to the end of the line.
Okay.
So in theory, what they're doing, if the bill was passed as is, they'd be holding that license in limbo, which is like long-term suspension.
Right.
That's not it, really.
Okay.
They got to start back just like they never had it.
Got it.
So it could take years because there's a long list to get the license in this state. You don't just walk in and go buy one. There's a long waiting period, and even after 5 years, it may take another 5 years before you could even get it. So you got to give somebody hope every once in a while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions for the sponsor or the witnesses. We do have one person signed up in opposition, Allison Colden, who No, it was crossed out. The favorable amendment left. Oh, nice to not see you on Zoom.
Nice to see you as well, Mr. Chairman. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Barve, members of the ENT Committee. My name is Dr. Allison Colden, Senior Fisheries Scientist with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here today in opposition to House Bill 945. In order for a revocation of an oyster authorization to occur, there are many steps. The person would first have to be caught in the act. An officer would have to, in their discretion, be confident enough in their assessment of the activity that's going on to write a ticket. The prosecutor would have to choose to bring the case to court, and once they do so, the prosecutor must prove not only that the violation occurred, but that the violator knew that it was unlawful and chose to proceed anyway. That's the legal standard required by the revocation statute. After a revocation, there is an appeals process where the final decision can be reviewed. And the numerous steps in this process, as well as the high burden of proof, mean that very few revocations occur. As you've heard, currently, statewide, over many years, there are only 24 revocations. DNR estimates 3 revocations per year total, and that includes people beyond just oyster violations. Additionally, a few years ago, this body passed a law which changed this from the revocation of the individual's entire tidal fish license to solely the oyster authorization, meaning if your license is revoked in the oyster fishery, there's still the opportunity to make a livelihood working on the water in any other fisheries for which that person holds a commercial fishing license. Additionally, as written, the bill includes no qualifications for who may apply for reinstatement. You heard some of the proponents of the bill say they weren't interested in letting bad actors back into the fishery, but this bill includes no language which would distinguish quote unquote bad actors from those who simply made a mistake one time. Lastly, we also heard that folks were really interested in education programs in order to ensure that folks are not making these mistakes. We would just encourage that education should be happening on the front end, not after damage to our oyster populations has already occurred. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Colden? Let me just, by the way, I had a John Murphy signed up, but then it's been crossed out, so I assume he didn't show up. So, okay, I assume correctly. Thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 945. Next, let's go to House Bill 1083. Delegate Jacobs again.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to be like Neil Parrott today. We're going to have a video, Mr. Chair. Wait a minute, don't get started yet.
Sorry, my bad.
I got to give this a little introduction.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyhow, I have, kind of made this a new crusade of mine, the invasive blue cats and flathead cats. And so this video, it's a couple minutes, I think, and it's not much sound, but it sure does pictures worth 1,000 words, as they say in my world. So please pay attention to this video, which is from the Patuxent River. These are blue cats. Patuxent. anyhow, that's the, just a little preview of what's coming to a stream near you. Anyhow, all right, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I'm here today to present House Bill 1083, a bill to establish an invasive species coalition. This coalition would include at least 6 members with expertise in invasive species, including blue catfish and snakeheads. The purpose of the coalition is to make recommendations on the most appropriate actions to reduce the spread and eradicate invasive species in the state. The bill also describes various requirements for specific methods and measures, including developing a comprehensive management and control plan to reduce the spread of invasive species in the state, and hold at least one public meeting a year for public comment and public education on the issue of combating the invasive species of this state. So when I had the bill originally drafted, the information that came into me was to put this under emergency management and the Food Resiliency Council, which you can see their testimony that they're not the right agency. And so I have reached out to DNR because we've had several conversations about this very topic, and they seem to be verbally interested in perhaps folding this over into DNR, but I'm waiting on amendments that may be forthcoming to address that right agency part of this. Clearly, everybody agrees on the problem and that we need to do more to eradicate or at least manage the species, because they do have a lot of value in there, and they do taste good. They eat rockfish and perch and wood ducks and turtles and all kinds of things like you wouldn't believe. But so there is a value, and we had some here for lunch the other day. I think everybody would agree they taste pretty good, and we're probably going to have to eat our way out of this problem. But it's there's talk with fertilizer companies because the amount that's in the Chesapeake Bay and the proliferation of this species is way beyond what we're harvesting. We're falling woefully behind. So there needs to be all hands on deck at every level to get ahead of this. Like you saw what's in the Patuxent, that's in the lower bay. They're all the way up at the Conowingo Dam and that pool. So they're all over the Chesapeake Bay and all of its tributaries, and they're affecting the ecosystem. So anyhow, I'm trying to hopefully issue some amendments that will move this over to DNR, since DNR already manages the catfish species and through their fisheries management plan. So I do have a couple of good witnesses here to testify. One is a professor from Salisbury College. I think he's on there, Professor Bressman. That his class, if you went to the Salisbury poster night last week over at Calvert House, they really had a good presentation, and the students did a fantastic job of really doing a lot with to understand the invasive species, the blue catfish and the flathead catfish and the snakeheads that we have really becoming a serious problem to the state and all of its tributaries. So with that, I'll stop there and have my couple witnesses speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Delegate. For our next witnesses are virtual. First, I'd like to ask Professor Bressman to testify.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Noah Bressman, a professor of biology at Salisbury University, and my lab researches invasive species, particularly blue catfish, as well as snakeheads. Invasive blue catfish pose an existential threat to the Chesapeake Bay because they are super abundant generalists that can eat anything and everything and can survive a wide range of conditions. Because of this, in the last 50 years, they have established such a large population that they make up about 70% of the biomass in some Chesapeake Bay tributaries. What this means is if you take a net and scoop up all the life from these tributaries, including the plants and microscopic plankton, 70% of that by weight is blue catfish. That's a staggering amount. So my lab at Salisbury University is currently researching a bunch of aspects about these blue catfish, but particularly their diet in the Nanticoke River, the most intact river on the Chesapeake Bay. And we are finding that the most common prey items in their stomach are blue crabs, white perch, and threaded river herring, but they're also eating everything from wood ducks to muskrats to striped bass. Estimates from just one portion of one Western Shore tributary suggest they eat about 2.5 million crabs per year. But that study acknowledged that number is likely an understatement, and that was for one tributary. Spread that over the entire Chesapeake Bay system, and that's a lot of valuable crabs these fish are moving from the bay, not to mention the other commercially and recreationally important species that they are consuming. Additionally, these fish compete with prey from native predators like striped bass and drum, leaving less food for these commercially and recreationally important species. Many visitors and residents of the Chesapeake Bay pay good money to the local economy to catch, including myself. Blue catfish put those species at risk, along with the livelihood of charter captains and the fishing-related businesses that rely on the fish competing with the blue catfish. Therefore, I support House Bill 1083 to help curb the blue catfish population by promoting it as a sustainable, healthy, low-cost food source. Improving processing capabilities of blue catfish is a win-win for everyone, a win for the ecosystem threatened by invasive species, a win for watermen and the seafood industry by increasing the value of blue catfish fishery, and a win for many food insecure people in Maryland.
Professor, if you could wrap up, please.
Yep, that could use more tasty, low-cost, healthy protein options.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Amanda Beth Brewster.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Beth Brewster. I'm Food Service Supervisor for Caroline County Public Schools. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on House Bill 1083 Invasive Species Coalition. We all need a sense of urgency for this issue. I'm sure by now the committee has been educated on the different species in our bay, and in particular the blue catfish that's causing havoc on our ecosystem in the bay and in its tributaries. The blue cats have no predator but humans, can grow up to 100 pounds, live 20 years, and eat other fish, shellfish, and crabs, as Dr. Noah had told us. This catfish is a catfish, but not a bottom dweller. It is delicious. Simply, it is a delicious fish. This is an opportunity to take what is at the moment a problem, but turn into a positive. By addressing this issue and creating a market demand, it will allow our watermen to diversify their catch and increase their income and help to reduce the number of invasives in our tributaries that are causing havoc on the ecosystem. This bill will assist in moving toward a more food resilient Maryland. During the pandemic, our food pantries were short on protein-based foods. We have this delicious, sustainable fish in our water that could have been used to fill that need. Not to mention this, the larger fish, as Delegate Jacobs had said, could be used as a fertilizer. As many of us know, fertilizer has gone up 3 times in cost due to the Ukrainian war. So this will be a good source for fertilizer. The awareness of this issue has been on the state's radar for a very long time. This coalition will allow us to come together to get an action plan together so that we can move forward on trying to eradicate this fish out of the bay. We want to be known as the state for Maryland blue crabs, not for blue catfish. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you find favorable. And as Delegate Jacobs said, we need to look at what department would be best held under. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Robert T. Brown.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yes, I'd like to say a favorable on this bill. Back in 2003, the Potomac River, which the mainstream of the river, not counting none of the creeks or smaller rivers off of it, changed the way that they keep their records. When it came to the catfish, they classified the blue catfish, the flathead catfish, both of those are invasive species, and our channel cat, which is our regular catfish for the rivers, and kept them separate so we know how many of each fish we were catching. Blue cats back in 2003, it was 23,000 pounds harvested by the commercial watermen. And by the year 2019, 20, and 21, we are harvesting 2.5 million pounds of fish, these blue cats. That's how much they have increased in the volume in the river. Also, you got to realize that the blue catfish and the rockfish spawn about the same time of the year. And these fish, a lot of them, they feed on plankton.
and it's becoming a fight for food for these small fish, and this is really interfering with our rockfish reproduction because the younger the year index has been falling off, and it's partially to do with so many blue fat catfish eating the same stuff that they feed on. It is so many catfish in here now. In my part of the river right now, the water's got real salty, so they most of them are up in the headwaters, up in the river further. So hopefully you can give us a favorable on this. This is an invasive species that is threatening the seafood industry in the Chesapeake Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got some questions here. Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, thank you. This is a great bill, an issue that we all need to be paying attention to for sure. I just wanted to ask you, what do we need our federal partners to do? As I understand, there's a federal problem here as well with this issue that we need to kind of clear up. Could you help me understand what we need on that side of things?
Well, there's USDA has to have an inspector on site when these catfish are filleted, and basically it was a no competition bill was passed at the federal level a few years ago, and by the catfish producers in the south part of the country, and the pond catfish is really not blue catfish, but they created a scenario that makes it very difficult to process these, and you don't need a USDA inspector, I don't think, for any other species of fish that's cleaned or filleted in this state, but you do with these catfish, and there's legislation in now at the federal level to try to remedy some of that. But this whole thing, and that's the reason why I showed the video, is the seriousness of this proliferation and these roadblocks that we have to get out of the way and try and get in front of these. And that's what the whole idea of this coalition is, to really take all this information and really come up with some good concrete plans moving forward. One of those issues is the obstacle that's it's the USDA requirement.
And would that requirement also be in place not only for human consumption, but for pet products as well? I know that there's some in the pet industry that have talked about, they use salmon and things like that in pet food. Would they need an inspector there as well to utilize this blue cat for pet food as well?
I would hope not, but
okay.
That's a gray area because it's processing. Listen, it's such a huge problem that you hate to think that fish that tastes as good as what we ate the other day, that you would be considering using that as fertilizer, as or pet food. But in order to eradicate this thing and get the numbers somewhere in balance, it's all hands on deck. It's every means necessary to try and do this.
Thank you.
Hopefully it answers your question.
Hey, before I recognize the next person, what do they eat? I mean, there's so many there. I'm surprised they're not starving to death at this point.
I wanted to ask Dr. Bressman about that blue crab number. You mentioned the amount of blue crabs they eat, and I couldn't quite hear what you said, but if you could tell the chairman what the diet is, because I think you've been studying that.
Okay. I had to leave the committee for a few minutes, so I missed your testimony, Doctor.
So a quick summary of some of the research that my lab is doing. We are finishing up a study on, waiting on the last little bit of data this week on blue catfish diet in the Nanticoke River. And I would say, based on, I need a second to pull up the exact numbers, but rough numbers are that about 20 or 25% of all the catfish stomachs we see blue crabs in there. We see in 30% or so, we see gizzard shad, and about 30% we see white perch, as well as some striped bass, wood ducks, turtles, muskrats, you name it, in less numbers. Some estimates in, I believe it's the James to York River, suggests that about 2.5 million crabs are being eaten in just that tributary per year. And that's likely a very conservative underestimate. But if you spread that over the entire Chesapeake Bay, that's probably tens, if not millions, of crabs being eaten per year.
Do they have any natural predators in the bay?
Well, so they don't necessarily have any natural predators just because they're non-native, so they've been introduced. To an extent, bald eagles will, I've seen bald eagles and osprey will eat them if they can. Blue catfish will cannibalize each other. We see smaller blue catfish in some mix of big blue catfish, but that's not a main portion of their diet. But the thing is, they also get eaten. Anything that is big enough to eat them will try to, but they have these spines on the top and sides that are venomous, and so some things don't like to eat them because of those venomous spines.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the world record's 143 pounds, but it's not uncommon for these fish to be 100 pounds. They're huge, and just imagine they eat anything as they can, that fits in their mouth. So
143 pounds, that means they outweigh a couple of members of my committee.
I'm looking around right now, but I don't want to say anything.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we just passed Delegate Morgan's bill that would create a value-added specialist. And I'm just wondering aloud if there's any way that, I don't know, maybe we need yet another position, or if that value-added specialist could also oversee some, ways to package and easily market or donate some of these fish.
Well, the specialist was in the Department of Ag, and the blue catfish is actually under the DNR Fisheries Management Plan. That's kind of the group that manages the fishery. But, it's a worthwhile question to see if that's something that could be considered. I don't know, I don't think you can have too many involved in the issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate or any of the witnesses, has there ever been an invasive aquatic species like the blue catfish? When here at 70, they represent 70% of the biomass, everything living in some tributaries. It's almost hard to believe. So is there any sort of precedent for dealing with an invasive species like this?
Dr. Bressman?
So yeah, there have been some instances where you have something that's super abundant, where it may be super abundant in a super isolated, let's say a single lake, and those have been successfully removed. However, when they get so widespread and so abundant, it's impossible to successfully remove them. Imagine things like pigeons are everywhere now. They're super abundant. You can't get rid of them. They're typical rock pigeons native to Eastern Europe, things like that. The blue catfish are spread throughout the entire Chesapeake Bay and all the tributaries. So in order to get rid of them, we would have to pretty much poison every watershed in the entire river, entire bay. And so based on all the scientific evidence, I don't think it's feasible to remove all of these catfish from the river. I think it can be managed by reducing their impacts and removing them. But likely these catfish haven't been here that long to reach the climax of their ecosystem. So basically they're likely going to go up in average size and number, and then eventually maybe eat themselves to where they drop back down to a still really high number. But then they may displace striped bass at that level, and there may be less striped bass. And so we want to remove the catfish before it gets that bad, so that they don't eat the striped bass to extinction, and then the bay is not as alive, and then there's just catfish in there, kind of like the conditions in the 70s when they were first introduced to the bay.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add to that?
Sure.
So we did some studies on the carp out in Illinois and also lionfish down in Florida. Both are invasives. The carp, apparently, if they get into the Finger Lakes, game over for the ecosystem. So what they've done is to help to reduce the populations is put in processing plants just for those invasives, so that they can get as much out as possible. We're working on a design that would be able to extract or be able to process 15 million pounds a year. And that's what they say is the amount that needs to be taken out every year in order to keep the levels of the blue catfish. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but 5 years ago, when I was introduced to this invasive in the school system, it was 11 million pounds that need to be extracted a year, and now it's up to 15 million. So we are looking at we have reports of what they did to help get eradicated.
Okay, thank you. Next question goes to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Jacobs, for bringing this bill and for your focus on this issue. I think it's really important. I know that you said, and I read the testimony, that this coalition doesn't belong in the food resiliency section of the law, and I appreciate that. But I don't know whether this needs to be in the bill or whether we just need to work with the coalition once it's formed. But I do think it's important to connect with food banks and other food insecurity agencies that are around the state, because we do have an acute need in some areas of the state for additional food, and this is nutritious and good. And do you think that perhaps you could either put in the bill or put in some direction to the coalition to look at this issue, because that would help eradicate. If we could fish more and have a market for it, that would be.
I think that's in the bill in some of the definitions. If you look on, I didn't want to mention them all because I only have 4 minutes to talk. And then we have a bill coming up later today that I've got an amendment on that actually does address this issue that we're voting on later today. And I can talk a little bit more about it then. But, we all need to be aware of just how severe this problem is. And I'm very thankful that the Salisbury University has a professors doing a great job down there with the students that they're really focused on this, because as you saw in that video, I mean, it's hard to believe what we have up against us right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Jacobs. This is really important, and we need to do whatever we can to take care of this issue. The question I had was for one of the scientists on, there's one of the scientists on the call there. Thank
Dr.
you
Bresson.
very much. Where these came from? Obviously they're invasive here, but they were native somewhere. How are they managed there? Are there natural predators there, or some other thing that keeps them under control elsewhere?
Yeah, so they're native to like the deep south, like Mississippi River basin, as well as some of the like the Ohio River as well. So some of the Midwest. There, it's a little tricky in that there's always been an established catfishing community there. You go to Louisiana, everybody loves fried catfish there, blackened catfish. It's on every menu. So people act as a predator to keep their population in check. But you have things like alligators that are native to there that can eat these things. However, we're in a unique situation in the Chesapeake Bay in that this is one of the largest and most productive ecosystems in the entire world. So there's such an abundance of food, like that's why we've got all these blue crabs in here, that the catfish are able to take advantage of all this food and grow way quicker than perhaps these other areas, and expand in population a lot more quickly because of an abundance of food and a lack of things like alligators and Cajuns that love catfish. And so they don't, it's a combination of lacking predators and the perfect ecosystem for growth here, where the Mississippi got a lot of things going on, but doesn't have quite the level of productivity the Chesapeake Bay does, which allows which fuels all that growth. So these fish came in the 70s and introduced intentionally by the Virginia fisheries managers in the Virginia side of the bay back in the 70s, when the bay was pretty dead and there wasn't really anything in the bay, as an opportunity to promote an angling opportunity for anglers. As they get big, they fight hard and taste good, but it was thought that they would not be able to withstand the salinity of the Chesapeake Bay because they're only native to more freshwater regions of, let's say, the Mississippi. But it turns out that they can tolerate the salt some of the salt just fine, enough to cross the bay and spread and cause more problems.
So it's-
they're more
the pe-
confined in that freshwater region.
We
It doesn't
blame
have
the-
as higher
we
productivity.
blame
as
Virginia
the
for this,
secondary.
is that?
Yep, that's where they came from.
Well, thank
Okay,
you.
well, let me just say on behalf of the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, we do not believe that introducing alligators into the Chesapeake Bay would be a solution. And with that.
That'd be a new game fish, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, and shoes and everything. Okay, so that ends, that's
Thank you.
the last question that ends, but thank you to everybody. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1083. Let's proceed to House Bill 976, Delegate Henson, who I think, yep, there she is. Welcome back to the committee, Delegate Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I confirm, I think my panel, most of them are virtual?
Yeah, it seems that way. There are a couple of person who are, well, no, the people who are in person are signed up favorable with amendments. So we'll take all of your, you and all of your folks, then we'll have questions, and then we'll go to favorable with amendment, I think is what we're gonna, I think that's, yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I get started?
Please do, yes.
For the record, Shanika Henson, here to present House Bill 976, Mold Assessment and Remediation. This bill would, it would attach the Department of Health, the Department of Environment, and DHCD with promulgating statewide standards for inspection, detection, and remediation of mold. This bill is a part of a bill that was filed in previous years before this committee. You'll remember in previous years, the bill had an inspection standard, and that was a mandate on our local governments. That part has been removed from the bill, and instead, these standards would be adopted by those departments working together so that our private industry may have a standard and our governments, if they so choose to engage in inspecting, detecting, and managing the remediation of mold. It also would have a tremendous value as well in any sorts of litigation that deal with mold or any time where we're trying to determine what the proper standard is for our remediation technicians to use. As the bill is constructed, I do have some amendments that I would seek to introduce to the committee from the bill as constructed. I did take time to meet with the opponents to the bill, and that's why you'll see so many of them signed up favorable with amendments, and some of them even favorable today, because we have tried to put in place a standard that would be workable. The amendments that I have drafted, which I apologize I don't have in your hands yet, but I will surrender them to you as soon as this hearing is done. Those amendments would address all the concerns that are listed in the favorable with amendments from everyone who signed up in that posture today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm very excited to present this, which is the third bill in a series of bills that would help the state of Maryland move forward with addressing mold as it occurs in housing anywhere, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Colin Choney. I think that's the way your last name is pronounced. Colin, welcome to the committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. And you did say it correctly. My name is Colin Choney, and I am the Housing Rehabilitation Director with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. And on behalf of the organization and our President and CEO, Ruth Ann Norton, I submit this testimony. GHHI writes in support of House Bill 976. GHHI has a long-standing history of advocating for families and children on the important issue of lead poisoning prevention and addressing healthy home hazards such as mold. GHHI provides healthy home education and direct housing intervention services to reduce triggers in the home that cause asthma episodes and other respiratory issues in homes for children, adults, and seniors. The state of Maryland does a fantastic job already regulating hazardous remediations in the areas of lead and asbestos. And so adding this hazard to that list should be already implemented. HB 976, requires the interagency partnership between MDE, MDH, DHCD, and DGS. It adopts the EPA's technical guidance and other national technical recommendations on testing and mold remediation. And more importantly, it brings Maryland in line with other states that have already adopted mold regulations for mold assessments and safe contractor remediation services. And we ask for your support for HB 976, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please say hi to Ruth Ann for me. Lance Eisen. Lance, welcome to the committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for having me. My name is Lance Eisen. I am the Executive Vice President of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And we support Delegate Henson with this bill. So we'll get that right out of the way. I want to thank you for allowing NORMI, it's a not-for-profit organization, to take part in these hearings. We applaud you for moving forward with this legislation for the mold industry in Maryland, and hopefully join the other states of Texas, Louisiana, Washington, D.C., New York, and the city of Portland, Oregon, which all now have licensing requirements for mold assessment and remediation. This is desperately needed nationwide. There's only several states that have it. It's a big problem. I urge you to pass mold legislation and follow the examples of the previously mentioned licensed states. This bill is a great start. 2 big solutions that some of the other states enacted were grandfathering people in, not to hurt the economy. And the other one was looking at the professional practices of existing organizations. NORMI is the only organization approved to teach for mold licensing in all of the locations I mentioned above. And we have worked with most of the mentioned states with their legislative process for mold licensing. And if there's anything that we can do, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to help you with this process, please don't hesitate to ask us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Dave Winstead, also with NORMI. Dave? Not there? Okay. No Dave. Kim Sauer? Not there? Okay, we'll try for Zafar Shah then. Is Zafar there?
Yes,
There
right
he is.
here.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Good
Thank
to
you,
see
Chair
you, Zafar.
Barbie. Thank you, and thank you to the members of the committee and to Delegate Henson for inviting us to testify on this important bill. As the committee knows, I am the Assistant Director of Advocacy for Access to Counsel and Evictions at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. We provide legal assistance to thousands of renters across the state, and top of mind for our clients in housing cases are mold hazards. And although housing and health agencies in Maryland lack standards currently that define how to assess the dangers of mold, our clients' experiences demonstrate that mold in residential rental housing poses significant physical, psychological, and economic harms to children, elders, and renters who suffer from respiratory illnesses, from allergies to COPD. But in spite of what they know to be their truth about the health effects of mold, Maryland lacks requisite safeguards for mold removal, cleaning, and disposal because of the lack of a regulatory framework. And so we urge your favorable report on House Bill 976 to create that framework in the coming years. Right now, without the regulations that are needed under this bill, our clients see half measures such as bleaching and painting over water damaged or contaminated wallboard and wood surfaces. They see untrained workers carrying contaminated debris through their home, exacerbating the mold problem by spreading it throughout their house. So this bill is needed to create those safeguards to the benefit of renters and homeowners and children and the workers who undertake these remediation jobs. So we urge your favorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the sponsor or any of the witnesses who are purely in favor? Okay, I don't see any. We'll go to favorable with amendments. So those would be Aaron Greenfield, Ryan Washington, Catherine Howard. Okay, which of you would like to go first?
I'll get started. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Favorable with amendments. We haven't seen the sponsor's amendments, but I look forward to reviewing them with the sponsor and certainly appreciate the time she's taken to listen to our concerns about the bill. Based on expert recommendation, you see in our written testimony a series of very specific recommendations, and I'll walk through them very quickly. And perhaps the sponsor's amendments address them, but for instance, a mold definition on page 2 sort of interchanges fungi and mold. The mold definition should include mold growing in soil, not just plant and animal matter. 5 of the strains listed in the bill are seen on a regular basis when doing spore sampling, but it's missing chaetomium, which I understand is a very common form of mold. I'm learning a lot thanks to the sponsor on mold. I can't say that I live...
It grows on you.
Yes, I can't say... Yeah, it does. I can't say I live, eat, and breathe it. That's for sure. So the other piece is the mold hazard definition on page 3, lines 10 through 14, should be written as potential health effects of mold exposure. We actually appreciate the departments that are highlighted and believe they're excellent resources in the bill. We'd also recommend that this group consult with the EPA, allergists who would be able to provide valuable input into the process, and as mentioned, looking at other jurisdictions who have completed this type of process. We also recommend that any attempt to standardize measurements to assess the seriousness of indoor mold through testing or sampling must require an outdoor measure using the same testing or sampling method as a related measure to establish a comparative baseline. I could go on and on. I won't bore you anymore, but with those recommendations, we look forward to seeing the sponsor's amendments and request a favorable with amendments report.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
Yes, well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. I'm going to sort of tell on my age here. This bill reminds me a great deal of 1994 when we were dealing and grappling with the issues of lead paint poisoning in childhood situations and in housing situations. And back then, there was a commission and a group of departments and other stakeholders, as well as other professionals, who did do exactly what the sponsor of this bill is suggesting, and we are definitely in favor of that. I think that commission concept, or that regulatory drafting concept, is a very good one, and I would only ask that housing providers who are the providers of the housing and also builders of housing be involved in these talks and these regulatory ideas, because they make the stock that this is going to affect, and they certainly want to be involved and have some input into the regulatory process.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon, happy Friday. Ryan Washington with AOBA for the record. I'd just like to echo the sentiments from my members, from my colleagues from MMHA. We're supportive of their amendments. We anticipate seeing the amendments to this bill. We're glad that we're working with the bill sponsor on this legislation. It's important to establish a more uniform and standard across the state. We just look forward to working with the bill sponsor getting this bill passed. And I'll gladly take any questions. Thank you.
All right. First question goes to, the question goes to Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenfield, you indicated that there are other jurisdictions that have standardized this process. Can you send us a list of those jurisdictions that have standardized process and the language that they use as well?
Yes, it's actually, Delegate, in the preamble, the sponsor lists 15 states in the District of Columbia. I've looked at some of those jurisdictions, and they're not all the same, so we probably should do a deeper dive with the sponsor in terms of the states that are listed, but they are listed in the preamble to the bill.
Thank you very much.
There appear to be no further questions, so thank you one and all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Henson. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 976. Let's proceed to House Bill 942. Delegate Terraza. Yes. Oh, right, yes, absolutely. And Lehman. Terraza, and Lehman. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Please do.
We have room for one person up here, and we'll just switch out over here. So I think who's first is, first is Dave? Yeah. All right. All right, are you good? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Thank you to the Vice Chair as well and esteemed colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrace, and I'm here with Delegate Mary Lehman. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 942, which relates to stream restoration projects and alternatives to stream restoration. So who would possibly have a problem with stream restoration projects? I think this video will shed some light on why we ended up concerned and filing this bill. So when we saw this, we knew something wasn't quite right. That this was not just a bunch of tree huggers complaining about a few trees being removed in their backyards. After months and months of working on this issue and meeting with many people and groups on all sides, we came to the conclusion that there needs to be more or different criteria for approval and oversight of these projects, and that this must include a more holistic look at the impact on the environment, including the removal of mature trees and loss of wildlife habitat. To be clear, the intent here is not to prevent all stream restoration. The point here is to make sure that we aren't over-incentivizing one method of addressing these issues over another when that decision should be based on science and not a formula that gives more credit to one method of approaching this than another. This is a multi-million-dollar industry. The current system continues to incentivize bigger, longer projects, like the 6-mile stream restoration project proposed in Columbia. 100-foot wide swath of trees cut down along a 6 miles of stream bank. That's a lot of trees. In fact, I did sort of a rough calculation of even if you looked at it as 40 trees per acre, which I think is a low estimate, that's about 2,908 trees. So that's a lot of trees at the same time we're working as a legislature to plant more and more trees. Now I'm going to pass this off to Delegate Lehman, who will talk about the bill and more about this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. For the record, I'm Mary Lehman, here to talk more about House Bill 942 and what it actually does. So it does 7 main things. It requires MDE to revise project eligibility criteria for projects that follow best available science. It incentivizes alternatives to stream restoration, such as riparian tree planting, impervious surface reduction, conservation landscaping, and green roofs, which you just heard Delegate Ebersol speak about. It requires projects have a stated goal to improve biological health of streams and achieve a net overall positive impact on the environment. It requires tree removal be minimized. It requires restoration projects be located in the same watershed as the road or other development project for which mitigation is required. 6th, it enhances monitoring and evaluation of projects for 10 years after completion. And finally, it improves public notice and transparency around projects. So stream restoration projects, we want to emphasize, are not created equally. We want to emphasize that there are very good, in fact, excellent and well-designed and executed projects. We toured a great one right nearby here in Anne Arundel County in Riva. Other projects we believe may be doing more harm than good, such as the one you saw in the video, and I mean more harm than good ecologically and environmentally. Projects that result in extensive deforestation of riparian buffers, which we have seen in many instances, are just not justifiable. And we have seen this in Colombia in a project that was just completed. You'll hear more about that in testimony. But I want you to realize that in written testimony, there are actually photos of similar projects where there was massive deforestation in Montgomery County, including, Mr. Chairman, in Rockville and Chevy Chase, as well as Gaithersburg, in Baltimore County, Prince George's County, and beyond. Trees and riparian areas shade waterways. They provide habitat for a wide variety of insects, birds, and wildlife, and of course, they sequester carbon. Loss of tree canopy over streams causes the water to actually heat up, and it makes the area inhospitable to fish and wildlife. The short-term effects of the Columbia Stream Restoration Project has created what looks like an ecological wasteland. Most of the trees are gone. The remaining trees are dead or dying. Invasive species have actually replaced what had been a healthy native understory. And all kinds of wildlife, turtles, fish, birds are gone. The medium and long-term impacts are less clear of this project, but it seems unlikely this ecosystem will rebound for decades, if ever. So, colleagues, hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on stream restoration projects in the Chesapeake Bay watershed since 1990. However, a 2020 study found only 5.4% have been actually monitored for project performance. MDE publishes regular notices on its website of applications for stream restoration projects all over the state. So this is an urgent matter. It really can't wait. On March 1st, MDE announced an application by a construction company in Hunt Valley to disturb multiple parcels totaling 49 acres in Charles County. I'm going to finish by reiterating what Delegate Terraza said, which is we are trying to plant 5 million trees in this state over the next 10 years. Delegate Stein just told us about his green space equity program to try to green urban areas of the state. I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
All right, as with many other bills, I'm going to go through all the people who are purely favorable. We'll do questions, then we'll go to favorable with amendments, and then follow up with unfavorable. So, what's your name, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair and honorable members of this committee. I'm David Mosier from Maryland Chapter of the Sierra Club. We ask for a favorable report for House Bill 942. Let me get this situated here. This bill will shift Maryland's reliance on stream restorations and provide greater incentives for upland best management practices, or BMPs, that control stormwater before it will control stormwater before it enters streams. Upland BMPs, such as swales and wetlands and filtering systems and infiltration and tree plantings, are less destructive to the environment. The focus here would be on prevention rather than treating the symptoms in the stream. The stream being eroded and carrying sediment and pollution into the bay is the symptom. The problem is rainfall. Treating it where it falls is the goal. These type of BMPs are very underutilized, but they can be very effective solutions to keep sediment and pollution out of the Chesapeake Bay, and they also help build our resilience to increased rainfall due to climate change. Stream restorations, however, involves significant streamside forest loss, as you saw. Forest covers are one of the most effective tools in controlling stormwater runoff. Forests capture the rainwater upland, that's our goal, preventing it fire hosing into our waterways, causing erosion and property damage. Many jurisdictions in Maryland have lost 30% of their forest cover due to development, so we shouldn't allow any unnecessary forest removal. Stream restorations also have a detrimental effect on aquatic biology. They disrupt wildlife habitat and corridors, and they open a corridor for invasive species to move in. They result in the loss of critical ecosystem services that forests provide, such as carbon sequestration, oxygen production, air, land, and water cooling, and biodiversity protection. So, in summary, HB 942 will help protect Maryland's critical natural resources and help restore the health of the Chesapeake Bay and improve our state's resilience to the impacts of climate change. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Kenneth Bauer or Bauer there? Please come on up and,
Mr. Chairman, we do have an order.
oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'll go with whatever order.
Well,
but
our next witness is Doug Myers, but I think I
Okay.
talked to you about that. Is that? would
Yeah,
that
no,
be-
I saw your text.
Okay.
He's favorable, not favorable with amendments.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're all, yes.
Okay.
I mean, he's with, yes.
Okay, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And I didn't know whether you wanted me to explain the amendment that we talked about. I can do that.
Whatever.
Good afternoon.
As long as you keep it under 2 minutes.
I will do that, yes. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We support HB 942 with amendments. Specifically, the sponsor's amendment corrects a drafting error to maintain the importance of post-construction monitoring while allowing credits to be awarded for appropriate projects in a fashion that protects the business model of restoration. Specifically, we supported the idea of 10 years of post-project monitoring, but the draft of the bill came out that that 10 years of monitoring needed to be required before credits were awarded. And so this corrects that credits should be awarded on the discretion of Department of Environment's review of the project and any of the monitoring that might be coming post-project. We look at this situation as stream restoration is a great tool to have in the toolbox, but you've probably all heard the adage that if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Over the years, specifically for the MS4 permits, which are the municipal separate storm sewer system permits, where the permit requirement is to treat impervious surfaces. This is a national standard because impervious surfaces, as you heard earlier, generate a lot of runoff. They generate a lot of heat. They also generate things like oil and grease and bacteria, none of which are really addressed by stream restoration projects. So in our ability to make stream restoration and other practices for the Bay cleanup more conducive to go back and forth between stream restoration requirements and impervious surface retrofit requirements, we've emphasized some of the benefits of stream restoration over some of the detriments that come from overusing that tool. So Chesapeake Bay Foundation supports favorable with amendment for 942. Thank you.
Right, who would you like to have go next?
Fred Tutman is coming up next.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Tutman. I've been the Patuxent Riverkeeper for 20 years. I'm the longest-serving riverkeeper, in fact, in the Chesapeake Bay. Our concerns are, well, we're in favor of this legislation, but I will point out there are concerns we have about various projects we see in the Patuxent drainage. We get calls all the time from citizens who expected to see a restoration of their local stream, but instead what they get is something that's much more excessive. Sometimes these projects, and as both delegates pointed out, some are wonderful, some less so, but there's some discontinuity in terms of how they're done. This legislation refocuses the purpose of these stream bed restoration programs because the idea is to restore the natural ecology. You're not going to clean up the Chesapeake Bay or these streams by putting lots and lots of restoration projects. Restoration should be not the first resort, not a reflex, but rather the last resort. It's much better to conserve these streams than to go about restoring them indefinitely. In fact, you'll never find enough money to restore the entire Chesapeake Bay. We have to start conserving some of these places. Now, in the hallway a few minutes ago, someone pointed out to me some concerns about the fiscal note. Something you won't see in that fiscal note is that sometimes environmental organizations are parties to these projects and draw revenue from them. And so they're defensive of them. They're concerned that you might interfere with these revenue streams, and they're sometimes perhaps in love with their own workmanship. We happen to believe at Patuxent Riverkeeper that nature's plan is the better plan. We're putting in things back the way they were. That's a much better scenario than trying to re-engineer the Chesapeake Bay. So You know, sometimes these projects are built on kind of low-hanging fruit. Something else you won't see in the fiscal note is that they don't necessarily go to where the worst problems are. Our written remarks actually have detailed comments in them, but also maps that show where these restoration projects go. They go in wealthier, affluent neighborhoods because that's where credits gets generated, right? Trades happen in poorer, less advantaged neighborhoods. And so there's a built-in disparity that we're sort of struggling with. But the idea is that this law tries to put the genie back in the bottle and make a better system going forward. Thank you, and I hope you'll give a favorable report.
Who's next?
Ken Bauer is
Okay.
next.
Okay. Ken, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Kenneth Bauer. I'm speaking for the West Montgomery County Citizens Association. The purpose of my testimony is to make you aware of the damage done by stream restorations and the need to fix the cause of stream erosion, which is the lack of adequate stormwater control. This bill promotes more effective stream restorations and incentivizes alternative, less destructive, out-of-stream stormwater control methods. Stream restorations typically clear-cut mature streamside forests. There may be some photos, I guess my photos aren't being shown. Young trees are replanted, but these will take decades or longer to approximate what was destroyed. The complex web of interactions between fauna, flora, geology, and hydrology in natural areas simply can't be recreated by engineering projects using bulldozers, trucked-in rock rubble, and some replanted saplings. My written testimony includes a video link and numerous photos showing damage done to natural areas by stream restorations around the state. I show the destruction that the Chesapeake Bay Commission's expert panel reports actually allow. Clear-cut areas scraped down to bare soil, heavy construction equipment dumping rocks into streams to create dams that block fish, forests reduced to piles of logs. My photos show tractors working in dry channels, and to do this, streams are pumped around sites, and aquatic life is subject to being sucked in and pulverized by the pumps. An example of a site shows where the original stream channel was filled in, and a whole new channel was dug. One picture shows examples of beautiful wildflowers and small animals that can't outrun the bulldozers, including box turtles, frogs, and toads. Since stormwater is not being controlled at the source, stream restoration projects are being blown out by rainstorms. I show many photos of stream restoration structural failures. On top of that, the scientific literature says that these projects rarely, if ever, result in improved in-stream biology. In summary, the current problems with stream restorations are clearly visible, if only we will acknowledge what can be seen with our own eyes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would you like to have go next?
Our last panelist is Sharon Boyce, who's here no?
Yeah,
Wait,
she's
Oh,
virtual.
sorry. Wait, I apologize. We have one more person.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Rod Simmons.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Rod Simmons. I'm testifying in favor of HB 942 on behalf of the Maryland Native Plant Society. As an environmental scientist, I've been intimately involved with many stream and wetland restoration projects in the greater Washington-Baltimore region for over 30 years at the federal, state, and local levels, from stream geomorphology and geohydrology to ecological assessments to post-construction plantings to best practices and policy recommendations. In my professional opinion, we need to stop using so-called stream restoration projects to help us meet local and regional pollution reduction targets for the Chesapeake Bay. They don't work and are environmentally destructive. There is zero scientific evidence that restoration reduces pollution, nitrogen and phosphorus and sediment from either the forested stream valley or the stormwater that is the root cause of the pollution and erosion in these streams. Upper headwater streams are not the real problem, and restoring them in this way is not fixing anything. Stormwater runoff, which is caused by overdevelopment of watersheds and the failure to implement adequate volume and pollutant best management controls, is the real issue. It is what needs to be managed. If we want to help the Bay, we must manage stormwater before it reaches these streams. We must disallow the use of our forested stream valleys as stormwater management facilities. The native flora and fauna, wetlands, and water resources that are still found naturally along urban streams and the parks they flow through should be protected, not bulldozed. This bill is an important first step in bringing quality control to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you want Sharon Boyce?
Who should be available virtually.
Okay, Ms. Boyce, if you're, is she there? Okay. And here she is. Welcome to the committee, Sharon. You have 2 minutes. Also muted. You're muted.
She's on mute.
You need to unmute.
Sharon, you're on mute.
There we go. Got it. Sorry about that.
That's
Good
okay.
afternoon,
Restart the
Chairman
clock.
Barbe. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe and members of this extremely important committee. I speak in support of HB 942. If passed, this bill will help Maryland choose practices to mitigate upland stormwater runoff at its source, allow municipalities to maximize their returns on million-dollar stream restorations, and increase protection of the critical ecology of our forested stream corridors. Please see the 6-page list of scientific references included with my written testimony. It shows a consensus built on research that questions the efficacy of stream restoration, which one scientist described as a billion-dollar industry where municipalities spend enormous amounts of money that generate the necessary water quality credit but have no real impact on stream function. I agree. A letter of exemption from the Forest Conservation Act and an easement from our HOA allowed a contractor to log over 9 acres of lush, mature forest that was part of the developer's design. They scraped away the stream banks, wiping out generations of flora and fauna, tapping into iron-rich groundwater, causing an orange, fluffy bloom, which is bacteria. It's called iron flocculate. It coated everything in the stream in this slime and killed the remaining aquatic species. It's a process that happens over and over. Non-native stone placed in the now exposed stream heats the water, changing the biology. They replace the old growth forest with non-native species. They've created a stagnant, smelly stormwater management facility from a crystal clear stream that is biologically impaired for who knows how long. We were told this would reduce the need to dredge the neighborhood lake. We thought we were helping the bay. Now, 2 years later, our HOA must pay to dredge the lake. The SHA received high value credits. The contractor was paid $2.2 million. The bay gets a D+ rating. $2.2 million could have bought a rain garden for every house with the contractor getting paid and the SHA getting the valuable credits. Let me end by quoting the scientist I referred to at the start of my testimony. Perhaps change will come after we spend billions of dollars on these projects and the taxpayers ask, why can't I catch fish in this stream? I urge a favorable report on HB 942. Thank you, and thank you for the extra time at the end.
Not at all. I also have signed up favorable Marion Edley. Come on up. And also signed up favorable Roger Davis. So if you can come up also, you're on deck. Marion, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm testifying on behalf of Friends of the Earth in support of this bill. In our cities and suburbs, nearly all remaining nature is in the stream valleys. We need these forests to cool our cities, to bring children closer to nature, mitigate stormwater, and support wildlife populations, which are crashing. A 50% decline in beneficial insects. Same thing for songbirds. 30% of amphibian species are at risk of extinction. 2 big drivers, habitat loss and invasive species, both greatly accelerated by stream restorations, as they are often done now. You've heard about the loss of trees. The heavy construction equipment also digging up the stream bed kills all the life there. What rushes in to fill the void are invasive species, growing thick and tall, blocking access to the stream. Native species can't eat them. The whole food chain collapses. What was once a place for children to play becomes a biological dead zone of no use to anyone. All for a temporary fix, which treats the symptoms but not the cause, the fire hosing of the streams. This bill directs the Maryland Department of the Environment to shift priorities toward prevention rather than destructive cure. The industry would have you believe that prevention is somehow too expensive, that stream restorations as a cure are cheaper. They have not proved that, but even if it were true in the short run, not in the long run. Green infrastructure requires little maintenance, while stream restorations must often be done again and again. This makes them the gift which keeps on giving. For contractors, which is one reason that they would oppose this bill. In calculating costs, too, we should consider, okay, strongly support this bill.
Thank you so much. Roger Davis.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Roger Davis. I live in Ellicott City, and I'm here to support HB 942. I have a website, saveplumtreebranch.org, that I hope you will look at. I lost a 2-year fight against the restoration of the Plum Tree Branch, which is scheduled to begin this year. A neighbor who did not support me recently posted on Facebook, "I know some folks have objected to the stream restoration out of concern that it would damage the ecosystem. But I've hoped the county has wiser people than that," end quote. I believe this person is like many environmentally minded people who refuse to believe that the Howard County government would ever do anything to harm the environment. Unfortunately, the public works employees who manage stream restorations are engineers whose main goal is to achieve the required MS4 credits for the least amount of money possible. This means that stream restorations are performed rather than stormwater management ponds, which are a better long-term solution. The Maryland Department of the Environment and the Army Corps of Engineers both state that upstream sources of excess water should be mitigated before a stream restoration is considered. In my neighborhood, a large swale in the middle of a divided roadway was rated by Howard County in a 2009 watershed study as the most highly rated project in terms of cost-benefit analysis. This project, which is directly upstream of the Plum Tree Branch restoration, was never performed, yet the permits were still granted for the stream restoration. I believe that stream restorations and the Chesapeake Bay program represent the failure of federal, state, and local governments. There is no real science, there are no real studies, there are only formulas with baseless, unproven assumptions and tables showing tons of sediment and pollutants supposedly, but not really, removed in the Chesapeake Bay that is just getting worse. On my website, I show 3 different failed stream restorations, all within several miles of my house. These streams all have heavily eroded banks that have occurred since they were restored. What these streams don't have is the riparian buffer of mature trees that was removed to allow for the heavy equipment to perform the restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. I've changed my mind about the favorable with amendment. Only one person has signed up favorable with amendments, and so we're going to hear from Ellie Bassett, and then we're going to go to questions for the supporters and Ellie Bassett. Yeah, some unfortunate person's going to have to stand up. Right. Okay, Ellie, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ellie Bassett. I'm your Southwestern Road Riverkeeper at Arundel Rivers Federation, where we work to protect and restore those waterways right here in Anne Arundel County. I am here hopefully to represent the good of stream restoration. So I am here favorable with amendments, but I am here in favor of some stream restoration projects. So our organization has done 10 stream restoration projects within the past 5 years, and that equates to 2,000 pounds of phosphorus, 6,000 pounds of nitrogen, and 4 million pounds of sediment from entering those waterways downstream annually. I want to note that the Department of the Environment has stated that the goals and objectives for any stream restoration project to include improving stream habitat, preventing erosion, restoring hydrology, reconnecting floodplains, reducing sediment and nutrient delivery downstream, improving water quality, removing invasives, and replacing riparian vegetation with natives, and reestablishing continuous stream channels. I hope that we can be a resource for you. We had the opportunity. Yeah.
Amendment.
Sure, yeah, so our concerns here are with the incentivization of upstream practices and the monitoring requirements. So I do want to point out in my testimony, we have photos of before and after projects. That project itself had a stream pond put in upstream 5 years before we did the work. My point here is that even if we do the upstream work, which is more expensive, by the way, and not always lends to having the land to do that, your stream is still degraded. So you're still having sediment come downstream, you still have habitat issues that need to be solved. That project, in my comments, only took down 6 trees, and we planted about 1,200 native species in that project. So I welcome anyone who might be interested in visiting these. We have 3 within 15 minutes driving distance, so we ask for a favorable with amendments.
Okay, we have a great number of questions. Before I recognize them to the sponsors, let me just read to you from the Chesapeake Conservancy's opposition to your bill. I don't know if you've read this, but basically they're saying, where's the operative phrase here? Okay, this is what they're saying. This bill would increase the costs of meeting.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind moving your mic towards you? We're both
Oh,
having trouble hearing you.
all right, and I'm always the one saying that to other people. This bill would increase the costs of meeting the pollution reduction targets agreed to by Chesapeake Bay states as Maryland approaches the 2025 Bay deadline and seeks to efficiently use new federal funds. Now more than ever, the state should be prioritizing, and they bolded the words cost effectiveness. I don't need to go on and on. That's the sum total of their criticism. And so as sponsors, I'd like to give you an opportunity to address that before I recognize the other questions.
Let me start with that. So, no, I appreciate those comments. I think part of the issue is the way stream restoration projects are measured is, for the most part, now there are a lot of parameters, as Ms. Bissett said, but they're measured by distance. So they're measured, I can't remember whether it's linear feet now or acreage, but that's the problem, is that's how they're measured. So they're not necessarily the best bang for the buck in terms of the impact on the environment, but they're the best impact for credits. And so I think that's the bottom line. So what we're not trying to do is eliminate. I think a lot of the conversation is based on the idea that we're trying to get rid of stream restoration projects, and we're not. What we're trying to do is, and we don't want to make stream restorations a lot more expensive. We do want to do some more monitoring. But for the most part, what we're trying to do is make sure these other BMPs, or best management practices, are more economical by shifting how they are credited, so giving more credit to those upland. So we are sympathetic to the fact that a lot of the achievement on the MS4 permits and and for mitigation bank are done. A good deal of them come through stream restoration. But the point is to incentivize these other projects to the extent that they're scientifically need to be done in conjunction with them or better.
I would just say a couple of things briefly. This is the reason we are emphasizing eligibility criteria, more care being given upfront to eligibility criteria, and monitoring on the back end. We call for 10 years. It seems that I think the fiscal notes is overstated, frankly. We do not intend, and it is not our goal, to throw the baby out with the bathwater, to use that old cliche, but we want to see a change to the credit system where it does not so heavily incentivize stream restoration, as many witnesses have said, over other best management practices, like planting trees, like green roofs, and converting impervious surface to pervious surface. And there's a very long list. Conservation landscaping, rain gardens, and on and on.
Let me go. The first question goes to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Lehman, you referenced the fiscal note, and there have been several references to the fiscal note. It is a rather daunting fiscal note, and I just wondered if you wanted to add anything else with respect to responding to the issues raised in the fiscal note.
Yeah, so I really think, just going back to that, I think that's premised on the belief that we're trying to ban stream restoration projects. I think that's really the bottom line, and that there's a lot of effort that's being put into those, and the idea that it would just be more expensive projects that we would have to do. But our whole point is that we don't want to make the stream restoration projects more expensive. What we're trying to do is make these other ones have more credit. So that way the decision can be based on science and not what's more economical. And we do understand there'll be some cost modification, some addition with the monitoring. And in some of the discussions we've had as recently as this morning, we understand that the extent of the monitoring that we've discussed may be more expensive than we understood it to be, but we still think there needs to be some additional monitoring. I think Delegate Lehman mentioned that only 5.4% of the
Just a little bit over 5% of projects have been analyzed, and that's a 2020 study that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the point to this is to make sure that equivalent credit is given to those upland BMPs so that they become as economical.
And Mr. Chair, if I could briefly, because this was going to be a statement I was going to make at the end of my remarks that I didn't get to. I think, not to be too cliche-ish, but it was actually a staff member of mine that saw one of the first videos. I believe it was the one from Gaithersburg, which is what you saw at the beginning.
The video.
Delegate, was that Gaithersburg? At the beginning of
I believe
Delegate
so.
Terraza's testimony. And this person said, it's as if somebody took a machete to a project where a scalpel should have been used. And that was my exact reaction to the project I saw in Columbia.
That being said, I just want to add one last thing, which is that when we saw Ms. Bassett's project, that one looked like there was a scalpel and not a machete. So what we're trying to do is incentivize those projects and stop the ones that are done with machete.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, delegates, for this bill. I mean, I think we all, we're all on the side of the environment in this committee for sure. I just wanted to give you guys a chance to address, it looks like MACO, MML, and MDE are all kind of united in their opposition, specifically in their opposition to the 10-year monitoring period and how they believe that will affect, us, reaching our Bay cleanup goals and, all the repercussions from that. So I just want to give you both a chance to
Right,
address
so I
that.
appreciate that. So again, that is, okay, so part of the opposition is based on the belief that we're trying to ban stream restoration projects. And then the thought that this 10-year monitoring that we put in will really make them so cost ineffective, nobody will do them. And that really wasn't our intent. But in terms of those, I lost my place. Do you have a thought on that? I'm so sorry, I lost where I was on
Just
that.
had the discussion with MACO this morning.
Oh, the discussion with MACO, right. So I do understand their concern about the way the 10 years is put in. So what we did is we said they couldn't get any credits for 10 years. So I think Doug Myers spoke to that and the idea that there would be a 10-year monitoring, but that the credits could be given out by MDE, starting when the project is done, but periodically as it's being monitored. So I hope that addresses some of that. I don't think we've addressed all of their concerns, but we are going to continue the conversation with them. And I've met with them, MACO this morning, but I met with them before that, and I've also talked with MDE extensively. So we are going to work with them on trying to minimize that impact.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just add very briefly to the general notion on monitoring. Delegate Terraza and I watched, went online and did a lot of different research on stream restoration projects around the state, and as part of our research came across some promotional videos from different counties. One was, Baltimore County, where the narrator talks about the importance of dealing with tree removal up front, recognizing that it's upsetting to citizens. And it's as if she just emphasizes, get the shock factor out of the way. Citizens will be upset and angry at first, but they'll kind of get over that. And I really want to emphasize, this is not just the shock factor in the beginning. This is having a better understanding when there are going to be medium and long-term effects, of devastating effects of these projects, where the wildlife is never going to return, where it might take decades, if ever, for the trees to grow back and the understory to come back. As I said in my testimony, the Columbia project, where there was healthy understory, now has invasive species growing up. And so it's a better understanding of the medium and long-term effects, which we really do not have right now at all.
Next question goes to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And delegates, thank you for bringing this bill. And I am quite sympathetic to the issue that you're discussing, sort of the ecological impact of stream restoration and especially the wiping out of many trees. And there was a project in my district which garnered a lot of attention because of that consequence. But I did want to ask you to address a couple comments that MDE makes in its letter, and don't know if you've had a chance to review it, but one refers to the bill that we passed last year requiring a study on stream restoration practices. And so the letter says that the parameters of the study under last year's bill overlap with many of the requirements under this bill. And they sort of urge them to be able to complete that study first. So do you feedback on that?
So yeah, two things to say about that. One is, and I've heard really good things about the group that was set up, I should say. I think they're doing a lot of great work. I think they're going through a lot of stuff, but it's a very broad, it's very broad in its mission. You know, it looks at all the state statutes and regulations affecting permitting, all the state statutes, the permit and permit review process, including average time of review, efficiencies and effectiveness of the permit review process. And so I guess what I'd say is that, basically, while there have been some discussions of this, and I think some good discussions of this, I think what we need is this to be really concentrated on this. And I think Delegate Lehman can speak to the fact that we really can't wait. I mean, part of the problem is that their report isn't due till June 24, but part of it is that it will be about a much broader topic and not enough focused on this, and I think we just can't wait. And did you want to talk about the?
Well, you know, I made a comment about how MDE regularly publishes on its own website. It's not so good about communicating to potentially impacted communities, even when these projects are underway. That's the reason for the public notice and transparency requirement. But there are regularly notices on its website, and there are citizen groups that monitor those notices. And one that just came out earlier this week is this Hunt Valley, construction company that proposes a project in Charles County that totals 49 acres and would involve, a lot of riparian, buffers, the things we talked about, where those are some of your most, valuable trees and have multiple benefits to streams and wildlife. And these notices come out constantly. I feel like, that there needs to be a recognition that this is urgent. It's an urgent situation that needs to be addressed before long-term damage is done by projects that are just not as well conceived, as well executed, and that lack that monitoring. Not, to come back again to monitoring on the back end, but also the eligibility criteria on the front end that I think needs to be much more thoughtful.
Okay, thank you. My second question goes to your proposal to put more emphasis on upland alternatives, which I get, because I guess the basic point is that stream restoration doesn't address the source of stormwater runoff, which is coming from upland of the stream. I do think that it's probably more challenging to address upland alternatives for an existing development rather than a new development. But there's one particular comment from MDE I wanted to see if you could address. They say that compensatory mitigation to offset impacts to stream impacts cannot be offset through upland projects under federal requirements. So it sounds like what they're saying is that for federal pollution reduction requirements, that additional tree planting, pond building, whatever, can't be used, in upland developments, can't be used for federal purposes.
So I think Mr. Bauer can address that.
Yeah, thank you. I did read that. I did read that comment from MD, and if you read the federal mitigation rule, which is the law for mitigation projects, they would like to have what they call a like-for-like project. So if you destroy a stream at site A, they would like you to do a fix of a stream restoration site B. But that's not a requirement. The Corps of Engineers district manager can make the rule that it can be an unlike-for-like mitigation. So that would give them the ability to say that, you destroyed a stream at site A, and the mitigation is to go someplace and do upland stormwater control to protect a stream at some other location. So that's simply not a true statement.
Okay, sounds, maybe I don't quite understand all that you said, but it sounds like you're talking about mitigation for a particular project. But I think here maybe MD is talking about the extent that, for example, under the TMDL for the Bay, and each county has to reduce their pollution under the TMDL, that these upland alternatives wouldn't qualify. No, maybe I'm misinterpreting that, and we can discuss it more offline, but that statement caught my eye.
Well, that doesn't sound right either. I mean, an MS4 permit project, and for the MS4 permit, MD has a whole list of dozens and dozens of potential practices, as they call them, in their accounting guidance document. And stream restoration is only one of them. It's the only in-stream, I would say, destructive project in the whole list. The rest of them are all out-of-stream projects, and they certainly all do qualify for TMDL credits. That's
okay.
A given.
And I'm happy to share that document with you if you don't know how
Sure.
to find it quickly. I'm happy to send
Okay,
that.
thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, the project that I briefly mentioned did have an upland project go in first. So they put in a stormwater pond to treat the runoff from Annapolis Landing community in Reba. Unfortunately, the issue is the stream itself is still degraded and is still contributing pollution. So when you think about a stream, what it should look like is this traditional U that's connected to the banks. And when we have a flooding event, which we're seeing more and more frequently, especially now that we have paved development, right, colonialism, the water is supposed to rise up and flood that floodplain. But instead, we've had such intense flushes, this U channel has turned into a V, and it can become incredibly incised. Okay, so that prevents fish from moving upstream, but not only that, every time you get a rain event, the stream itself is now a pollution source because it's scouring out and dumping sediment downstream. So yes, a stormwater pond was put in. That's an upland project that treats the stormwater coming off of the community, but the stream itself still needed to be repaired with stream restoration. So you touched to that a little bit on your question, and so that's why I want to say that, hate to use the explanation, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it's still important to look at some of the benefits of stream restoration is my point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a question of Mr. Tutman. So while you're coming up, I wanted to ask you about the equity issues that you raised. And you said that the stream restorations tend to be done in wealthier, whiter communities, but the trades are often in the lower income or communities of color. Can you explain what you mean by trades?
Yeah, so there was a couple of different ideas in there. There's mitigation, offsetting, trading. All of these are essentially pollute here, fix it somewhere else scenarios, essentially. We participated in a study with the University of Maryland, and that's what I excerpted in the packet. Hopefully they gave it to you in color, because then you can actually see where these projects go. We use actual state records to map demographically where the state invests money. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I do think that they create projects where there's political mass. I think these projects go in places where there are squeaky wheels who are familiar with the system. And I think they also go in places where people donate to environmental organizations who are parties to these projects. And so the mapping really illustrates that you're much more likely to get a restoration project if you're white, if you have a college degree, you live in an affluent community. I mean, the mapping is stunning if you really look at it. And like I said, if they gave it to you in color.
It is in color.
Yeah, I mean, holy cow. It's obvious that these are conferring benefit in one place while stripping benefit from another. And so we've generally opposed these projects where we had some say in the matter. But like I said, people who are in the communities that host them tend to think that someone's paying attention to their environmental problems and like them, regardless. Some are more or less critical than others. So does that help nail it down a little bit of what I'm referring to?
So when you say trades, you're talking about credit being issued in one place for a project that's done in another place. And you're saying that the project,
Absolutely.
maybe it's building a highway or developing something, is generally done more in the lower income or communities
Sure.
of color. Is that...
What creates the demand for those credits are non-attainment areas. So you have to have one in order to have the other.
Okay.
And that's the dynamic that I'm pointing to. Somebody lost some environmental quality in order to get that project, right?
Thank you. And so the bill text talks about in requiring projects being, so this would be it for the delegates again then, requiring projects to be located in the same watershed as the wetland or stream for which mitigation is required. Can you speak on that?
So that's the part of the bill, the only part of this bill that goes to that other problem. It might have been a little unfair to introduce the environmental justice thing, but people don't generally understand it. It was an opportunity to point out that all is not golden with these projects. Like I said, someone had to give something up in order to get them. So that's the point that we're trying to make. And no one has really, this is a peer-reviewed, published study that the Chesapeake Bay Trust sent back to us saying that we had misspellings. Nobody wants to confront the reality of this data, which is we send projects, send a lot of money in places that don't have serious environmental problems, but they create lots of credits. That's the reality.
Thank you so much. And for the delegates, can you talk a little bit about, you talked about how some projects are good and others are more problematic. Can you talk about what the differences between those projects would be?
So, so I guess they're more targeted, they're more, let me say this, I think because of the way these are incentivized, we're seeing longer and longer projects. So the one that's proposed in Columbia right now is 6 miles long. And the question is, do you need it in every part of that 6 miles, or is that just better because it's more credit? Now, I have to say it hasn't been completely approved, and it may be that MDE or whoever rejects that project eventually. But what we saw when we went to see the project that we were talking about is much natural, I'm not sure I can best describe it. I don't know if you can describe it, but it was, there wasn't a complete wipeout of all the trees in there. There was very targeted removal of the trees. They used the trees to do a lot of the stream restoration. I don't know if you can speak to that, but it was a very different, my concern is about the ones that are wiping out large masses of trees and whether that's necessary on the 49 acres that's proposed now or the 6 miles that's proposed now. I don't know if you want to.
All of the items listed in the bill that stream restoration projects should have are things that we already aim to do with stream restoration.
They do.
We are unique because we're in the coastal plains and we don't have streams with rock naturally. So I'm sure you're going to hear from some who are in the Piedmont who need large rock. Our stream restoration uses log jams, so they mimic beavers. We don't need large equipment to come in, so we are strategic in what trees we need to remove. I will say that there are some practices, when you reconnect the floodplain, it is gonna flood. So sometimes you have trees that grew up dry and will no longer like that wet environment and will die. That's a part of the habitat goal that was set forth by the project. So it's such case by case, which is why I think this is good that we're having this discussion, but this bill as it's currently written would have been difficult for us to do that project, which is why I'm favorable with amendments, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had.
If I could just add one quick comment, Mr. Chair. So if you look at my written testimony, it includes what I actually have never done in 5 years in any of my written testimony. It has a bibliography with it, and that thanks goes to my amazing, one of my amazing interns, Victor, who worked on that. But there is a reference excuse me, at the end of my written testimony that indicates that in recent years, the number of miles of stream restoration projects has tripled. And so I encourage you to look that up and see the citation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to have Delegate Healy is going to get the last question, then we're going to go to the opponents, and that's how we're going to do it. Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. And my question is for Ms. Bassett. This whole discussion takes me back to my very first experience when I saw a report on the Anacostia River, and way back when I was at the City Council in Hyattsville.
Delegate Healy, would you mind speaking closer to the mic? We're both having trouble hearing you. Might be just us.
I had no idea. All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay now? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I just want to say that one of the things that, from the very beginning, the first time I ever heard of anything like this, was a lot of these problems were created by efforts at flood mitigation. The Army Corps of Engineers came in, and some places they even put concrete down in the riverbeds to move the water down faster so that it didn't flood. And my question is what you're doing now undoing that? Or because one of the things that they did was they took a lot of the natural meanders out of the rivers, and so that they would flow faster. are you trying to prevent, undo that damage that was done?
As from a riverkeeper's perspective, my own riverkeeper perspective, yes, to a sense. For me, the best thing I can do with restoration is mimic a dry year, even if it's a wet year. I want to keep as much as my land or as much as my water and runoff on land, not get it off. Because we've realized that runoff and storm water is the pathway for pollutants to entering our downstream waterways. So if I can get it to filter through projects, including upland projects like rain gardens and bioretentions, if I can get it to filter through that, to naturally go into our floodplains as opposed to rushing off, that's a win-win for habitat and for our rivers. So yes, in a sense, we've realized the error of our ways and are trying to abate it. It's difficult, though, in different locations. For example, Ellicott City, which has a flooding problem, they would be looking at doing the opposite, I would think.
Well, I mean, the other places, where the Anacostia flows into the Potomac, there was flooding there in Bladensburg for centuries. I mean, it was an ocean port at one time, and it's certainly not that now. But the issue of flooding versus, that is another issue that it's a consequence of if we do things this way. Are we going to have more flooding in the areas that are already developed along the rivers?
We need to start thinking about stormwater storage.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
need to be more resilient. Thank you for the question.
All right, we are going to go to the opponents of this bill, and we are going to start with MACO and MML. So Dominic and Angelica, you're up first. And then I'll go through all the opponents. And then we'll have questions. Dom or Angelica, who goes first?
All right.
Dom.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just want to thank the bill sponsors. Delegate Terrasa and I have had two really good conversations about this. I know Delegate Ruth, you and I did, and Delegate Lehman, you and I had a brief sidebar, and I appreciate you being open to county perspectives in the back and forth. That's how we get to good public policy. What I am going to say, though, is MACO and MML have brought a number of experts here who represent the people who are practitioners who are doing this every day. So I just want to point out, I want to refer you to MDE's testimony. I want to refer you to the Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater and Stormwater officials. They are here today, as well as two county experts, one from Anne Arundel and one from Prince George's, who do this for a living. There are a lot of issues with this bill. This bill gets to some pretty technical parts that I am not an expert on, but again, we brought them here. So please listen to the practitioners, and counties urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Angelica Bailey-Thupari, Maryland Municipal League. I will say, basically me too. We've had some fantastic conversations with the sponsors, which we very much appreciate. I would absolutely refer you to the experts and their written testimony as well as the fiscal note. Again, we've had fantastic conversations with the sponsors. We look forward to continuing those, but at this point, MML remains opposed, and we hope you will consider that. Thank you.
Okay, let's first listen to Lisa Osenshirt, I think is the way your name's pronounced.
Very close.
Very close.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, are we excused, or would you like us to remain?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone.
And then after Lisa, we'll be hearing from Timothy Mayle and Eric Michelson. So you want to come up right now, and you're on deck.
All right, well, my name is Lisa Oxenhurt, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Municipal Stormwater Association, or MAMSA, which is an association of local stormwater managers across the state. First, let me say thank you for allowing us to weigh in on this important bill. And let me offer, we would be happy to continue to talk with the sponsors and have an ongoing dialogue on stream restoration issues and stormwater issues, if that's of interest. Nearly all of our members operate an MS4 under permits issued by MDE. Many rely on these stream restoration projects to comply with their permits. If they fail to comply with their permits, that can mean potentially serious civil or administrative penalties. We are concerned that HB 942 would take stream restoration projects off the table of options for restoration. And the fiscal and policy note mentions there are 11 Phase 1 MS4 jurisdictions in the state. That's true, but there are also 35 counties and municipalities that are regulated MS4s under what MDE calls a general permit. So in addition to the impacts on those 11, you have to also, I think, consider the impacts, potential impacts on the other 35 permittees. MS4s need the flexibility to choose among a list of options for restoration depending on local circumstances. Stream restoration is one of those options. Regarding the suggestion that was made that MS4s are over-relying on stream restoration, MDE has reported that for 2022, 42% of BMPs were in the uplands, 27% were in stream, and 31% were programmatic. Lastly, MAMSA is concerned that the 10-year monitoring requirement would take the state outside of the agreed-upon Bay program scientific process and set a precedent for one practice, but open the door for challenging other practices. This could be a very, very bad precedent for making progress on local water quality and with regard to Bay cleanup. Thank you all for having us.
Thank you. Timothy Mayle.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Timothy Mayle. I'm the Executive Director of a nonprofit called the Environmental Policy Innovation Center, and a scientist, and oppose this bill. Green infrastructure has been hard to build for decades because engineers preferred to build gray infrastructure, concrete. And we're finally at a point where people are starting to recognize the benefits of green infrastructure like stream restoration. So I'm hoping that you don't make it harder. Let me just focus on one issue that I raised in my written testimony, which is that the whole Bay restoration ecosystem works like the nutrition labels that you see on the back of your food. Scientists, state, federal, and academic scientists came up with numbers to translate everything that you can do for the Bay or to harm the Bay into a nitrogen and a phosphorus and a sediment number and an overall component to how it could contribute to the TMDL or harm progress toward the Bay. And because you all have been so generous in financing projects, we have a lot of data on costs. That's science, right? That information on how much counties, local governments, and others have spent is science. And the reality is that there's a set of numbers for stream restoration that show that it's a really cost-effective way to get N and P and sediment out of the Bay. That's science that does that. And the precedent this bill would set is it would have you all say, change those numbers, right? So the word incentivize means take the upland practices and give them credit for more N and more P and more S than all the scientists that have looked at this have said that they should get. Now, it's a great thing to have the legislature say you want the scientists to look at this, but to literally turn the dial, that's a really unprecedented step in the Bay. And if I were at EPA, which I'm not, I would say like, hey, you still have to meet the goals that we've set at the federal level. Just because you change the numbers at the state level doesn't mean that we're going to credit that. So just point out that.
Something in Anne Arundel County, I take it, right?
The Department of Public Works and the Bureau of Watershed Protection and Restoration.
Okay.
And thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee for hearing me today. I am here to oppose House Bill 942. This legislation would severely impair the ability of Anne Arundel County to meet its state and federal clean water obligations and would effectively remove a critical tool from the county's environmental restoration toolbox. 11 years ago, I sat in this building in front of what was then the Environmental Matters Committee as executive director of a local watershed organization, imploring the legislature to require local governments to allocate resources necessary to begin getting serious about addressing stormwater pollution in the state. I see several familiar faces still around from that time. The bill, HB 987, was ultimately passed at the 11th hour, and since then, an incredible transformation has occurred. Jurisdictions throughout the state have raised and spent over $500 million on local clean water efforts since that bill passed in 2012. Anne Arundel County has become a nationally recognized leader in stormwater program management, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in this work to bring its stormwater infrastructure into good repair and to provide water quality treatment for the thousands of acres of untreated impervious surface throughout the county over the course of the past decade. This clean water work has taken the form of a broad portfolio of projects, including street sweeping, inlet cleaning, bioretention installations, stormwater facility retrofits, stormwater outfall repairs, and stream and wetland restoration. This bill would severely restrict the county's effort to continue making unprecedented progress, improving the health of local waterways and the Chesapeake Bay by taking one of its most important restoration strategies off the table. Many of the elements of the bill, including extended monitoring of these projects and grounding our projects in the best available science, are already activities that the county does and that we advocate for broadly. This bill actually proposes to override the current state of the science, which is the basis for the Chesapeake Bay program's crediting, by tilting the scales in favor of practices that are less cost-effective, often more disruptive of existing communities, and considerably more difficult to maintain long-term. We understand and appreciate the spirit in which the bill was drafted, but this is not the appropriate solution for the perceived shortcomings in the existing regulatory process. Let us not set back Maryland's clean water progress. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call up in the following order Kevin Smith with Maryland Coastal Bays, and then we will take two of the virtual witnesses, Timothy Rosen and Troy Anderson. So let's hear from Kevin Smith.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm Kevin Smith with the Maryland Department, I was with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources for 34 years. I am now with the Maryland Coastal Bays Program. I've been there 3 years, and we are a nonprofit environmental organization, and we do not generate revenue by doing stream restoration projects. I just want to point out two things really, and the first thing is I want to let everybody know that I understand where this legislation comes from. I've seen these projects, I've been out to the projects that these folks are talking about, I've seen them, and guess what? I don't disagree with where their heart is on this thing. But the fact of the matter is all stream restoration is not the same. And so I can take you to projects minutes from where we're sitting right now and show you areas where trees were saved, the ecosystem had benefited, and these were very beneficial projects. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that last year we passed legislation, HB 869, which basically provided an opportunity to work with MDE to come up with an efficient and better process for getting permits through the door that hopefully are going to be more holistic and more comprehensive. So we're in the process of that study right now, and I think it addresses a lot of the concerns that the folks who are proposing this legislation have. And then the last thing I wanted to say is our streams. And I just brought this, and I can pass it around, but you can see this is a map of our stream health in the state of Maryland. Red means unhealthy, yellow means fair, and green means good. I'm happy to pass this around, but you can see there's very little green, a lot of yellow, and an awful lot of red. This is the health of our streams. We need to address this as part of our
At the end of your testimony, just give it to Delegate Naraki over there, and we'll pass it around.
I will, thank you. And then the last thing I'll say is the tool. It's a tool that we use. And while this legislation doesn't necessarily remove it entirely, it's kind of like if one of your kids took your screwdriver out of your toolbox and you went to look for it, it's not there, well, it's going to cost me time and effort to find it, right? And so I don't think we need to make it more difficult to do stream restoration. We just need to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to one of the virtual witnesses, Timothy Rosen. Timothy, are you with us? Do we have Timothy?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Barvey and members of the committee. My name is Tim Rosen. I'm the Director of Ag and Restoration with Shore Rivers. We're a nonprofit on the Eastern Shore focused on science-based advocacy, education, restoration to achieve our mission of protecting the Eastern Shore waterways. At Shore Rivers, we have a long history of managing stream restoration and upland restoration projects. We've completed over 260. And all of these go to help our counties meet the pollution reduction goals set out by the Chesapeake Bay TMDL. Shore River submitted written testimony on March 1st. We are opposed to this legislation because the bill language and its current form addresses all types of stream restoration project, not just mitigation stream restorations that the proponents of the bill are really trying to address. This bill would also require 10 years of monitoring before pollution credits are issued, which, as the Chesapeake Bay Foundation pointed out earlier, is a flaw within the bill. This provision in the bill would all but eliminate incentives for local organizations to participate in the process, create funding inequities, and marginalize small businesses and nonprofits who complete these projects. This will cause unintended consequences that will delay our progress in achieving the Chesapeake Bay TMDL. Stream restoration, as I said earlier, what is a critical tool in our toolbox of conservation practices, and we do not want to throw out stream restoration in its entirety, as it is a part of a systems-based approach to create a more resilient and sustainable community. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee for an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Troy Anderson, who is also joining us virtually. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to House Bill 942. I work in a firm based in Baltimore and live in Timonium, Maryland with my family, and I have over 25 years of experience in ecological restoration. Maryland streams have been continually degraded for over 100 years from a variety of different land use practices. This did not just start recently. To date, I have restored approximately 100,000 linear feet of streams, mostly in northern Maryland. Those restorations have prevented thousands of pounds of phosphorus and nitrogen from entering our waterways and ultimately into the Chesapeake Bay. The numbers I'm using just now are not conjecture or made up. They are calculated through state agency protocols. It goes without saying that these restorations have helped improve our waterways and improve the water flowing into the bay. I'm opposed to House Bill 942. The majority of the items proposed in the bill have been standard protocol in this industry for many years. Protocols I'm speaking of, like long-term monitoring and maintenance, measurable biological uplift, macroinvertebrate inventories, are requirements that our restoration projects must achieve on the onset of any restoration. These protocols have been established for decades and are based in science, not opinion. At best, this bill has very good intentions and is simply not fully informed about the current scientific and public processes that are currently required and undertaken by any stream or wetland restoration. At worst, it is trying to prevent ecological restoration from happening and promoting largely ineffective projects at the expense of the residents of Maryland. It took hundreds of years to degrade these systems. We are just starting the long road to undo these damages that were done. This bill seeks to prevent us from continuing that progress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee.
Thank you very much. Let's next turn to Andrea Crooms, who's the director of the Prince George's County Department of the Environment. Andrea, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you. I feel like I'm always here and never at work. My name is Andrea Crooms. I'm the director of the Prince George's County Department of the Environment. And I did get to talk to the bill sponsors. We strongly oppose the bill as written, but I got to talk to the bill sponsors, and I do agree that it comes from the right place. Like, I get what you guys are trying to do, and I get that a bad stream restoration stinks. But we've got 7 miles of stream restoration in southwest Prince George's County on Pinkers Creek that we took out 12,000 trees and put back in 22,000 trees. It's beautiful. It's accessible. We got rid of all of the trash that was in the stream. We can do these and we can do them right. I agree with MDE that as written, this is a violation of the Clean Water Act. As written, it also interferes with an existing regulatory schema. It interferes with a study that's ongoing. We have a project coming up at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that would renew 21 miles of stream, most of which is in Delegate Healy's
area, you know, in her, whatever it's called, district, that's what it's called. You know, and we're really excited about that. It's a partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It's a $40 million project, and it will do what Mr. Tutman had to leave, but it will do what we haven't been able to do in some cases, which is really focus on that equity impact of being able to go into the harder places, right? Go inside the Beltway, go into the communities that have been neglected and actually do this work. Stream restorations do not fix the whole problem. There is an upland problem. That upland problem is one of water quantity. When you have a ton of water quantity still coming into the streams, it's difficult for those streams to handle all of that that's coming through them. It's difficult for them to filter them. But the science does show that even in one of these essentially clear-cut projects that we don't do, when you put the ecology back over the course of 5 years, you are seeing a reduction after 5 years in the amount that's going through that stream. So the science says that this works. We love them. We want to be able to do them. We want to work together to find a way to make sure that bad ones aren't happening. But in Prince George's County, we want to keep doing them. And we also don't want MDE to be having their public meetings because we have really great ones and MDE doesn't know my constituency and I would rather have them myself. And we have 4 for every project.
We are now going to hear from a whole bunch of people from the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals. We're going to start with Tyler Bennett, who is the lobbyist representing them, and then I'm going to list off the names of all the other folks. Scott Lowe, Shannon Lucas, Liam O'Mara, Jeremy Koser. I think that's it. I could be missing somebody, but I think that's it. So we'll start with Tyler. Look, if you're affiliated with CWRP and you've signed up, you're the next contestants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Tyler Bennett with Compass Advocacy on behalf of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals, CWRP. We've heard, we respectfully oppose this bill. We've heard from a number of witnesses so far that stole a little bit of my thunder. I would refer you again to the House Bill 869 study that is underway. And it is broad, I agree. But as stated before, I think all of this does require a much more holistic discussion that I believe is currently taking place, and those meetings are ongoing, as well as Mr. Mail's comments about the way that these credits are currently calculated. I'm not sure I could state it any more eloquently than that. But as you've said, we've got 4 members of the organization that are here to share some additional insights. And with that, that's all I've got.
Okay, who'd like to go first?
I'll go. I'll step up. So Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about stream restoration today. We think it's a fascinating and wonderful thing. I'm here. My name is Liam O'Mara, a longtime ecological restoration practitioner in the state of Maryland. And I'm here on behalf of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals, CWRP. We are a coalition of the leading ecological restoration firms in the state of Maryland. We are comprised of the ecologists, the wetland scientists, arborists, geomorphologists, engineers, and contractors that make the Chesapeake Bay watershed restoration effort possible. It's important to note that as a group, we develop all kinds of ecological assets and projects, including both upland stormwater BMPs and stream restoration, among many other things, and we oppose HB 942. Firstly, this bill, as has been stated previously, is unnecessary in that the points raised, while we agree have some validity, are adequately addressed in the current requirements and the current process. Secondly, there is already a study underway as directed by HB 869, as has been mentioned, that reviews how MDE reviews and permits ecological restoration projects. Thirdly, the requirements of this bill would add such a burden on the implementation of restoration projects as to make the pollution reduction goals of the Chesapeake Bay program unachievable, to the detriment of the Chesapeake Bay and the communities that depend on it. And finally, and most importantly to us, this bill is based on the false premise that stream restoration is environmentally destructive. In reality, we are already employing the best science available to undo centuries of environmental destruction. We recommend an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Answer any questions.
Who would like to go next?
I can go next, Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members for allowing us to attend. My name is Scott Lowe. I'm an environmental restoration practitioner and member of CWRP who worked in this industry for the last 27 years in all sorts of BMPs. So everything that's in the waste load allocation manual are things that I've worked on. So one of the things that's been a point of note is that the pollutant rates that are accounted for in the accounting guidance are set forth by science and policy procedures that allow those to be set. To change those arbitrarily goes against the scientific rigor of the Chesapeake Bay program at the EPA. And some of the other elements, as mentioned, are against the Clean Water Act as well. So there's components that will have to be considered as far as that. One of the things that's already in the waste load allocation guidelines that's been mentioned and referred to are incentives for stormwater BMPs that allow for co-benefits to be added. So this is already a condition that's in MDE's guidance. In addition, a bit of legislature that hasn't been mentioned, which is really critical, was the 2021 Senate Bill 227 that established the Advancing Stormwater Resiliency in Maryland program. The A-Storm program is absolutely critical to the desires of all the people, including the people that brought forth this bill, and will help to modernize our stormwater management strategy in Maryland for flood control, and also incentivize the BMPs that manage the fire hose reference that you've heard from a lot of the bill proponents. In addition, the public involvement part is a critical component of House Bill 869, which is being talked about in detail, making that portion of this bill redundant with the previous study. We appreciate the ability to talk before you and respectfully oppose this bill.
Okay, before I recognize the next person, just for the memory of the committee, that 869 bill was one of the last bills passed by our good friend Jim Gilchrist, who was the prior chair of the Natural Resources and Ag Subcommittee. Who'd like to go next?
You want me to go? Okay, hi, I'm Shannon Lucas. I'm a water resource engineer. I know Delegate Holmes. Thank you all for having us today. I have over 20 years of experience doing stream restoration in Maryland. And again, just reiterating that the proposed legislation is, in our opinion, redundant to the current processes, which are currently based on best available science. So we respectfully submit that revision to the current eligibility criteria is not needed. The eligibility criteria to establish purpose and need already requires applicants to assess and document stream degradation using approved science-based methodology. Review of these data combined with detailed restoration means, methods, plans, engineering, modeling, and proposed outcomes is also required and a standard part of the review and approval process by the Corps and MDE. Regarding the use of best available science, the body of science has developed for restoration work, including streams, over the past 2+ decades and guides our restorations. Trained qualified professionals, including arborists, biologists, wetland specialists, geomorphologists, and engineers, collect and analyze baseline data to understand the evolution of the system, define the impairments, avoid and minimize impacts to natural resources, and inform the restoration, all underwritten by science and engineering. In turn, this is scrutinized by federal and state issuing authorities to ensure adherence to strict standards for permit issuance. The TMDL and MS4 crediting has been refined using the most modern data engineering and modeling available, and this is not computed on a linear foot basis, but requires rigor. The process is rigorous, both scientifically and objective in nature, and requires site-specific data and computations. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. My name is Jeremy Kozer, also representing CWRP, and I am a ecosystem restoration specialist. I wanted to point out a couple other areas where this proposed bill is redundant and unnecessary. regarding requiring net biological uplift of in-stream biology. Federal and state regulations already require assessment and consideration of biological uplift through the joint permit application process and the Army Corps of Engineers nationwide 27 permit process. Biological uplift goals and implementation measures are determined in consultation with the project owner, design professional, and regulatory agencies based on site-specific data, collection efforts, and watershed conditions. Regarding minimizing tree removal and protecting remaining trees, avoidance and minimization of removal of existing trees and protection of remaining trees are already requirements of federal and state regulatory agencies through both the joint permit application process and the Maryland Forest Conservation Act. At a minimum, any trees removed must be replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio and most often result in greater replacement ratios based on tree size and the area of disturbance. And lastly, mitigation within the same watershed as the impacts. MDE and the Army Corps of Engineers already require that resource impacts be mitigated within an 8-digit HUC watershed. Watersheds are delineated by the U.S. Geological Survey using a nationwide system based on surface hydrologic features. This policy is consistent with other national Army Corps districts and corresponding states. Thank you.
I believe that's everyone who signed up to oppose the bill. Is there anybody who has signed up to oppose the bill that I have not called? Very well then, we'll go straight to questions. The first one goes to Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been on this committee, and thank you all for coming. I've been on this committee for 4.5 years now. I've tried really hard on a couple of different areas to be up to like an 8th or 9th grade reading and speaking level, and I think I've achieved that on some issues. But on this issue, I think I'm still at like a 1st or 2nd grade speaking and reading level. So I'm going to need y'all's help. And I'm not going to get there today, but maybe one day, maybe after another 4.5 years. So I pulled up this article from the Bay Journal from 2020. And they talk about some of the research that's been done so far on this. And they mention this guy. Apparently, he's an ecologist. His name is Bob Hildebrand. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Okay. So he's done this study at Maryland, UMD. And he says that basically, he's summarizing his study. He says that basically, a stream's ecosystem can benefit from restoration if the stream wasn't severely impaired to begin with. But his research basically concluded that in badly degraded urban and suburban streams, quote unquote, there's not much evidence that we can bring the ecology back. And then he also says that basically his conclusion is that the quote unquote aquatic habitat and life in streams that have undergone restoration work actually wind up worse off than if left alone. So my question is y'all's, am I missing something? Like, or is y'all's position that Bob here, Professor Hildebrand, he'd probably prefer, is y'all's position that he's like wrong, or is this different than a lot of the other studies that have come out? So I guess if y'all could just address his study, number one, and then number two, maybe just like walk me through the science around this and the studies that have come out. Is like Bob, is it like 1 to 4, like everybody's against Bob, or is everyone with Bob? Like what's going on with Bob?
So the study that you're referring to with Bob is specifically to a type of stream armoring. So there's a couple of different major approaches to the way that you deal with stream restorations. You have the option of either, armoring it so the water continues to flow down it. The original thing that we did, if you go all the way back, I think sort of what Delegate Healy was getting at, was that we used streams like we were using them as like culverts, right? So we were just trying to get the water through the stream, get it out of the neighborhood, get it to the river, dilution is the solution to pollution back in the day. One of the earlier ways of doing stream restorations really focused on kind of that, like kind of keeping the water in the streams. As we've progressed, in terms of both science and engineering, we now realize that, where we can, a lot of the times we want to try to reconnect these streams back to the floodplain so the water doesn't stay in the stream. So he's looking specifically at urban areas where you have not reduced the level of flow, which, as I mentioned before, the level of flow is still a problem. We still have to reduce the level of flow. We have to reduce the level of flow. But when there's still a lot of flow and you're limiting the stream and you're just channelizing it, you wind up in a situation sometimes where you have degradation back to where you were because you're still, you're cutting back into that stream. And a lot of the things that we can do reduce that but it doesn't stop it. And so you can't just arm a stream and expect that to actually bring back habitat, bring back ecological, solutions. And there's a lot of different steps to this. And we do monitor this. We continue to watch what's going on. We are looking at the upland solutions. We're looking at different ways of reducing what's going in there. We're looking at the nutrients and what are going in there. But what he's looking specifically at is a subset of very specific practices that do not represent the whole universe of practices that we use in stream restoration.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. I've got one more guy, if I can, to introduce you guys to. You probably already know him. His name is Sujay Kaushal. Okay, y'all know this guy too. Y'all know everybody. All right. So I don't know him, but so he's got preliminary findings, also at the University of Maryland, and basically I guess he hasn't concluded because hence the word preliminary, but his study basically is suggesting so far that when quote-unquote stream-side trees are cut down during restoration, which I take this is largely what the bill is about, nutrient seepage into the water may actually increase, and that he looked at 5 projects since '99 and found elevated nitrogen levels in groundwater downslope from where trees had been removed. And they're continuing to work on it. So my question to you guys is, what's going on with Sujay? Okay.
So, no, they're both great people. Both Sujay and Bob are great researchers. And I just want to piggyback on what Andrea said, which is really a lot of the research, not all the research, but a lot of the research is confounded by the fact that the studies that have been done of a certain kind of project. So the kinds of projects that Andrea described and that Sujay studied by and large too are armoring these systems in place essentially at an elevation below where the groundwater's seeping out, even if that's been done after restoration. And as you remove that vegetative buffer, in that case, I wouldn't be surprised to see the groundwater that's seeping through those riparian areas, the areas on the shoulder of the stream, to have less nutrient processing. But what Andrea is describing in terms of an alternative restoration approach, which is essentially a stream and wetland complex or a well-connected stream to the floodplain, you've got riparian wetlands, you've got vegetation in those areas that is doing nutrient processing, sediment trapping, and providing all sorts of other benefits. I also just want to piggyback on the comment that Dr. Hildebrand said in his article, and it builds on something Delegate Healy said, which is that in Anne Arundel County, just like Prince George's County, and I think probably some other really urban jurisdictions, we had concrete trapezoidal channels throughout the county. That was state-of-the-art stormwater management in 1965. Basically, you collect all the water off the developed landscape, you vent it down to the Patapsco River in our case, and you never think about it again. Of course, that's resulted in all sorts of problems. A number of years ago, we removed one of these concrete trapezoidal channel projects in an area of fairly low socioeconomic background, just for the audience. And recently we did fisheries studies of that system and found 6 different fish species where there had been nothing beforehand. And that's a highly urbanized watershed with lots and lots of challenges. So there are lots of nuances to this conversation that I don't think we necessarily have time to get into with this committee, but I'd certainly be happy to talk with anybody about. But it's a complicated topic, so I think you've hit on it.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. That's good.
No more new friends to introduce us to. I really sense a tutorial, a deep dive, and several field trips in the future of the committee. So
we'd love to do it.
Which will probably end with a ball game in somewhere. Okay, next question, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Tim Mail. Is he still here? Tim, if you wouldn't mind coming up. Tim, in your remarks, you said that stream restoration is established to be the most cost-effective technique for reducing pollution, basically nitrogen, phosphorus, sediment. So I guess my question to you is, if you had on a per pound basis some more money to fund upland BMPs, would that be just as good a solution? And maybe, again, the extent that we're dealing with a future of more intense storms, be better at reducing stormwater?
I hope I didn't say the best or the most cost-effective, but it's among the top.
Okay. Yes.
And so the reality is we need more upland work and more in-stream work and more work in the bay itself, right, with oyster reef restoration. So if I had more money, I would put more money in both upland work and stream restoration work. The reality is that stream restoration projects can generate lots and lots of co-benefits. For example, in the urban areas, recreational habitat, the trails and things for people to use, right, amenity benefits. So if you're in a jurisdiction that is covered by a permit, state or federal, and you're also trying to generate, benefits like that, those stream restoration projects may make a lot of sense. Conversely, if you're in other areas where they've already done a lot of restoration, made a lot of progress, Eric's examples are good ones, and you might be looking for really dealing with the flow issues, and how do you get less water into these systems, then you might want to do more upland practices. The other area, and appreciate the discussion of some of the science behind this, one of the major areas that there still is forthcoming science about is the maintenance, right? So a piece of permeable pavement or a rain garden 10 years after it's been installed, is it still functioning? A stream restoration, is it still functioning? And frankly, I don't think we know that well enough across the Bay system yet, but some of the early data, and this comes from my time on the City Council of Tacoma Park, is that those rain gardens that we put in 10 years ago now have to be completely replaced. So we're looking at the same cost, putting in the same cost again, right? So that's one of the key issues that I'd say affects upland work. The other is just that you've got houses in those upland areas. So you really don't want to, there's a limit to how much you can put on a homeowner's property to capture stormwater. And just one example, there's a house being built right across the street from mine. Montgomery County requires on-site treatment of stormwater impacts. So on that house with deep, really thick clay soils, they're just digging a pit in the clay and filling it with sandy, loamy soil. And as like a garden bed, right, in the house. Like, that's not a great alternative, a really expensive alternative on a residential property. So the stream restoration makes more sense than that.
One follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, if I might. Now, I hear you about some of the challenges of putting upland BNPs in existing developments, and there's also, just like we're talking about stream restoration, there's maintenance challenges for these upland practices too. But, going to the tree issue, is there, in your opinion, a way to minimize sort of what seems to be, after a number of these projects, a scene of devastation where trees, not just trees which have to be taken out because you're changing the path of the stream, or maybe the tree's bound to fall over soon anyway, but otherwise it just seems like it's more than needed. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, one, and I know the committee is interested in this, the enforcement of permit terms. So making sure that the tree removal really matches what's supposed to be removed under the permit that's being issued for the restoration. So that's one thing, just basically enforcement of design standards. That's one way to get at some of those issues around trees. And I know some of these projects won't get past review by federal and state agencies under current designs. The second is just acknowledging how many of these projects are actually being built really well today with minimal tree losses, and figuring out why that happens. Why are we doing it well so much of the time? What went right in those situations? The last, and there's no way to do this without affecting cost, but the main reason why you need to remove a lot of trees is because you have these deeply incised, like these are not streams that your children could reach without breaking an arm or leg, right? They're deeply incised channels that have lost tons and tons of sediment. And the only way to get that channel back to something that will retain, will not keep eroding, is to remove some of the slopes where those trees are. So the other alternative that you could build into policy or ask the state to evaluate is what would it cost to add a lot of fill to fill in the channel, right? To fill in the hole. The answer is going to be it's going to be more expensive, but there might be some circumstances where you'd want to have that basically version 1A of the practice you could put in so that you could protect more of the trees.
Okay, thank you very much.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on Delegate Stewart's questions about the science, and Ms. Crooms and I think somebody else talked about armoring as this was a situation where there was armoring. And isn't armoring still being done on some projects? As one of the...
Can I start to answer?
Sure.
So it kind of comes to the tree issue as well. In a lot of cases, a site-by-site basis, whether there is an impact to adjacent infrastructure, such majority of our stream valleys are also occupied by our sanitary sewer system. If there's impacts associated with those pipes or culvert crossings or bridges or private property or trees where there's a desire to protect those, the practice had been for long periods of time and is less now than it was, say, 10 years ago, but it still exists where large rock will be used to try to protect that and deflect flow away from that resource or infrastructure. But like mentioned, it has benefits and a life cycle and drawbacks associated with some of those treatments, but it's meant to protect what's adjacent to it. I don't know if you...
So armoring is when you're putting rocks in to protect the stream banks, is that correct?
Generally, there's multiple ways to, we want to improve the boundary condition of the stream, so you're trying to make it resist the amount of water that's coming through. And to do that, you can use wood, you can use bioengineering, which is trying to propagate plants from cuttings. You can use stone, you can use coir fiber, which is coconut husks, all sorts of different, or you can deflect it using some other feature that's meant to move water away from that.
And so you said there's advantages and some, issues with doing that situation. And I think in the video of Gaithersburg, we saw some of that armoring being done. So isn't it so that maybe there are some practices that need to be looked at and find ways to move away from?
I think we're always trying to evolve the practice to make the impact less and the benefit higher. It's something that we've tried with CWRP to find ways to improve the practice and also to continually evolve. We recognize the USGS stated that 50 to 70% of the sediment that's eroded into the bay is from stream bank erosion. So combining the BMPs in some sort of way to prevent that. And I think there is also kind of a misnomer about the upland BMPs. In the county I live in is Howard County. There's 12,000 BMPs that are part of their MS4 program. Less than 1% of them are stream restoration projects. The vast majority are upland practices, but they're really small. And that's due to all the variety of constraints that everybody has to work with. So it's a difficult spatial situation, real estate situation to account for that volume of water. It's an issue that we would love to address more, and we think A-Storm will address more.
Thank you so much. And just more generally about the science, and I know quite a few of you talked about the scientific models, and I understand they're looking primarily at the nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment and finding the most effective ways of, reducing that, which obviously this committee knows is a really important issue. But are there other, we have other environmental goals, and are those incorporated into the scientific models? For example, the reduction of trees certainly would impact our climate goals. And so are those incorporated into the models, or is there a way to incorporate those?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers considers this to be a habitat restoration effort. Like, they don't even think of this as being a water quality thing. In fact, it was a huge debate when we were dealing with the U.S. Army Corps on this big Anacostia project as to whether or not they were even comfortable with us getting ISR. And in the end, we were like, well, we can't spend our county tax dollars unless you let us get ISR, and we'll talk to you about it. But their goal was really around habitat improvement and overall ecological benefits. So there are a ton of, we call them co-benefits because we have a permit and we have to do it. We have to do what we have to do, right? And so everything else is a want, right? Like, I want to have a better environment, but if there's not a rule saying that I have to do it, then how is my county tax money going to be spent there? But
well, I think that's our point, is that maybe that kind of thing needs to be incorporated into the rules so that we can ensure that we're meeting our water quality goals, but we're also meeting our climate goals and our ecological goals.
So there's a climate concern around this. If you're going to remove trees, right, we know that trees really, around age 8 years-ish for the average type of trees in our area. You'll see a lot of studies that say 10 years, but because because of the types of hardwood we have, and in particular our number of poplars we have, it's about 8 years before you at that break-even point for a tree, right? So we are removing trees that are providing existing value. It is not untrue, as I forget the second gentleman's name said, that when you're removing them, you are causing some issues. But it's, in a lot of ways, a stream restoration is ripping the Band-Aid off, because these forests are not that old. We're not tearing down old growth forests. We're tearing down forests, in central Maryland at least, it was farms. And then we built urbanization on top of it. So we have all of the harm left over from when it was used agriculturally, and then we add on top of that urbanization that adds additional harm. And we've got these forests that are, 35 years old, that in most cases, they're really ugly. They've got invasives, they have the wrong trees, the trees aren't healthy, all these things. So, but when you do take those down, there is an ecological impact. There is no question that there is. I think the argument is that we rip the Band-Aid off now, we fix the problem now, and then we continue to fix the upland issue so it doesn't happen again. And we're going to be able to grow a healthy forest that everyone can live around, and we can have something that's great, right? So for the studies say anywhere between 3 and 7 years, but I think that we're coming to a scientific consensus that it takes about 4 years for us to see a benefit out of these. So we're seeing an improvement in the overall, the overall nutrient issues. But in terms of habitat improvement, we're actually seeing an improvement in some cases in day 1, but on average at about month 14. So 14 months in, we're seeing more birds, we're seeing more turtles, we're seeing more frogs, we're seeing more fish in these waterways. When you get to 4 years, you're actually seeing an overall nutrient reduction. And that's based upon 122 studies that I just actually did a review of just the other night, including a bunch that weren't even in languages I knew. But yeah, I mean, so we're started getting to a consensus about what that timeline is. But no, on day 1, you are causing some ecological damage, and you have to be committed to fixing that. And that's why I'm saying that there are bad projects, because if you're not committed to creating an ecosystem, then you're not going to be successful.
Thank you so much.
Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I am probably at less than a pre-K level compared to my friend at the end, y'all. And, and I don't know Professor Bob, nor would I really understand him. But I do have a soft heart in a soft place in my heart for animals who can't outrun bulldozers, and for trees who can outrun chainsaws when they're being harmed, possibly unnecessarily. And while I do believe all we've heard today from you all, that there is definitely a place for these restoration projects, and there are reasons for us to invest in them, I also have walked through the valley of devastation that is stream restoration project in my district, and it's very hard to put those two things together. And I hear you saying that you have to be committed to, to working to revitalize the ecosystem after you've destroyed it. But what are we doing? And you may have hit on all this before. I sat here for 10 minutes trying to figure out if the vice chair had already asked my question and if it had been answered. So I'm trying to understand this. What are we doing right now, other than talking about we need better, compliance with regs and inspections and that sort of thing? What are we doing to ensure that these things are not happening unless they are absolutely necessary for that stream restoration project, and making sure that everyone is getting to the same end result that we're all looking for, which is a really healthy ecosystem? I mean, I still haven't heard that, and maybe you've said it in a lot of big words, but I really am still looking for that. Yeah.
So what I would say, again, being with one of the jurisdictions that has one of these stormwater permits, each of the major or the large MS4 jurisdictions in Maryland, generally the jurisdictions above 100,000 people, spent the better part of the period from the early 2000s through about 2012, 2013 doing watershed assessments of their entire jurisdictions. Basically having consultants go out on the ground, check out the condition of those systems, do biological assessments, do geomorphic physical assessments essentially of those condition of those systems, and then use those to craft watershed implementation plans that were approved by MDE and that have formed the backbone of our capital improvement programs over the course of the last decade. And so there's a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of money that's been spent on the front end of these that I think sometimes folks who are coming to it, as the bulldozers are mobilized in their backyard don't necessarily fully appreciate. But, again, having been in this space for quite some time now, and knowing the spirit of surrounding jurisdictions in terms of what we're all trying to achieve, I think we all take our responsibility very seriously in terms of improving habitat. And it's not just about credit chasing for any of us. We want to make sure our jurisdictions aren't out of compliance with our permits, but we're generally all in this space because we're environmentally minded people to begin with. So.
Do you feel like
You good, delegate, or have another question?
I will take you at your word, but I think we have already heard and seen that while I believe that you are all environmentally oriented people and really concerned about it, and that's why you do the work that you do, you know, there are going to be some bad actors. And we've heard you all say a couple of times, there are some really great stream restoration projects that have taken all this into account. Well, when you say that, I also hear, well, there are some that maybe haven't. So what are we doing about those? Because I hear the planning that went into it, but you get down to the point where the bulldozers are there and the chainsaws are there. And what's the oversight at that point for those projects? I mean, it's as simple as that to me. It's not, I know it's not simple, but that's what I want to know.
No regulatory system, I would say, is perfect, but the one in Maryland is very robust. So like Eric said, the vast majority, there are projects that are done outside of the watershed planning process that are done for a specific school or a specific property owner that don't fall within that. Some of those things are not directly connected to a prioritization process to determine where the highest need and the most risk is. And those are always combined with multiple attempts of using upland BMPs too. So those will be looked at comprehensively and then ranked by a county or state to develop a prioritization of what projects they want to do where. It's a lot. The financial assurance plan is submitted to MDE every year by every jurisdiction that outlines how they're approaching it and how they put forth that portfolio. And then as the project is permitted, there's multiple stages of review. Each county has their own environmental review process. Baltimore County, which I believe you represent, is very strict, associated with how they're evaluating the impacts, and then they evaluate that impact and provide some sort of mitigation for that as it goes in the environmental review process. And then there's the Maryland Department of Environment review, which is kind of parallel to a review of the Army Corps of Engineers. Then you're going to have sediment and erosion control inspectors who are on site to make sure that, and MDE inspectors, that your LOD, the limit that you're allowed to disturb, has been marked and that you're not working outside of that. Now, certainly, some projects take more trees than others. Some people go outside of that LOD for some reason. Those things we do not really advocate without significant reason, but there are lots of different steps. And normally the projects that got through, I don't know all of them, obviously. So the reasons for those approach were specific to that specific project.
And I can commit my summer interns that I teach about these kind of things. If we want to sit down and figure out where are the projects that you're really concerned about, and we want to do a forensic analysis of what went wrong, totally willing to support that. So that, you know, if your bill doesn't pass this year and you want to bring it next year, I am here to support writing a bill that will handle all of those things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one thing that I find a little frustrating is that witness after witness, the opponents of this legislation complained about the monitoring, the 10-year monitoring provision, yet not one person said we could live with 3 years or 5 years or 7 years. It was just flat out no 10-year monitoring. Why that flat out resistance? And if it's a cost issue, say it's a cost issue. Just say that. So that's a question and a comment. And then the second part of that is if we've heard many of you make these claims that these restoration projects are working, they are reducing TMDL. If there is no monitoring done, how can you make that claim? I think Director Crooms, you made a comment about 5 years, a 5-year look. What is being done? How can you make claims about these projects being effective when in fact there isn't the monitoring?
So to your first question, I think the reason we've talked about it that way is because it seems to be born of kind of a misunderstanding of the existing regulatory framework, which is these projects all have a 5-year monitoring life associated with them as a result of the joint MDE and core permits. So that is a baseline. Every single stream project in the state is going to have at least a 5-year monitoring program. For us to continue to get credit for those projects from a MS4 and TMDL compliance standpoint, we have to monitor them on a triennial basis after that point in perpetuity. We essentially have to go out to those sites to make sure that they're functioning every 3 years for as long as we have MS4 permits. So we're already doing very intensive monitoring for stability to make sure invasives aren't coming into these projects. And so it's something that we're all already undertaking, to the point of sort of the more detailed monitoring, which sort of scientific monitoring, which I think maybe is what you're driving at. The issue is that in order to monitor these projects in a scientifically rigorous way, to determine the say load reduction or the biological response of these projects, you'd be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars per project, and there probably isn't enough brain capacity in local academic institutions and in the consulting world to do that for all these projects. So
but if that's the rationale for the project, you have to be able to measure if you're doing what you claim you are doing. If that is the rationale, you have to be able to demonstrate that. Whatever that cost is to, whether it's borne by the contractor that gets the contract, or whether it's split between the monitoring agent or the agencies, the federal state agencies and the contractor.
This was the rationale for the Chesapeake Bay program, to create these efficiencies. They did a scientific look, and they continue. It's an ongoing process, essentially a scientific look at the literature of scientifically rigorous studies for these kinds of projects, different kinds of aspects of these projects, and then use that to extrapolate to the effectiveness of a variety of projects. If we were having to monitor every single project, it would essentially bring, again, the work to a halt, and likely wouldn't be done to a standard that would be something that we could generalize from, or that we could really rely on as scientifically rigorous to make other kinds of determinations from. Many of the jurisdictions have participated with the Chesapeake Bay Trust, who is the organization that gets money from the Bay license plates as well as a variety of other sources, to create a pooled monitoring research program, essentially, where we fund, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to the trust, so that they can solicit proposals from researchers to answer very specific scientific questions about these kinds of projects in a way that's meaningful, in a way that includes a population of projects, again, that can be scientifically generalized from, and in a way that these projects can be studied for a series of years, which is what you need to do in order to get results from these kinds of things. And so the community and the regulated community felt that was a need, and was an instigator for that program with the trust, and I think it's been very, very successful. And that's intended to do exactly what you're describing.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Holmes. Sorry, I just got to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some have already alluded to this. I just want someone from the panel to kind of explain some things. Reference to the trees being removed, et cetera. And I'm going to go back to someone said something about back in the old days. We used to just connect pipe to end to end to end. This is back when Delegate Stewart was born. We just built. No, it's back in the 70s, actually. He wasn't born then. We just connect end to end to end the pipe, and wherever it outfalls, it is outfalled. And now part of the process now, if someone could explain to the committee about the TCP1, TCP2, the tree conservation plans that you have to do so that you can, so that when the existing tree stands are there's some analysis done on the trees that are there and how those tree stands are looked at in part of the permit process. I think that might help some of the...
Do that quickly, because I have to move on to 2 more bills in a voting session.
What?
Can you take?
Yeah, sure, I can give it a shot. So yes, we do extensive studies, forest stand delineations, looking at the variety of trees, the types of trees, the sizes of the trees, the quality of the forest. All of that is documented at the baseline before any design is even done. So we are qualifying how good are these stands of trees, and they go into our decision process. So these are complex systems. We look at a variety of data in the groundwater, surface water, bugs, fish, trees, wetlands, you name it. I would invite anyone to take a look at some of our 1,000-page design reports that document all this information. And trees is a huge component of this. We need trees to make our project successful. I want to make that clear as well.
And that's good enough. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that that kind of system is in fact looked at as part of the design process. That's all. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Okay. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you, one and all. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 942, a subject that we are going to spend a lot of time as a committee looking into very deeply. Okay, let's proceed to House Bill 983. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I call my first panel up?
Yes, you may.
Yep, first. Yeah, I thought we'd follow up with a nice, small panel, non-controversial subject.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I think we might have to pull another chair up.
We need another chair.
Yeah, at least one more.
For those who are leaving, please try to leave as quietly as possible. Okay, this has got 26 people in favor, 18 people favorable with amendments. Nobody unfavorable? Okay. Nobody is against this bill, which means nobody has to gild the lily. So, Delegate.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the finest committee in the General Assembly, thank you for finest. I know what committee I'm in. For the record, my name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 983, which updates our hunting and wildlife conservation laws with the intended goal of expanding hunting and conservation opportunities, controlling deer populations, and preserving land. I'm proud to sponsor this bill for a number of reasons, but partially because I am myself a hunter. Really, I'm what's called a late onset hunter. I discovered hunting, the joy of hunting only recently in my late 20s, but I wish I had had the opportunity to learn about and enjoy the sport earlier in my life. I also consider myself a nature lover and an animal lover, and I wish I hadn't waited until I was almost 30 to learn that those things are not, in fact, contradictory, and that hunters are typically the largest private financial contributors to habitat conservation in the United States. House Bill 983 does a lot of different things and a lot of great things for wildlife and conservation in Maryland. It's 12 pages long and is by far the longest bill for which I am the primary sponsor of this session. This bill will provide outreach and education opportunities to communities that have historically lacked access to hunting and conservation programs. It will codify a first ever program to reach underserved communities to engage them in wildlife conservation, stewardship, and safe and ethical hunting education. This program is historic, possibly the first in the country, that's focused specifically on these communities and helping them to get involved in conservation and nature. This bill will also, at the request of the hunting community, take a measured approach to increasing the licensing and stamp fees in Maryland, which will bring us closer in line with the other states in the area while still keeping us competitive and, in fact, cheaper on average than Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. Doing this will also allow Maryland to take advantage of increased federal funding through the Pittman-Robertson Act, generating an additional $6.8 million a year that will go towards conservation and these other programs. I also want to note that these fees have not been increased in Maryland since 1989, which, for the record, is the year before I was born. This bill also establishes just want to throw that out there. This bill also establishes a new stamp to hunt the Sika deer, which is a species that is unique to Maryland within the United States and a major attraction for many to visit our state. Despite all of this that this bill does, I know that most of the discussion we will have today about this 12-page bill will probably center on a single line within it. And I think most of us already know what I'm talking about, and that's the Sunday hunting provision. As a result, I'm prepared to address some of these concerns head-on and let my friends on my awesome, incredibly diverse panel elaborate further on the other things that this bill is going to do and the many people and communities that will benefit from it. If you think 1989 was a long time ago, let me point out that the prohibition on Sunday hunting in Maryland dates back to 1723, not quite during the reign of King Charles I, Delegate Holmes, but King George I. It is important to note that the Sunday hunting provision of this bill is narrow. It applies only to migratory game birds, which are primarily geese and ducks, and allows for each county to opt in or opt out or choose a before noon option of this provision if they choose. We included this portion because we acknowledge that not all of Maryland's counties are the same, and I think this does a lot to satisfy that. The fact that this bill applies only to migratory birds means several things. First, it applies to a short season. In this case, we're talking about hunting on a grand total of 8 to 10 Sundays per year. Additionally, the team at the Maryland Department of Natural Resources is one of the best in the world, and they are confident that this change will not negatively affect the populations of these species. Second, it will help avoid conflict between hunters and equestrians. Most hunters hunt migratory game birds near or on the water, in other areas where horse trails typically do not run. I see I'm running out of time, so I will end by saying that the proponents of this bill the proponents of this bill are average working Marylanders who are busy people, but they have taken time to line up in support of this bill, despite the increase in fees to participate. They're doing so in part because they believe they're getting more in return. And I want to thank you all for your time, and I request a favorable report.
So who would you like to have go first?
I'll let the good director go next, please.
And, okay.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you for sponsoring this bill. For the record, Paul Pedito, the Director of the Wildlife Agency for Maryland DNR. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members. For those of you who don't know, I've been the Director of the agency for 20-plus years and a natural resources biologist for over 30 years. I've seen a lot of change during that time, almost all of it good. I've witnessed the recovery of the Delmarva fox squirrel, the comeback of the bald eagle, and I've watched our team grow our portfolio of managed preserved lands from 40,000 acres 20 years ago to over 125,000 acres today. The one thing that hasn't changed in that time is the size of our team and the budget that supports them. So as the delegate said, what this bill does is solves that problem, and it does it in a way where the users pay, and you'll see the panel today, they are signed up to embrace that modest increase, and more importantly, it's a user pay model that for every dollar of stateside revenue that is generated, $3 are captured by the federal government. These are federal funds that are available to us that if we don't take, another state will. If hunting isn't your thing, I think it's important to recognize that we are the agency that manages all wildlife in the state of Maryland. So if you like our state bird, the Baltimore Oriole, or if you're a fan of the osprey, or if you think that important natural areas that harbor really important, cool things in the open space are the kind of thing that makes your commute better or helps you sleep better at night, we do all of that. If constituent services are important to you, people call us when the bears are in their beehives, when the deer are in their soybeans, when the bats are in their attics, and the snakes are at the school bus stop. No other agency is teed up in the state of Maryland to do that at the federal, state, local, or municipal level. We do it all, and we do it with the money that this bill will generate. So I think there's something in this bill for everyone. I hope there's something in it for you, and you will vote favorable to that end.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
I will go. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 983 in its entirety. I think it's very important to note that this legislation
Give us your name, please.
Julia Peoples, yes. I think it's important to note that this legislation was not created in a vacuum. It came together with broad support, so multiple conversations, negotiations made up what the bill is today. And because of that, I do want to thank Delegate Allen and all the sponsors for leading this effort. Like I said, my name is Julia Peebles. I am the Manager of Agriculture and Sustainability Policy for Ducks Unlimited. I am also a lifelong hunter, a new mother of a 10-month-old daughter, and a resident of Prince George's County. This bill resonates on both a professional and personal level for me. In a professional sense, I work closely with agriculture communities across the country, and they support expanding hunting opportunities for all. On a personal level, I want the ability to hunt in the future with my daughter on Sundays since I work 5 days a week. Being able to hunt waterfowl on Sundays and creating a program for the DNR to engage historically underserved communities will increase access and opportunity for youth, people of color and women, and among others. It will be a huge moment in our state's history and will impact the reputation of Maryland's tremendous natural resources being the most accessible in the country. You know, right now, my daughter is obviously not old enough to hunt, but I'm hoping to expose her to the outdoors. You know, maybe this summer in the garden, she might be putting dirt in her mouth, but that's okay. But, you know, I want her to grow up with the same appreciation for nature as well as a strong conservation ethic as I have. So when my daughter is older, I want her to join me in the field on Sundays, possibly for waterfowl hunting. And so with your support of House Bill 983 in its entirety, you will enable working parents like myself to use the time off on weekends to hunt and ensure that our hunting heritage is protected for future generations. So thank you for the opportunity, and really appreciate your leadership on conservation issues in Maryland.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Stephanie Boyles-Griffin, and I serve as a senior scientist for the Humane Society of the United States based in Gaithersburg, and I am a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. I also served as a commissioner on the Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission for 11 years from 2011 to 2022. The committee has heard from hunters and others supporting this fee increase, but it's important to also hear from the preservation community on the critical need for the reform proposed in this bill. We also note testimony submitted by Maryland Votes for Animals in support of this legislation. The broad coalition of groups that support this legislation is strong evidence of its merit. We appreciate that the bill has many pieces, and we're not necessarily testifying in support of every detail. But the core of the bill is to increase access to federal dollars available for conserving, protecting, and managing Maryland's wildlife. Every dollar the state raises in hunting and trapping license fees can be matched with federal funding. But over the years, the number of licenses sold has steadily decreased while the fees have remained stagnant. And as a result, every year the state leaves more and more federal matching dollars on the table. This modest increase to license fees alone would significantly increase the amount of revenue that the state receives in federal funding to support the work of the state's Wildlife and Heritage Service. So every year we wait to increase these fees, another year goes by and federal dollars are left on the table. And for these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 983 and to provide a scientific perspective on the impacts of the legislation. My name is Ed Farley, and I'm the regional biologist for Ducks Unlimited in Maryland. We are the world leader in wetlands conservation, and we've conserved 15 million acres of habitat since 1937. I have been working for DU for 7 years, but I've studied ducks for my entire life. As a waterfowl scientist, I'm excited about this legislation, especially the opportunities to raise additional revenue for waterfowl conservation and the inclusion of Sunday hunting. The revenue from users like hunters is critical to sound science, and Sunday hunting creates new opportunities for the users who generate that revenue. This is the North American model of wildlife conservation that underpins our country's wildlife management. With access to Sundays, we can hopefully stem the declining numbers of hunters and ensure a steady stream of user fees for years to come. Without more paying users, we will all suffer from a lack of funding. Importantly, while this bill will increase hunter opportunity, it will not have an impact on waterfowl populations or their behavior. Waterfowl are among the most studied group of wildlife across the globe. All 50 states, the Canadian provinces, the US government, the Mexican government, and the Canadian governments, they all work together to study waterfowl populations and heavily regulate their harvest. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages waterfowl populations on a flyway scale from where the birds breed in Canada down to their winter areas further south. Maryland is one stop on that long journey, and part of this management system includes a hunting season framework that outlines the length and dates of waterfowl seasons within the flyway. Maryland hunting seasons follow that federal framework that all the other states in the flyway must abide by, and that is designed to ensure sustainable harvest. Next year, with or without Sunday hunting, the number of hunting days in the season will stay the same, and because season length is the primary driver of harvest, there should be no meaningful change in harvest numbers with the inclusion of those Sundays. The only change would be a slightly reorganized calendar, and I know of no scientific evidence that birds need just one day of rest or that Sunday hunting has a negative impact on populations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
Second panel. Michael Smith, Mary Beth, Phil Miles, and Samantha Petter. I'm sorry, and former delegate Al Redmer as well.
Oh, yeah. Former member of this committee.
Mr. Chair, my grandson is also signed up. Can he come?
Sure. What's his name?
Payson. And my son-in-law, Mike Mullahay, signed up, but he is not here.
Okay. You gonna go first, delegate?
Sure, I don't mind. I'm not bashful. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And Mr. Chairman, I've got good news.
What's that?
I am yet another Republican asking for higher fees.
Okay.
But it's a pleasure for me to be here. And as I mentioned, my grandson Payson has signed up to testify. And more importantly than being my grandson, he's become a close hunting and fishing buddy. Matter of fact, he's pretty good at taking care of those catfish, Delegate Jacobs. And I took off today from work. Payson took off from school to show our support for House Bill 983, especially the provision that allows for Sunday hunting of waterfowl. Thank you to the sponsors. And we all hear about the downside and mental health challenges of kids on their devices and those kinds of things. And I can tell you firsthand that when Payson and my son-in-law, if we're in a goose pit or we're on the back of the boat, it's all about fresh air and nature. And Payson started going with me as an 8-year-old, got bit by the bug, eventually took the licensing courses, certified by the DNR. He got his license. And again, he's a close hunting buddy. It's been very gratifying to see his interest in nature grow, as well as his love of the environment. But as you know, with school and the normal extracurricular activities, our days are limited. So adding Sunday as an option would be a welcome addition. And as already mentioned, the DNR still has plenty of options to properly manage the resource. So I would certainly encourage a favorable report.
We'd like to mention that you were the minority leader, too,
I was,
for the first couple of years of Bob Ehrlich's administration, if not the whole time.
Yeah.
So.
And kudos to the committee for still be sitting here after these hours, and you've got a long way to go. So,
yeah, we do.
Appreciate it.
Payson, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Payson Mulhay, and I am a resident of Baltimore County. My grandfather introduced me to hunting several years ago, and my father eventually joined me as well. He and I took our hunter's safety course together, and I earned my hunter's license 4 years ago. The three of us really enjoy spending time together outside and hunting. Given that I'm obviously still in school, my best opportunities to hunt are only on the weekends. With the current law, it limits me to only 1 day per weekend. My family and I would appreciate the opportunity to hunt more. Every time I go hunting, I learn more about preservation of wildlife and the environment. Thank you.
I turned the clock off for you, and you ended on time anyways. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Sure. Follow that.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time today, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Petter, and I'm here to submit both oral and written testimony in support of HB 983 to advance conservation funding and support increased access to hunting and outdoor recreation for all people in Maryland. I support this bill as a sportswoman, a hunter mentor, a Maryland landowner, and a professional. I've worked on the term R3 for my entire career. R3, this bill, which has been referred to, is known as recruitment, retention, or reactivation. Your state has invested significant resources in creating an R3 plan, hosting R3 summits, and dedicating time to understand the best strategies to get people outdoors. Some may know that this bill has been referred to as the R3 bill in your state, and I can understand why. The term R3 has become synonymous with modernizing agencies and other organizations' efforts to engage people of all backgrounds in outdoor recreation. For an agency, R3 might mean investing in new programs targeting adult hunters rather than just youth. They might go about this by adjusting fees for college students to pay in-state rather than non-resident prices. An investment in R3 might also be conducted by connecting urban and ex-urban audiences, people historically who have not had access to hunting and other outdoor recreation or education, with information and opportunities to become participants and stewards of Maryland's natural resources themselves. You see, the language in this bill could be considered a page from an R3 plan, and I've written many. This is the ideal situation for a state Fish and Wildlife to be in, one in which the mandates of this bill align with their current priorities and provide extended funding to activate this plan. Capacity is often another constraint, and yet this bill again allocates 8 new positions to the Wildlife Conservation Education and Outreach Program. These will be employees implementing the newly formed R3 plan in your state, and the timing of this bill is very significant for your agency's success in implementing its R3 efforts in the future. So as a non-resident license buyer, a decade and more running, a Maryland landowner, I am more willing to pay an increase for these fees because in my experience, this agency will ensure these dollars are dedicated to conserving these resources I cherish, and more importantly, providing increased opportunities for equitable access to these resources by people of all backgrounds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of this legislation. It's my honor to provide my thoughts and opinions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you guys for your time and being here today. My name is Mary Beth Kalinich. I am here today on behalf of Maryland Bowhunter Society in support of House Bill 983. MBS has been advocating for hunters across the state since 1977, and we pride ourselves on being a voice to the hunting community. Being from Somerset County myself and hunting in Wicomico and Worcester County, the overwhelming outcry from the people has been they want more Sunday hunting opportunities. So to do this would be a huge benefit to not only the average working class outdoorsman, but also students and families. I am not only a hunter, I am also an avid equestrian, a CHA certified riding instructor, and a trail guide. We take out several trail rides a week on public land, and during these hundreds of rides, we have never once had an unfriendly encounter with a hunter on that land, especially not a waterfowl hunter. As we've talked about, waterfowl hunters tend to hunt mostly on cold days, and that allows us to have midday to ride undisturbed. And that's the best part of the day, so we'll take it. And when in doubt, we always wear our fluorescent orange as an added measure of safety. MBS also stands behind the increase in the hunting license fees. For us on the shore, we have seen a major increase in people coming to the shore to hunt, especially Sika deer. A few years back, there was a nationally recognized show that did a segment on Sika deer hunting, and this has drawn people from all over the country. If we want to preserve this resource and continue to share the land with these beautiful animals, we need this increase. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? You, sir, perhaps?
Yes, recognizing the chair, vice chair in this committee. My name is Mike Smith, and I have been a part of the wildlife program for over 50 years. I have perfected my skills in both small and big game hunting, along with fishing and other wildlife. In the African American community, most of the farmland is gone, and the opportunities to gain access to other hunting ground is nearly impossible. If something is not done within the next few years, the African American hunters will become extinct. It's a foregone conclusion that I've found that the minorities, especially African Americans, does not have access or knowledge of many services that are available in wildlife sport. However, I must admit that due to my association with other hunting groups, I've had the opportunity to witness what is actually available to all hunters. In 2021, I connected with Montgomery County Historical Preservation Commissioner Warren Flemings, who is with me today, to see how this oversight could be improved. I introduced the concept to Mr. Flemings that there should be a mentorship program in Montgomery County, and that they will provide training for small game hunting, gun safety, target shooting, first-time hunters, classes, classroom training, and field training to minorities and other hunting groups. This program is also include the art of fishing technique. This program has been approved, and with the help of Mr. Fleming, a pilot program is scheduled to start in April of this year. We have built a bridge that could be used to connect the youth to the technique of hunting and providing a platform that will connect to the communities. During my years in hunting, I have mentored many young and first-time hunters for our R3 program. My time's up.
Yeah, we've got like almost 50 witnesses, so yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
If you want to complete your sentence in
I'm
your
a
thought.
hunter. I'm slow. I take it slow.
Okay. Okay, who would like to go next? Is Joseph Mullen out there with the Congressional Sportsman Foundation?
Rachel Dawson.
No? Oh, why don't you go next, so I can be done with this page of witnesses. And then also Cyrus Baird and Bill Miles and Charles Rodney. Yeah, okay, go ahead, please start.
Go ahead. I'll go first. Good afternoon. Again, for the record, my name is Joe Mullen, and I'm the Northeastern States Manager for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. I'm here to express our strong support for House Bill 983. I'd like to use my time to highlight 3 areas within this bill: increasing the fees for certain hunting and trapping licenses, offering non-resident students the ability to purchase resident hunting licenses, and the authorization of hunting migratory birds on Sundays. Relative to license fee increases, in 2021 alone, Maryland's sportsmen and women generated more than $25 million for conservation through revenue derived from license sales and excise taxes on sporting-related goods through the American System of Conservation Funding. For over 3 decades, hunting and trapping licenses have gone unadjusted, despite the DNR taking on new and increasing responsibilities that provide additional access and opportunities for sportsmen and women. Focusing regionally, the sporting communities in Vermont and Massachusetts recently rallied behind license fee increases to allow their agencies to remain solvent while providing the same high level of services. They highlight what the sporting community can accomplish for its state agencies and natural resources when it is willing to assist by increasing its financial contributions, just as is currently the case here in Maryland. Additionally, college students have emerged as a key demographic for recruiting lifelong hunters. Maryland's college students are tomorrow's wildlife managers, political and business leaders, and members of conservation organizations. If passed, this bill would allow non-resident students to enjoy all of Maryland's hunting opportunities at a much more affordable rate. Finally, access is a major limiting factor hindering participation in hunting, and restrictions on Sunday hunting provide a temporal access barrier to youth and others who work or attend school through the week and are often involved in extracurricular activities on Saturdays. This legislation would significantly improve access and opportunities for Maryland's migratory bird hunters and would likely result in increased hunter participation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Who would like to go next?
Okay, I will go. Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rachel Dawson, and I'm here today as a private citizen in strong support of HB 983 in its entirety. I'm a resident of Southern Anne Arundel County, but born and raised in Somerset County on the Eastern Shore, and did all of my hunting and fishing. I'm a lifelong hunter and angler across all parts of the shore. I also work as a conservation professional and a volunteer as a hunter safety instructor. But I'm here today to talk about a role I took on 5 years ago as a volunteer hunting mentor here in Maryland. I've been honored to connect more than a dozen people from a wide variety of backgrounds in all corners of the state with nature in a totally new way for them. They come to hunting for all sorts of reasons: to spend more time outside, to feed their families, to know more about where their food comes from, and to challenge themselves in new ways. I've gotten to see firsthand the look of stunned awe in their eyes the first time they hear a turkey gobble, or the way they freeze when a deer steps out in front of them. I've celebrated their successes and coached them as they've learned from the inevitable mistakes. I've watched them gain immeasurable confidence. And there's currently no shortage of interest in hunting. During the pandemic, the demand for hunter safety classes was through the roof. Unfortunately,
Many new hunters immediately encounter an opportunity barrier, and I've seen how hard it can be for them to stick with it. Whether it's places to go, resources for learning and improving, or just time to go afield. HB 983 will help with all of that. More resources for R3 mean we can support Marylanders throughout their hunting journeys, especially those in underserved communities. And more Sunday hunting opportunities are a matter of equity for folks who only have the weekends, like many parents who want to take their kids and those who just can't take time off during the week. I'm one of them. And if we can bring and keep hunters afield, it's an economic benefit to Maryland's rural communities and a funding win for conservation. Thank you for considering HB 983 as a means to do just that.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Bill? Okay.
Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland, here in support of the bill. And being here today, Mr. Chairman, kind of reminds me of my days when I was a committee staffer, Patrick. And I'm kind of glad those days are over. No one works harder than a committee staffer, and I staffed
That's
3
right.
committees in my time.
These guys are better than you were, though.
There's no question, Mr. Chairman. And to think of all those bills I helped you with, Mr. Chairman, when I was in the Speaker's office, okay? All those good bills I helped you on. But look, there's so many aspects of this bill, and I'm going to watch the clock here very carefully. In a lot of ways, this bill is a generational bill. I mean, Delegate Allen said 1723 because he's correct. I mean, it's been 300 years to this year that there's been no Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland. And, I mean, that's a remarkable time. So in a lot of ways, you're in a position of history here to do something that could reverse the law that's been on the books for 300 years, for crying out loud. I guarantee it's the longest one ever. And it's like there's so many things with the bill that I don't need to talk with, but I want to focus on the Sunday hunting part. Because the Hunters of Maryland are, you know, we're sensitive to and we're mindful of the opposition here. And our hunting brethren on the shore, you're going to hear from them. They speak for themselves, and it's too bad we're in this position, but the Hunters of Maryland speak for all the Hunters of Maryland, and there's always going to be segments where you don't speak for them. But the best way I can explain, Mr. Chairman, about the Sunday hunting is this. Imagine being a young boy growing up in the 50s on a creek with your father, and every chance he had as a blue-collar worker was to take his son out fishing and hunting, but mainly hunting. And that father got his son involved in waterfowl hunting at an age where, to this day, that boy loves that waterfowl hunting. And there were many days when the father couldn't take the son hunting on Saturday. And when Sunday came along, he'd beg and he'd plead, but the answer was always, no, son, it's illegal. Help give some memories to these future kids by letting them hunt on Sundays with their dad and their parents and their family. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 983. For the record, my name is Cyrus Baird. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs for Delta Waterfowl. This legislation represents the culmination of months' worth of work, research, outreach, and consultation with the sportsmen and women of Maryland, the greater conservation community, and other user groups to provide the best possible outcome for conservation and all Marylanders. If passed, this legislation will be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to adequately fund conservation of wildlife and their habitat while simultaneously providing Maryland residents with more access, opportunity, and resources to the great outdoors. This legislation is pretty expansive, as we've said, but I want to touch on a few specific provisions that Delta Waterfowl is especially proud to support. First, as you heard, this legislation will finally repeal the 300-plus-year-old antiquated blue law still prohibiting the hunting of migratory game birds on Sundays. Sportsmen and women routinely cite lack of time is the #1 reason they stop or are prevented from trying hunting, and current hunters are currently constrained from introducing new or novice hunters to the great outdoors because they are competing against work, organized sports, and other activities Monday through Saturday. Allowing an extra day on the weekend to access the outdoors will provide a sense of access equity to all Marylanders. Currently, more than 40 other states around the country offer Sunday waterfowl hunting without any measurable impact on waterfowl population numbers. You will hear from opponents of this specific provision that allowing hunting on Sundays would decimate waterfowl populations. This is simply false and not supported by any science or data. It is important to stress, too, that over 70% of waterfowl hunters in Maryland surveyed support Sunday waterfowl hunting and ask for it routinely. Second, this legislation will increase conservation funding levels to the state never before seen, all on the backs of sportsmen and women and not at the taxpayers' expense. By slightly increasing the price of the hunting licenses for the first time since 1989, the DNR will increase their additional funding through matching funds
and it will go directly back into the core mission of the agency. In closing, we want to thank Delegate Allen for his leadership on this, and we look forward to seeing it pass.
Thank you very much. Who would like to speak next? You, sir.
My name is Charles Rodney. I'm known as the rabbit hunter. That's all I do. I'm known all over the country by rabbit hunting. But I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and the members for allowing me to testify. I'm just a private citizen, but I work with all of these guys and all of these organizations, even though I just do one sport, and I do it well. I want to ask your support for this bill because it is important. The main aspects for me is the educational part where we bring in young people to teach them about our sport. I presently mentor over a couple of hundred of people of all ages who have never experienced rabbit hunting. They hunt all other sorts of things, but I take them out, and the educational part will give us students, as I said when I testified at the Senate bill. I am the professor of rabbit hunting. So I need students, and this bill will give me students to teach with the 3-hour program that we're talking about to educate them so we can pass along our experiences and the experiences of all my brethren behind me, because my rabbit hunting days are numbered, and I want to pass along my experience to many of those so it can continue along with other aspects of hunting. I thank you, and I beat the time.
I was going to say, congratulations on your success with the Wascally Wabbits.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Would you like to go next?
He's done.
You already spoke.
We
Okay.
switched spots.
Okay. Let's see. Stephen Holt.
Am I the last one?
No, there's a virtual.
Toby Williamson got stuck in traffic on the Beltway and is on his way to his daughter's play. So unfortunately, timing
Priorities.
was an issue for him.
Okay, there's also Harvey Williamson.
That's Toby.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
Toby.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
so
goes by
he's
Toby.
not going to be testifying.
Correct.
Okay. All right, you're the last favorable.
Perfect. Awesome.
Okay.
Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time. My name is Stephen Holt. I'm here to represent the Maryland Sportsman's Foundation as the Assistant Director, and also Annapolis Ducks Unlimited as I chaired that local organization for nearly a decade. This bill is very, very important to me personally. I've been fortunate enough, I get to do a lot of hunting during the wintertime. I don't guide, I'm not an outfitter, I don't get paid to take people. I do it because I simply love it and enjoy it. And what Sunday hunting means, and that's what I'm going to focus on because all of the other stuff in the bill is great. And what you're getting ready to hear from our opponents that don't like Sunday hunting is one, they're basically factless, or two, they're extremely selfish, right? These gentlemen own hundreds, if not thousands of acres. Right? It's hard to find places to hunt, but I have been fortunate enough to do that. In fact, I helped sponsor a youth hunting day on February 4th with Ducks Unlimited, Delta Waterfowl, Maryland DNR as part of the R3 program. Delegate Jacobs actually came out and took a photo op with us, so he got to see the kids smile, hear about how great the day was. And the one constant thing that all the kids said was that they want to do it more and they want to do it more often, and they cannot do it based off their schedules on Saturdays, right? We lost 3 kids during the middle of the day because they had to leave to go play lacrosse or basketball, right? That's not fair. The opponents that are going to talk, and I respect them greatly, they run.
And we are not going to characterize anybody as being selfish.
Okay, all right, sorry, my apologies. I think they run great businesses, right? They've been great supporters of Ducks Unlimited, but in order to get more youths out there and get them involved into the outdoors, Sunday is the proven way that that is the best way to do it. And for 300 years, they have not been able to do that in the state of Maryland. You guys are charged with delegating for the people of Maryland, right? Do that. Do not let this opportunity pass. This is generational. Bring Sunday hunting to Maryland. Bring Sunday waterfowl hunting to Maryland because it's what we need for our sport. So I greatly appreciate you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. We've gone through everybody who's purely in favor. So the first question goes to the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's for the sponsor, Delegate Allen. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot in this bill that I like, and Yeah, I certainly understand, the value of being able to access federal dollars through the, the increases in license fees that are being talked about here. My problem is the Sunday hunting. Currently in Baltimore County, and I'm speaking, of course, as to a fellow Baltimore County resident.
Yes, of course.
Currently, sort of the status for Sunday hunting is not allowed. We would have to, Baltimore County would have to opt in to participate, and the legislative delegations have rejected that. The last time that happened was probably around 10 years ago. So I think in your testimony you mentioned something about an opt-out provision. So I guess my question to you is, if this bill were to be passed as is, what would Baltimore County have to do to opt out of the Sunday hunting?
I'll have to get back to you on the specific mechanics about that. I know I've been doing a lot of this lockstep with my cross file in the Senate, and she has prepared amendments accordingly that will clarify that to make sure that that we want every county to have every opportunity to opt in, opt out, or choose the 12 o'clock option if they should choose. So I'll get back to you about the specifics on that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I can figure out all my notes I wrote here. I wrote a lot of notes here during this.
We've had some time.
But I need a few of you to come forward, please. Paul, Mr. Pedito and Mr. Farley, a few of you come up. I've got a few technical questions. And I wanted to also mention that, I started hunting in the 50s myself. I hate to say how old I am, but I was hunting in the 50s. Back in the 50s on Sundays, you didn't hunt because you went to church. That's the difference. There's a big difference in what's going on today versus the 50s. So I'm an avid hunter. I've hunted my entire life. My family owns a Century Farm in the center of what used to be Remington Farms and now Chesapeake Farms. So I know a little something about goose hunting and duck hunting and every other kind of hunting you can imagine. So I speak with a little expertise when it comes to the hunting side of it. So, Mr. Pedito, this is like the 4th year in a row this bill's come in, I believe, for Sunday hunting, to allow Sunday waterfowl hunting. And this year it's mixed in with a bill with a lot of moving parts, which, at the beginning of the hearing, the sponsor said there's no opponents. And I think that's the one part where we all agree that, 1989 to now, I'm sure these fees need to be raised. Nobody likes to see fees raised, but, let's all be reasonable here, and I'm sure things cost more. We hear it all the time. So I understand that part of it. But there is the angst of the Sunday hunting in many parts of the state. So first of all, I'd like to know what the stakeholder process was, because I asked the secretary that, and I really didn't get a good answer there. So since you're the director of wildlife, maybe you can tell me how that played out.
So, Delegate, I appreciate the question. As you might imagine, this isn't a departmental bill. It's not an administration bill, and we are, we're at the front end of a transition. I'm grateful to have survived that so far. I can tell you that this is a topic that, in my 20 years, for the last decade, so spanning 2 administrations, has been front and center for the gubernatorial appointees on the Wildlife Advisory Commission. And those commissioners span broad philosophic and geographic representation, including a statutory requirement to have a member of the farming community there and any number of hunters. I know some of the folks who are here today who are opponents have been involved in those conversations. They've expressed their concern about Sunday waterfowl hunting in those meetings. At the end of the day, this is an issue where there are some folks who are opposed, but for the department, in a survey we conducted in 2 years ago, scientifically valid, 95% confidence in the results, 72% of the hunters we surveyed who buy a duck stamp and a hunting license said this is one of the most important things for them in terms of the next steps that the department could do. So We didn't talk to every one of those hunters. It's a survey that's done, but it did reach a broad scope of individuals across the state. And as the director of the agency, I have to listen to all of them. So I also like to think that the sort of the opt-out provision in this effectively threads the needle for those folks who are opposed today, but maybe change their mind later. I can't speak, frankly, I can't speak to what the Senate sponsor has done in the way of outreach or the other folks that are here today. But I think the panel is pretty diverse and represents almost every hunting organization and conservation organization and the two major animal protection organizations in Maryland. So it feels like a big reach there.
All right, so the last 3 seasons, we were reduced to 1 goose limit for 30 days. Can you tell us why that was?
So as Mr. Farley indicated, there's a multi-state and provincial model that manages all of our migratory game birds on a flyway-wide basis. Those states and provinces looked at the data. There are thresholds for Canada geese in our flyway. The principal threshold is how many birds return to the primary breeding grounds in northern Canada, Hudson Bay primarily. And when we fall below those thresholds, we adjust seasons and bag limits. So we were below the threshold at that time, and it triggered a 30-day one-bird season.
So for 3 seasons, due to those numbers, we were really having a 1 goose 30-day season, and next year is projected to be 2 geese 45 days. Is that correct? So can you also, maybe you could or Mr. Farley, tell me what day of the week the most waterfowl is killed? When the highest harvest day, which day of the week is the highest harvest day?
So if you look at probably the best example, and Ed, if you want to jump in, the best example for us that is most recent is the transition for Virginia. So 2014, I believe, they...
Pardon me one second. Delegate, when you asked for the highest harvest day, did you mean in a week?
Is it Saturday, Friday?
Yeah, that's
Tuesday,
that's what we
Monday?
want to know.
That's what I meant.
That's what
day
I
of the
figured.
week?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, certainly weekends are the most popular day in terms of hunter effort.
But if the kill is, would you agree that the kill is higher numbers on Saturday than on Wednesday?
Yes.
And that's what I wanted to know, because Sunday would be an additional day on the weekend, which common sense wouldn't you agree, that would mean that they would probably be a pretty high kill on Sunday as well.
So the point I was going to make earlier...
The point of what you're trying to do here is attract people in and revenue-wise, have them stay in hotels and eat in restaurants, hunt more and fish more, do everything more. So, I mean, it would make sense if they're going to hunt 2 days in a row, and the highest day that the harvest takes place now is on a Saturday, you would probably have a high day on a Sunday as well. Wouldn't you agree?
So what we learned in looking at the Virginia data, they're the newest state in the sort of our region to add Sunday waterfowl hunting, is that what they didn't see a significant increase in harvest. They saw a shift. So hunters who might have gone on a Saturday and realized today's the day where I'm not going to kill any ducks because of the weather, and as you well know, as an experienced hunter, not every day is the day you're going to go sit there. They pivoted to Sunday. Virginia has not seen a significant increase in the number of birds harvested. And more importantly, as many of the witnesses testified to, some of them, so there's 40-some states that already have this in the U.S. They've had it for decades. All of the vast majority of those are high production duck states, and none of them are in a position where they're going to back off of Sundays because they're seeing problems with their population born of that Sunday hunting opportunity. Otherwise, they would have pivoted away from it.
So you don't believe that on the first year you're allowed to go to 2 geese 45 days, that you're going to do any harm to the 3 years that we've been held to 1 goose 30 days due to a lower number?
What I believe is that we have a multi-jurisdictional model, and post-moratorium, we moved to managing our Canada geese by putting boots on the ground in that breeding ground. Maryland has perhaps the highest number of staff who visit that breeding ground to physically see the birds as they're reproducing, as they're raising young, and determining what we call the breeding population for that calendar year. And we have triggers in place across the entirety of the flyway from Nova Scotia to Florida that if we see problems in the breeding ground, that we could move to a lower bag limit or a shorter season length. And that could happen irrespective of Sunday hunting. But we have a situation where we've got our finger on the pulse. And I don't see a situation where Sundays changes that dramatically. Ed, you want to jump in? I'm sorry.
You know, I agree completely. And the adaptive harvest management, that is how we manage waterfowl populations on that flyway level. It's, you know, there's check boxes that once the population drops below a certain level, we change our management style. And regardless of whether or not we have Sunday hunting, you know, we're going to be monitoring that population. So, you know, even though I don't think there would be, if there was a corresponding decrease in the population because of Sunday hunting, there would be a corresponding decrease in the season potentially. But, you know, the only way that we can do that is by funding those, you know, research efforts. And so if we don't continue raising this money, and these fee increases would help, you know, increase our ability to observe those populations. And by studying them, we can, you know, more effectively manage them and keep an eye. And I know that, you know, I've seen a study out in Colorado on mallards, which, you know, that's a duck species. It's not necessarily applicable across all. I'll caveat that. Saturday and Sunday had relatively higher harvest than the days of the week in the first 2 weeks of the season. Once the season went on, the weekends had the same harvest levels as the rest of the week. So it's the length of the season, you know, it's the timing of the season that's more driving that than the actual, you know, weekends versus weekdays.
Right. I have two questions, if I can, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the indulgence. So early on, you said that most of the waterfowl, or what you're calling them waterfowl, but geese and ducks are hunted on the waterfront. But it's not true. At least where I hunt, there's as many fields inland or more hunting opportunities inland than it is on the water, because there are a lot of people on waterfront that are, you know, not necessarily hunter friendly. You know what I'm saying? That they own property that they don't allow hunting on. And we're seeing that more and more as we get an influx of new residents into an area that has kind of high-priced waterfront. So I think the opportunities are getting a little tougher on the waterfront rather than easier, number one. And number two, I think that there's a lot more hunting inland than you're making out to be. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would say that there may be areas that you can hunt, but they are not, you know, equally accessible to everyone. I recently moved to Maryland from New York, actually, and, you know, opportunities vary greatly, and I had a very difficult time finding access inland or on the water. You know, private land is not easy to access unless you're willing to pay, or, you know, and in some cases, if you have a lot more time to do so than I do, it makes it a little easier.
I agree with you 100%. That is very difficult, even for local people. It's very, very difficult to find a spot. So my final question, I need to pass it on to other people. You brought up the good issue right there. It was a good segue to my final question. So isn't it true that there are lands in Maryland, public lands in Maryland, that are designated for hunting, like Deal Island and places like that, where people can hunt? They don't need to rent it. They just need to get there early enough to beat out their neighbor. So you got to, as my daughter hunts there, so she goes at 3 in the morning to stake out her spot. So how will these public lands factor in with this bill?
So the good news for the folks who don't have a lot of, who would prefer that we don't do it on any public lands, is that the statute already prohibits us from opening Sunday hunting for any species on all of the lands in the state park portfolio. So you're talking hundreds of thousands of acres of land, parks, natural resource management areas, natural environmental areas. All of those are in the same subtitle that's being amended here, we can't open them anyway.
So,
A place like Deal Island,
yeah.
you know, it depends on if it's an opening of a split, so now we're into the sort of technical vernacular here, but if it's the opening of a split, we would probably continue to use our lottery system to ensure everybody a chance to have a shot at a place that is so special in terms of duck hunting. But if it's the rest of the season, that's a place that almost, except for, you know, sort of the summer when we get crabbers there, that is a place where really nobody else goes there except duck hunters. So frankly, if it was my call, I'd open it to duck hunters. And, you know, I've been there. I've sat there at 3 in the morning and waited to splash.
Under this bill, they would be permitted to hunt there on Sundays, is what I'm saying.
I would anticipate that. Yeah, if it's a place where we typically open to hunting on Saturday.
I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Not at all. If you could push your button, Jay, thank you. Next question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this really educational presentation. We've learned a lot. I have anyway. But I'm glad that the representative from DNR is still at the table, because he is probably the one who can answer most of my questions. The way I read this, and I want to know, because you just mentioned about that you cannot hunt in the state parks, right?
On Sunday.
On Sundays. This would change that.
No.
It would not change that.
No, there is no, this is a one-word amendment on one line specific to, so it says a person may not hunt waterfowl, migratory game birds on a Sunday. The bill merely strikes the not, and it does not address the other line in that same section that says a person may not hunt on Sunday on lands in the state park system, or words to that effect. We did that, frankly, at the chairman's urging a number of years ago to sort of help settle some of the debate.
Okay,
Clearly not all of it.
that really helps me a lot to clarify that the state park system throughout the whole state will not have Sunday hunting.
Absolutely not.
Under this bill.
Correct.
Okay, so that takes me to my next question, which is the use of this money that is raised through the increased fees to acquire public land that could be used for hunting. That would then not be part of the state park system, is that correct?
So I think, Delegate, that you're referring to the section that, that adds another authorized use to the Heritage Conservation Fund.
Yes.
The way I would characterize that is that we frankly can already buy lands using that Heritage Conservation Fund source that are also open to hunting. This, and I didn't draft this, but this feels a little bit more like, you know, a suggestion. It's certainly not a mandate. And that's a fund that we don't use a lot to purchase lands anyway, for lack of a better way of saying it.
But if there were a lot more money coming in because of the way the fee structures are changing and the federal opportunity for federal money, there might be more money in this fund.
I wouldn't anticipate that, to be honest. The money that would be generated here has some substantial sideboards on it, and historically, we could use it to purchase land, but that's not the most efficient use of those dollars, given the balances that are in program open space. So we can use those program open space dollars to buy lands that are available to everyone, hunters, hikers, horseback riders. It doesn't make sense necessarily to use, say, $8 million in new revenues that are anticipated by this bill for that purpose.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple more questions.
You know what, I gotta move this along. We're at 5:42. We have another bill, then we have a voting session. We
Can I
haven't.
get one more question?
No, we haven't even heard from the favorable with amendments. So we have Layman and Love remaining in some order. I don't know what order, so let's see. Delegate Layman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be brief.
Delegate Allen, thank you for bringing the bill. I do support some aspects of it, but I'm concerned about others. I have not been a fan of expanding Sunday hunting, and I'm unlikely to be going forward. But I want to ask you about a provision on page 4 that I find concerning. I certainly appreciate fostering more interest in outdoor recreation and wildlife conservation, but on lines 7 and 8 on page 4, it talks about fostering an interest in the use of private land and undeveloped public land for outdoor recreation. Some undeveloped public land is not meant for human activity. So that concerns me, just that wording, that makes no exceptions, makes no attempt to distinguish places where we do not want human activity of any kind, recreational or otherwise. So I don't know if, the agency wants to respond, if you want to respond, or just want to think about that. I just wanted to put that to you.
Thank you.
Again, I wasn't a drafter, but I guess I would answer that this way, Doug. I think it's a fair question, but I also think there are a lot of other statutory and regulatory provisions in place that would, frankly, keep that out of places where we don't want them, right? So if we have important natural areas or wildlands, those are already codified or will be adopted in regulation that limit the uses and the access.
I think it would be useful to reference that in some way, however, you choose to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We can talk more offline too, Delegate Lehman. I appreciate it.
Last question to the proponents goes to Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll cut my 2 questions down to 1. Following on Delegate Healy's question about opening up state parks, I'm very concerned about Section 2, page 11, the bottom, where it directs DNR to come up with a plan about the feasibility of implementing a rotational closure hunting strategy on state land, including state park system lands, and hunting on state land on Sundays, which sounds to me like hunting on state lands on Sundays and closing state lands to everyone else so there can be hunting.
So,
am I reading that wrong?
No, you're reading it exactly how it's written. I would say that there's no way that trumps the other language that is, to my mind, plain in that the department, a person may not hunt on Sundays.
Certainly, that's the current law, but this is saying to come up with a plan to then apparently revise current law or to seek to revise current law.
So my understanding of this is really this is directing us to do something we can already do, which is to take a park that has a substantially overabundant deer population, and I've run these for decades. Almost all of these are closed during the week. So we'll take a Wednesday and a Thursday in January, and we'll close Seneca Creek State Park in Montgomery County for 2 days to everyone except the folks that are there doing the managed deer hunt in order to reduce that deer population. My read of this and my understanding of it, this is just reminding us we need to keep this deer population in check. I can't speak for the sponsor, but I suspect we can tweak that to make it clearer.
Yeah, absolutely, Delegate Love. I'd absolutely support tweaking that language or even removing that language. Like I said, I'm following the lead of my cross-file for sure. So I do not want to speak for her, but I have absolutely no problem with because that does seem to be ambiguous at best.
Thank you.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the proponents. Let's go to the individuals who are signed up favorable with amendments. And the first panel that I'd like to call up is Alex Scholl, Jared Thompson, Peter Heller, and Webb Johnson. Welcome to the committee. Alex, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Alex Shaw with Compass Government Relations, here to testify favorable with amendment on House Bill 983. So as a representative of the Maryland Outfitters and Guides Association, and also as a lifelong hunter myself, I am here to say that we are fully in support of all of the fee increases that have been discussed today. The new stamps for cicadere, all of that's good, and those conservation dollars are needed. However, we are gravely concerned with a provision that is hidden in this bill that would allow for the Sunday hunting of waterfowl. The opt-in, opt-out provision that the delegate mentioned is also a real issue. There are another whole host of issues with that provision. And I have a whole panel here with me today that can really break down all of the issues with Sunday hunting, specifically on migratory waterfowl. So I will let them do the bulk of the talking, but I just want to say that, you know, this is a real risk to the species and to the future of hunting in the state of Maryland and really up and down the entire Atlantic Flyway. So I would like the committee to take that into real consideration when looking at this bill, and I request that you report favorably with amendment to take out the Sunday hunting provision completely. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you. Jared Thompson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jared Thompson, and I am here in support of House Bill 983 with an amendment to remove the allowance for Sunday waterfowl hunting. I am a lifelong resident of Maryland's Eastern Shore, avid hunter, and waterfowl conservationist. I have a degree in wildlife and fisheries biology and worked for the Department of Natural Resources for 8 years, managing habitat and conducting waterfowl surveys. I firmly believe that seasons and bag limits need to be based on science and what is best for the species. Decisions based on hunter preference alone are irresponsible. The day man's wants come before wildlife's needs is the day conservation dies. A disproportionate number of waterfowl are harvested on Saturdays. Adding Sundays at the same time as doubling the goose and mallard limit and adding 15 days to the season will result in overharvest. DNR conducts a survey of waterfowl that overwinter in Maryland. In 2023, they counted only 320,000 Canada geese, the second lowest since the moratorium. The Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries, along with the food and farmland, make Maryland a unique haven for waterfowl. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Harvest Report shows Maryland's Eastern Shore has 5 counties in the top 25 for goose harvest. Kent is 3rd, Queen Anne 6th, Talbot 11th, Cecil 22nd, and Dorchester 25th out of 3,115 counties nationwide. Virginia doesn't even have one in the top 100. Maryland has 10,000 more goose hunters than Virginia. Hunters in Maryland harvest 3 more geese per week on average. The fact that harvests in Virginia did not appreciably increase when Sundays were added is irrelevant to this conversation. The title of the bill includes conservation, and Sunday hunting does not support that. The argument of youth opportunity, while understandable, is short-sighted. I would rather be able to take my children and grandchildren hunting into the future than hunt one extra day now. You have the outfitters and clubs that would directly financially benefit the most from Sunday hunting telling you that it is not responsible. Please put the resource first and vote no to Sunday waterfowl hunting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's hear from Peter Heller.
Thank you, Chair Barvet and members of the committee. My name is Peter Heller, and I'm in support of House Bill 983 with an amendment to remove the Sunday waterfowl hunting provision. I'm a lifelong resident of Chestertown, Maryland, avid waterfowl hunter, conservationist, and landowner. I fully support the majority of the bill and agree that most clauses are in alignment with conservation. However, the provision that would allow Sunday waterfowl hunting would be detrimental to waterfowl populations and would adversely affect the quality of life for landowners and visitors alike on Sundays during waterfowl season. Gonzalez Research and Media Services performed a survey in 2018, which finished up in 2019, that polled residents statewide. 69% of the Marylanders opposed Sunday hunting, and 60% of the Marylanders said that Sunday hunting would significantly impact their recreational Sunday plans. I manage hunting leases on thousands of acres in my area for large landowners and farmers. In my most recent discussions with them, they have many concerns about this provision. They all enjoy a day off from hunting, so they have full access to their properties, whether that means going for a walk, letting their animals out to roam freely, farm chores, etc. There is also the concern that if Sunday hunting is passed, that some will be forced to impose their own rule to not only allow Sunday hunting on their property. This will make their property less valuable to the hunters. By landowners imposing that potential rule, hunters who rent the farm would lose on average 6 to 9 Sundays per year, depending on how the calendar falls. I also think that the public access to recreational activities cannot be discounted. During the pandemic, it became apparent how important outside recreational activities are, and this is especially critical during the winter months with limited opportunity for the public to enjoy nature and fresh air.
At some point, we must put the resource ahead of man's desire if we want to continue to enjoy the outdoors and the rich waterfowl heritage in our great state. Therefore, I urge you to amend House Bill 983 to remove the allowance of Sunday waterfowl hunting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, let's hear from Webb Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee today. Thank you for your time. I'm Webb Johnson, Vice President of the Maryland Outfitters and Guides Association and President of the Quaker Neck Outfitters. We understand the need for more money for Maryland's DNR Wildlife and Heritage, Natural Resources Police, and the increase in licenses and stamps and the new SICA stamps. However, we are against the hunting of migratory game birds on Sunday. I'd like to tell you about the compensatory days. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services granted compensatory days for waterfowl hunting effective 1997 to 1998 waterfowl season and for webless migratory game birds during the 2016-2017 season. Prior to the 97-98 hunting season, there was no compensatory days for the state that prohibited Sunday waterfowl hunting. This means Sundays embedded in a season or season segment counted as a hunt day, regardless of any state laws prohibiting Sunday hunting. Granting compensatory days allowed states to utilize the full measurable and allowable hunting days as annual prescribed in the federal framework. If Maryland revokes Sunday hunting at any point in time in the future, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service said that a state that begins hunting on Sunday for migratory birds, some years down the road, they remove it, that they will not be able to use their grandfathered compensatory days. With that, we would have increased pressure and more harvest, which would mean less movement and less opportunity for hunters, recruitment, less licensed stamp sales, and the bottom line, it means less income for wildlife and heritage, and it would also mean we would have less Canada geese in the state and the Atlantic Flyway.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call up the next panel. We're going to go through all the people who are signed up as favorable with amendments, and then we'll entertain questions. So, Lindsay Thompson, Tommy Marvel, and Tyler Johnson. Hey, Lindsay, do you know that guy, Jared?
I do. When he saw, I won't take up your time, sorry. I'll tell you later.
You're first, Lindsay.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, here on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association, support with amendment on House Bill 983. We are fully supportive of all of the fee increases and stamps, the authority for the department to help us manage a plan for deer control. And we also have another amendment in there about some language authorizing the department to use funds for sacrificial crops and other deterrents for deer, which is a cost share program that we've looked at in the past. We are, however, concerned about the Sunday waterfowl hunting provision for migratory birds, and that is twofold. A lot of our grain producers and our farmers, landowners, actually get a significant amount of income from renting their farms out for waterfowl hunting, and they are concerned that, we haven't seen data specific to Maryland saying that Sundays and adding 2 birds and extending the season will not impact the Canada goose population specifically, and they are concerned that we may end up going back into a moratorium and they would ultimately end up losing that income. Secondarily, a lot of them also grow small grains. So you guys are supportive of our cover crop program and growing small grains over the winter. And they'd really just like one day a week to be able to go out and check their small grains crop, scout that crop, and not be in conflict with either the hunters that they are renting to or the hunters that rent the farms that they also rent. So with that, again, we would really love to see the rest of this bill move with those 2 amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Marvel.
Thank you, Chairman. Tom Marvel, born and raised and still residing in Kent County. I'm a 4th-generation waterfowl outfitter with a business that my great-grandfather started in the late 1920s. This testimony represents the views of many of the blind-sighted waterfowl hunters, outfitters and guides, and the true conservations of Maryland's Eastern Shore. We're opposed to House Bill 983 based on the provision allowing waterfowl hunting in Maryland on Sundays. The Eastern Shore of Maryland was once considered the goose capital of the world, but overhunting, poor breeding ground conditions led to the decline of the Canada goose population to the point we had a 6-year moratorium in 1996. It may come as a surprise that outfitters taking hunting parties are opposed to Sunday hunting, which would likely mean more money in our pockets. But that's being short-sighted. We're interested in the long-term sustainability of the waterfowl populations in Maryland. Outfitters are waterfowl managers and conservationists at heart. We provide food and safe roosts for all of the waterfowl species. It is worth noting that Maryland DNR did not consult or even notify the outfitters and guides community from whom it collects its license fees from before supporting this legislation. There has not been an in-person public comment session on the waterfowl season since 2019, and zero input solicited or considered from the waterfowl outfitter community and the hunters we support. Decisions about hunting seasons and bag limits should be based on the science and what is best for the species, not purely hunter opportunities and desire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tyler Johnson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Tyler Johnson. I'm president of the Outfitters and Guides Association, the Quaker Neck Gun Club, and Kings Grant Farm. I've been a guide since the late 70s and a licensed outfitter since 1981. Having grown up managing wildlife from a very early age under the watchful eye of my family, I eagerly await annually the high calling that marks the beginning of our annual Atlantic population of Canada goose migration. Today, Maryland's portion of the Atlantic goose population continues to decline. Our last midwinter count, January of this year, 23, count dropped another 10% to 320,000 birds. Luckily, the Canada geese have recovered twice now. The Atlantic flyway's eastern mallard population has also recovered. The Atlantic flyway mallards declined down to 482,000 mallards from 1,200,000, prompting a 50% harvest cut. We just had the last 3 years of that as of end of January. This decline would have resulted in a third of the Maryland waterfowl restriction. This is the third Maryland waterfowl restriction that the U.S. I got a paragraph ahead, sorry. That was the third waterfowl restriction that Maryland has faced. This decline would have resulted in a third waterfowl. If the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, a third restriction, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife had not adopted a new unique 4-species AHP. The first American goose recovery was characterized by the mated pairs drop down to 29,000 pairs. They required the 6-year moratorium you've heard before. Second time, which just ended last month, required a 30-day one-bird season. Anyway, we believe that the AP geese cannot withstand a full 45-day season with a 2-bird limit and the triple whammy of the Sunday hunting. So we support the bill with amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. The last of the final 3 witnesses are Jane Siegler, Christy Claggett, and Senator Mac Middleton. And Lindsay, don't go too far. I have a question for you. Who would like to go first?
Ladies first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name for the record is Jane Sigler, and I'm here for the Maryland Horse Council. The majority of Maryland's equestrians are trail riders. The Horse Council supports many provisions of this bill, and especially the creation of the Wildlife Conservation Education and Outreach Program. And I would just like to point out that in that section of the bill, it does not say that that program is supposed to be exclusively to benefit hunters. So we would hope that in the implementation of that provision, that all stakeholders, the bird watchers, the hikers, the trail riders, as well as the hunters, benefit from that program. We do oppose one provision, which is the Sunday hunting of waterfowl provision. We have always opposed Sunday hunting because of the adverse impact on the 98% of Maryland residents who are not licensed hunters. You've already heard the statistic about the Gonzales poll and the people, the percentage of the general population that oppose Sunday hunting. DNR did its own poll in 2018, and they found in that poll that the majority of the general population does not support Sunday hunting. Our second problem, and thank you, Delegate Love, for your question, is with Section 2 of the bill, which has already been discussed here. I won't go into it in length, but I just would like to say that closing state parks to the general public on Sundays is a really bad idea. Thank you very much, and I would hope you would give this bill a favorable report with our amendments.
Christie.
Right. Good evening, committee. Gosh, I'm sorry I have to say that, but I'd like to have said good afternoon.
Not as sorry as we are.
Right. Speaking for the Maryland Horse Council as a farmer also and a head of a local riding club, as Jane said, we're favorable to House Bill 983 with 2 amendments, very significant amendments. You do realize that if we are awarded Sunday migratory fowl hunting in Maryland, we will lose the compensatory days that are allotted to the 8 states that don't have Sunday hunting that are in this mid-Atlantic area. So and they will not be returned to us if we suddenly decide we don't like Sunday hunting. So you will lose your compensatory days, you will have Sundays. If you then want to opt out of Sundays, you never get those compensatory days back. So that's a lose-lose for Kent County, which is the 3rd largest kill county in the nation. These fellows know what they're talking about. They live it. And if they are saying we shouldn't do it, I think we should listen to them because they know their biology, they're living the life. So the other event the other part that we want to amend out is the feasibility study for the Sunday closing of state parks. We just passed a really wonderful bill to promote parks last year. In fact, Senator Elfreth was the sponsor. And now we're going to shut down parks so that they can, on Sunday specifically, as Mr. Petito said, you can shut them down every other day. You can shut it down on a Wednesday or a Tuesday and have the managed hunt. Why pick Sundays? It really is not something that we want to have happen. Also, the whole point of where you shoot migratory birds, that is mostly in fields, and that's where we're riding. And if you hear a volley of shots, your horse responds rather poorly. Thank you. Please amend make these 2 amendments.
Senator, always good to see you.
It's always good to see you. Thank you very much. I may be like that mold that you were talking about in an earlier bill that I might be growing on you. But it's a pleasure to be back here. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, I'm Mac Middleton. I'm here today representing the Maryland Farm Bureau that are in support of this bill with an amendment. But before I can go into the rationale, let me just say that for the last few years, Cornerstone has been working with the Maryland Farm Bureau to try to encourage our mostly suburban delegates to get out and visit farm families so they can understand the challenges and the opportunity to grow in the food and the fiber that we all depend on. And the opportunities that we showed you, the opportunities for value-added agriculture, agritourism, the vineyards, the whole 9 yards. But the principal challenge that farmers have right now is the overpopulation of deer and the destruction that it causes on a farm. When we visited Miller Farms this year, we saw how expensive 8- and 9-foot, 10-foot fences are that you have to run miles of these things in order to keep the deer out of your crop. When we visited the Schlegel Farm in Delegate Davis, I believe you were there for that. The farm family, the biggest challenge that they have is when a deer walks across their cantaloupe crop, takes a bite out of the cantaloupe, they can not only not use that cantaloupe, but they can't use the surrounding cantaloupes. So what our amendment would do, and we're in full support, this is another conservative group that's in support of raising the fees. And for the last several years, we have worked with the administration trying to get some additional fundings to get a cost share program in place. But we don't want to take that money, siphon it off from the Department of Natural Resources because, in our opinion, they're so underfunded to start off with. We weren't able to get the supplemental budget, but this is our opportunity. So what our amendment does, sort of like what Lindsay said, it requires the Department of Natural Resources to come up a cost share program for this deer management on farms. So with that, we support. Mr. Chairman, let me just say in closing, not as a remarks, it's a real pleasure to sit here, and my commendations go to you and the members on a Friday afternoon, that you have full participation and full attention to every one of these pieces of legislation that has come before you by you and your committee. So
thank you very much.
That's a real
thank you.
Noteworthy praise.
Well, I'm going to start with the first question to you and to Lindsay Thompson. So Lindsay, come on up, but Mac, why can't you use the other cantaloupes? I don't get what, nobody gets this.
It's because
do they spit on them? What happens?
There have been situations in the past where people have gotten E. coli, food poisoning from deer.
For the ones they didn't bite?
The ones that they may have pooped on, you know,
yeah,
any of
okay,
those
I
that
can
may
understand
be
that being a
potentially
negative off-putting
contaminated.
thing. Yeah.
So you cannot harvest those cantaloupes, and that means tens of thousands of dollars to just one grower.
Okay, I learned something new today. Let me learn something else new. I'm ashamed to say that I've been the chairman of this committee for 9 years, and I had no idea that there had been a moratorium in 1996. Lindsay, can you explain to me what that was all about? Because I was talking to my vice chair, and he hadn't heard about that either, so...
I may not be the best person to answer that, but I will try.
Well, do you know somebody else who might be good at explaining that?
I lived it.
So I'll try. So the DNR mentioned that they do this breeding population survey in Canada, right? So there's different thresholds that are set. In 1995, that number fell down to 29,000 breeding pairs, which is extremely low, right? This was after years of the goose limit being 3 geese for 60 days and bad breeding conditions in Canada, right? And so there was a moratorium, which you guys are more familiar hearing about chicken house moratoriums, right? Same concept. No building chicken houses, no hunting geese for 6 years. So from 1995 until 2000, there was no Canada goose hunting in the state of Maryland. So my hunting career actually started much later than my children's, who we already take hunting with us, because I was not able to hunt until I was 10 years old.
Hey,
and Mr. Chairman, you may have not have heard it as a legislator, and the reason is I believe I'm correct, the Department of Natural Resources can declare a moratorium. It doesn't have to be through legislation. I believe I'm correct on that.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of the issue at all. I heard about, the fish and the crabs and crab, we've heard about all those things, but okay. First question goes to Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And believe me, that moratorium weighs heavily on the minds of my constituents, because when the first year they went to one goose, I think it was 4 years ago, there was a lot of concern it was going to be a moratorium again. And basically addresses the issues about, the farmland not being rented and outfitters business. I mean, it was a big concern. So that's one of the reasons I think that there's concern over this extra Sunday day of hunting. And since my county, Kent County, is one of the highest kill counties in the United States, it's a heck of a thing to be proud of, but, it's the facts. So I did want to say, on the record that today I'm joining hands with the horse people.
Woohoo!
Whoever thought, right?
And we very, very much appreciate it.
Don't get used to it.
But, you know, in all seriousness, isn't it true that the whole point of the deer hunting on Sundays is to thin down the herd that's doing high crop damage? It's not the same as migratory bird
Can I
hunting.
answer that?
Yes.
The farmer has a way to do that. He has the DMPs. The farmer can shoot all he wants. He gets a DMP, they authorize 30 being killed. When he kills 30, he can get another DMP.
I don't really want to get sidetracked into deers here.
All right, one more question, and I'm done, Mr. Chairman. This one's for either Jarrett or Peter about the opt-in, opt-out issue. That's a big issue that was talked about at the beginning of the bill. So I'd like to know the reality of the opt-in, opt-out issue. And I'm done.
So, yep, so to answer that, Delegate Jacobs, so the opt-in, opt-out option and/or quitting at noon just really isn't feasible. The reason being is, you know, if you have a county, let's just use Kent County as an example, Kent County decides to opt out of this. That means that nobody has access in Kent County to hunting on Sunday. That, you know, there's a bunch of things that are detrimental to that. You know, let's say Queen Anne's County or a neighboring county allows it. You know, you have hunters that buy the full price license and they live in Kent County and that's where their access is. Well, you just, you know, you basically took away 6 to 9 days from them and they've paid the same amount of money as everybody else. And they might not have access to go hunt in Queen Anne's County or Talbot County or Anne Arundel County or any of the counties that, you know, have it if their county doesn't have it. The other side of that is, you know, you've got landowners and a tremendous amount of landowners who rely on renting their farms to make money, to pay their taxes, other farm expenditures, whatever it might be. And, you know, if you don't allow, if a county opts out and you're not allowed to hunt on Sunday, at that point, that landowner is going to take less money for their farm, you know, and the hunters aren't going to pay full price if they're losing 6 to 9 days a year on that farm. So, you know, the optics on it just really, you know, it just doesn't work. You can't have some that do and some that don't. I hope that answers that question for you.
If I could add, just so that we're all on the same page here, the whole opt-in, opt-out with Sunday hunting. Let's say this pushes through and 2 or 3 years from now, we find ourselves right back here and we're trying to get rid of Sunday hunting. This brings me back to the compensatory days. So right now, Sundays do not count against our season. So we get 45 hunting days. That excludes Sundays because it's not legal to hunt Sundays. If we allow Sunday hunting and then we go to remove it, Sundays will still count against the hunting season. So if we get a 60-day season and there's 8 Sundays in that season, every Marylander will lose 8 days of hunting, and there's no way to get them back. They will not be grandfathered in, and that's per U.S. Fish and Wildlife agents and a presentation that was presented by the Department of Natural Resources.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have 5 people, Morgan, Boyce, Nawrocki, Allen, and Healy, who are signed up to ask questions. I have to stop it there because I have another bill and then I have a voting session. So the next question goes to Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, I am incredibly confused. Where's Lindsey Thompson? Don't put your head down, friend. So we get a lot of hunting bills here.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
a lot of folks in here otherwise will come in and support, for instance, Sunday hunting.
Sure.
And so we kind of have that scenario now. So why does someone like you, who I know would support Sunday hunting for deer, not support this? Because in my world, it's all the same thing.
Sure. I completely understand why that would be confusing. I was expecting that question, frankly. So when this issue came up, I called every single one of my board members from all 5 regions across the entire state. So I talked to 20 farmers, and not one of them thought that Sunday waterfowl hunting was a good idea. And it really comes down to two issues. One is population control versus population preservation. We have an overpopulation of white-tailed, and Sika deer are invasive, so an overpopulation of deer in the state that cost farmers money every year, right? So we thought that adding an additional weekend day when the opportunity is higher made sense to help control that population. The migratory waterfowl population, we do not think is a population control problem. It's a population preservation, right? It has to do with breeding pairs and weather and, migratory patterns and all of these things. It's a very difficult thing to manage, and we just weren't comfortable that there was data specific to Maryland that said that this would not cause overharvest and a population issue, and you can't go back, right? So once you add 2 birds and 45 days and add Sundays, if we find out that harvest does increase, we are still not back at the levels of Canada geese specifically from pre-moratorium, and that was, 25 years ago. So they are concerned about the potential loss of revenue, and again, it's preservation versus control.
And then my last question, Mr. Chair. Does anybody know the specific history about why for 300 years we have not had waterfowl hunting on Sundays? It's quite odd.
Is it the blue laws?
They go back
Historically.
to 1723?
Historically, it was the blue laws, right? And Delegate Jacobs alluded to that. I would say that the Maryland grain producers, the landowners, continue to support a day of rest for the waterfowl because of the unique hunting pressure that happens in Maryland. And again, we don't think that Maryland can be compared to other states.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Johnson, or one of the guides or outfitters. Are they still? Yeah, Tower. And then I also want to state, or while I have you gentlemen up here, regarding the compensatory days and if we were to take them back, isn't it true that no state has attempted to go back? As far as I know, no state has gone from a no Sunday hunting model to the 45-day season and then tried to go back, so we don't really know what would happen if we try to do that, correct?
You want to answer that?
Perhaps, but again, I would argue no other state is Maryland, and they don't have the pressure that we have.
Okay.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which controls the Department of Interior, said, once you go, you never come back.
But I'm just saying, no state has tried.
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
no.
And then, Mr. Johnson, thank you again for coming. I just wanted to clarify, or just for my own, is it possible at all in any state or any county in Maryland to hunt any birds on Sunday under some circumstances?
Yeah.
Under what circumstances?
If you're a registered shooting preserve.
Okay.
In other words,
So-
these are pen-raised birds.
Right.
Just like a chicken.
Right.
They're pen-raised, and they're put out for hunters' enjoyment.
So the individuals that own that business or guide hunters at their business, they're allowed to hunt 7 days a week, correct?
They're allowed to hunt from the middle of August to April.
Okay.
Almost half the year.
Right.
Us
But
waterfowl hunters are looking at 30, 45 days.
Right. Right, but I'm just saying the standard here is different for them than it is for
Like I said, it's like
for the
shooting
average
chickens.
person.
They're pen-raised, they're raised for meat. There are some of them are raised to enjoyment with your dog.
Right.
So.
Okay. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to state for the record, chickens can't fly. Can they? I don't know. I don't even know.
Well, they do their best to make quail do it and chuckers and some pheasants and stuff.
Okay. All right. Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Mr. Johnson? Is that what your name is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure I get it right. Mr. Johnson, so just for my understanding about that aspect of hunting, is there something that's fundamentally different? Are they using a fundamentally different firearm at those preserves and those reserves on Sundays than what we would use anywhere else?
No.
No. So from a safety perspective, there's no difference what they're doing there with respect to the type of firearm or something like that someone use on that Sunday than if we were hunting on some other land on a Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few registered shooting preserves anymore that maybe one per county at the most. Some counties I can't even think of one. But no, they're not inherently dangerous. Has there been deaths? Yes.
Oh, I'm not suggesting they are inherently dangerous.
They're being guided. They're using dogs to find the birds for them that have been put out, I'm saying an hour before or so.
Gotcha. But just to be clear, so we are allowing some Sunday hunting in Maryland in some places, right? That's my understanding of that, what you're saying there, right?
Yes.
Okay. One question for Ms. Thompson, just a quick question. Along the lines of what Delegate Boyce was saying, I was kind of surprised by your testimony, just because you have been in favor before of other Sunday hunting bills, and I was curious what was different with the farmers that you spoke to versus the farmers that the Farm Bureau spoke to, who is in favor of this bill. So I'm just kind of curious where the difference is there.
Sure. So, like I said, I represent Maryland Grain Producers Association. We have a board of 2 farmers from each of the 6 regions across the state, and we also have national representatives on that board. So I can only speak for the position of my board specifically. I cannot speak for the current position of Maryland Farm Bureau. However, as a Maryland Farm Bureau member, I did receive a hotline from them on Friday that actually stated that they supported the amendment to remove Sunday waterfowl hunting. So something must have changed between now and then, apparently, but I cannot speak for that.
And that's possible. The testimony that they submitted does not have that in there, so that's why I wanted to clarify that. Awesome. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for Ms. Siegler and the hunt, the worst people.
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you. So on page 5, line 11 of the bill, it discusses any unarmed person participating in organized fox hunt. Why are unarmed persons participating in organized fox hunts exempted from the requirement of a hunting license?
I think that would be a good question to ask Mr. Pedito, but that is in the current law, and it's been that way for quite a while. And I am not a fox chaser, but Ms. Claggett can probably answer that too.
The fox chasing is a fur bearer's license, a fur bearer's group license, and we do not harvest the quarry, so we are not considered hunters particularly, but we chase with it's the art of scenting, sort of like rabbit hunting, and which is just following the scent. The foxhounds follow the scent of the fox.
So you never kill a fox?
We don't shoot them. We don't use an arrow. We don't shoot them. If they don't run fast enough back to their hole, they can be killed by the hounds.
The dogs.
Yeah.
Okay,
but not by us.
But there's no intent. The difference is from hunters. The difference between hunters and fox chasers is that fox chasers do not have the intent to harvest the quarry.
So you just let the dogs do it?
That doesn't happen very often.
But it doesn't. It's not like England where they're munching them up all the time.
It's a curiosity question. So are fox hunters riding the hounds also exempted from hunter safety courses?
Correct. We do not have a hunter's license. We have a fur bearer's license.
Just so the dogs can chase the foxes. Okay.
So they
Are
can
there
follow
any
the
ethics
scent.
or game management education required for the chasing the foxes?
No, because nobody in DNR knows what to, what are they going to teach us? To ride the horse?
Good question. I don't know. That's good. So, okay, is it true, though, that you can hunt the foxes, or the dogs can chase the foxes on every Sunday without any restrictions?
Yes.
Oh, I know.
That is correct. And in fact, a lot of the fox chasing clubs only go out on Sundays because they're afraid of running into armed hunters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, apparently we have slow beagles in America. My beagle was certainly pretty slow and fat, so. Delegate Healy has the last question.
Thank you very much. And it's kind of coming full circle. If I could ask the gentleman who talked about opt-in and opt-out most recently, because I understand what you're saying about like Kent County versus the Queen Anne's County or some other county right next to them. But my concern is about Prince George's County, where we have no Sunday hunting at all, ever. So I want to make sure, why would you object to allowing Prince George's to opt out of this program altogether?
I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, in terms of, if Prince George's County wanted to opt out, you know, that would be their decision if they don't want Sunday hunting.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yep.
I just want to make sure you're not opposed to them opting out. They were excluded? No, I just want to know where the opt-in, opt-out works or doesn't work. As opposed to the, I know what the current law is. Under the bill, it would switch it from being opt-out, from opt-in to opt-out or vice versa. Okay, thank you.
We'll talk about that offline. Okay, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 983. Let's go to House Bill 950. Yes, you may. Have your panel get up there, and we have 12 witnesses.
What's that? Okay.
All righty then, Dana. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, we have an AV question.
Okay.
Sure. Oh, is Trish coming over?
Marvin, could you take over? Gotta go to the little boy's room.
If she's not able to do it, you can.
I'll go without.
Yeah, okay.
All
All right.
You ready to go?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Ready to go. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. And with that, I am going to turn things over to my Legislative Director, Margie Brazel, who's developed this bill and can explain it.
Take it away, Margie.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, Margie Brazel, Legislative Director for Delegate Stein. You've heard a lot of testimony over the years about the importance of native plants and animals and the problems that non-native and invasive plants cause here in Maryland. Because native plants are adapted to local environmental conditions, they require far less water, provide vital habitat for native birds and pollinators and other wildlife. For those reasons, more and more consumers are looking to find and buy native plants for their gardens. The problem is it's not always easy to know what is native or not native, and it is not easy to find these plants. So this bill will help home gardeners like myself, as well as landscapers who are not master gardeners, in several important ways. First, it will enable the University of Maryland Extension to hire a native plant specialist. They had one once, and they needed one again because of the increased interest in native plants. This specialist will provide research and education into Maryland native plants. The bill also requires the specialist to assist the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Natural Resources, and the Maryland Native Plant Society create a commercial native plant list. And I emphasize commercial because there are a lot of lists out there. but very often, the plants on those lists are not available in retail, and actually you wouldn't necessarily want them in your garden because they can be weeds or they're really just simply not very pretty. Finally, the bill requires the Department of Agriculture to create a voluntary certification program of growers and retailers who sell plants on the commercial native plant list. This is a voluntary program, and we do not specify in the legislation how they will be certified. That will be up to the Department of Agriculture and the Maryland Native Plant Specialist. So, just good timing and a way to illustrate the bill's importance with a personal story. Let's see, there we go. So about 10 years ago, my husband and I decided to transform our very ugly front yard into a native garden. This is one half of the native garden in spring. This is the other half in the midsummer. And I just want to point out here, if I can do so, the sort of middle area and how the colors all nicely coordinate. There's this orangish yarrow, the Maryland black-eyed Susans, and up here in this corner is this really gorgeous red echinacea plant. And this is a close-up of that plant called hot papaya and the commercial description of the plant. I learned after 10 plus years that none of this is true. It does not benefit pollinators because they're not attracted to it. It does not, I guess it could be good for cut flowers. And it doesn't attract birds either because it's sterile. There are no seeds in this plant. So it's just a pretty plant. And that's all it's got going for it. This is another picture close up, and this is terracotta yarrow. The parent species is a native, but this particular plant is not. Luckily, it does attract bees. The white plant down in the corner, ooh, I can hurry up. Well, I just want to point out it is on some Maryland native plant lists, but it will never be on the commercial plant list because UME lists it as a perennial broadleaf weed. So just to close, these are just two good illustrations of why we need the commercial plant list and why we need the list of growers and retailers so home gardeners can find these plants. The more plants we grow, the more consumers will want them, the more growers will grow them, the more retailers will sell them. There is also an amendment that we will be putting on this bill that UME requested that specifies a little more clearly what the native plant specialist does. Thank you. I hope you will consider it.
Thank you very much. Kristen Hoffman.
Kirsten Hoffman, on behalf of the Green Towson Alliance, asking for a favorable report on HB 950. Biodiversity, the variety of animals, plants, fungi, and microorganisms that make up our natural world, supports everything in nature that we need to survive. Food, clean water, medicine, shelter. Biodiversity loss is often cited as the biggest existential threat facing our world today. By a simple act, however, each of us can help mitigate this threat. That simple act is adding native plants to our landscape. Consumer demand for native plants is increasing as more and more people learn about all the benefits native plants provide. But how do we know which plants are Maryland natives? How do we identify Maryland native plants at a nursery? How do we find nurseries that carry a wide choice of native plants? This bill seeks to address these issues by establishing a list of commercially available Maryland native plants that both consumers and the nursery trade can reference on state websites, by creating a Maryland Natives logo, which may be used by nurseries to label Maryland native plants, by creating a voluntary certification program for native plant growers and retailers who choose to sell a significant amount of native plants. Additionally, the bill adds Maryland native plants to the products marketed through the Maryland's Best program and increases native plant education through a plant specialist at the University of Maryland Extension. Requests of the extension for native plant information have been increasing significantly as consumers look to plant natives in nurseries to grow and sell more natives to meet that demand. Native plants are the most powerful tool we have to restore the biodiversity needed for our survival, and this bill gives consumers the information they need to find and plant natives. Please give a favorable report on HB 950 to support Maryland consumers, plant nurseries, and Maryland pollinators and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's hear from Judy Fulton.
Judy Fulton, on behalf of the Maryland Native Plant Society, we strongly support House Bill 950. We're a nonprofit making a difference in Maryland for 30 years. This bill creates a voluntary program to educate the public, encourage growers and retailers to sell natives, and help the landscaping industry increase business. Native plants are species that have occurred naturally in Maryland since before the colonists without direct or indirect human intervention. These plants are at the base of the food web and people are at the top. If we don't encourage growing natives, beneficial insects will die off along with many crops. Over 95% of U.S. land birds feed their nestlings on native insects. During migration, birds depend on the nutrition and fats in native berries. Without native insects and fruits, the skies will become silent. Without native plants and the rest of the complex interrelated food web, humans might not be able to survive. In contrast, cultivars and hybrids aren't native plants. They're subject to a lot of human intervention. Cultivars and hybrids are bred or selected, sometimes from parent plants far from Maryland, and are usually propagated by cloning. Some cultivars are useless to pollinators because the flower parts producing nectar and pollen have been replaced by more petals. The Diablo 9-bark cultivar has stunning red-purple, not green leaves, and that beautiful dark color is created from chemicals poisonous to native insects. Plant populations that aren't genetically diverse, like cloned cultivars, can result in species die-off, similar to what occurred during the Irish potato famine. However, if we plant genetically diverse Maryland natives, they can cross-pollinate with wild plants. That means species could be healthier and more resilient in the face of climate change. Cultivars, hybrids, and other non-natives are carried by a majority of nurseries, and sales are doing fine. However, this bill focuses on straight species native plants, which really need our help. Let's grow native plants so that the food web can survive. The Maryland Native Plant Society respectfully urges a favorable report on HB 950.
I don't know, sounds like plant bigotry to me. Sarah Tangren.
I have to put my glasses on first. Hi, I'm Dr. Sarah Tangren, and I am testifying in favor. The Green Towson Alliance proposed this bill to improve the commercial availability of Maryland native plants, and they invited me to speak because I have published research on this topic. In 2018, I led a team that surveyed 760 people who use native plants and seeds as part of their professional work in the eastern United States. Here are the survey results. 94% of respondents say commercial shortages make it difficult for them to purchase native plants and seeds. 95% want more continuing education opportunities, more fact sheets, and more research. 75% expect their demand for native plants to increase. 74% prefer local ecotype native plants and seeds. Only 0.3% prefer cultivars. And even though we didn't ask any questions about accurate labeling, accurate consumer labeling, 46 respondents wrote in comments about bad experiences they've had, like the one that Margie just described, with poorly labeled potted plants. 9 prior surveys conducted from 1998 through 2011 produced similar responses. So my colleagues' concerns about inaccurate consumer labeling and poor commercial availability are well supported in the literature. Consumers need a reliable commercial supply of accurately labeled native plants. Please vote yes on the Maryland Native Plant Bill. Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy Tidd. Welcome to the committee, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeremy Tidd, and I own Bonatera, 100% native plant nursery in Anne Arundel County. I'm strongly in favor of this bill, which establishes Maryland Native Plants Program. Marylanders deserve to have a way to distinguish growers that have niche knowledge about native plants. The certification program will do just that. I've been growing native plants for over 18 years. I started with a 6x6 foot space in the back of my rental property and have built it up piece by piece. By the end of 2020, my one-man nursery operation had created the largest all-native retail inventory in the DC area, but I still had a long way to go in order to connect with Marylanders seeking to buy native plants. It took several years of outreach and advertising and lots of hard work to connect with enough people to believe that I will not run out of operating capital before customers who want to buy my plants even know that I have them. Now I'm looking forward to a really good year, but if this bill had already been in place, potential clients could have found my business on Maryland's Best website, and my business could have been providing many more essential plants to Marylanders by now. I got into this business because everywhere I look, I see beautiful and unique ecosystems at risk because we didn't know how much they depend on the native plants around them. I love the Maryland ecosystem, and like all ecosystems, it is unique. It's one of a kind. There is only one Maryland ecosystem in the world, and if you love Maryland, then you need this bill to be the next step in helping to protect it. Passing this bill will ensure that the next time someone who is building a native plant business from the ground up comes along, they will have a way to connect with the people who need those native plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's hear from Marie Laporte.
I think, Mr. Chairman, she is virtual.
Oh, okay. Let's hear from the virtual Marie Laporte.
I have started my video, but it's not showing. It says unable to start.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
There we go.
All right.
There you
Good
go.
evening, fellow Beagle lovers and everybody else. I'm Maria Laporte, speaking on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club and its 70,000 members and supporters in support of HB 950. You might think this little bill isn't important, but bills related to native plants are among the most important, not only for our wildlife, but also for our human survival. Native plants are the keystone food for much of our wildlife, including our existentially important native pollinators. Insects and even birds and bats are important pollinators, but bees are among the busiest. Of the 100 crops that supply 90% of human nutrition, over 70 require bee pollination. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, in almost all crops, native bees are the primary pollinator, or they significantly supplement the activity of European honeybees. Even crops like cotton and soybeans and peppers that don't really need a pollinator have a higher yield if visited by a bee. To put it simply, native pollinators are critical to sustain our food production, and they need native plants. Further, 3/4 of North American plant species require an insect, frequently bees, to pollinate them in order to produce the seeds that they reproduce. Without those pollinators, those plants will die out. Additionally, native plants, which are frequently deep-rooted, help with stormwater management, sediment control, and bay health, not insignificant contributions. Marylanders want to help by planting native plants. We're getting this message. This bill would help supply us with the valuable information when we are planning our garden at point of purchase about what is native and what will work best in our setting. This voluntary program will also help develop the Maryland native plant grower and retailer business. This program is good for the environment, helps to build Maryland-grown products to address a growing consumer market opportunity, and help support consumer interest in these essential plants. We hope you'll give a favorable review to HB 950.
Thank you. Let's hear from Robert Jenkins next. Robert, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and Bob, if you're out there in the ether somewhere, I hope you're listening. Anyway, I am Rob Jenkins, and I work for Blue Water Baltimore. We are a nonprofit based in Baltimore, focused on the water quality and communities within the watersheds feeding down into the Inner Harbor. A core part of the work that we do is operating Herring Run Nursery, which specializes in plants that are native to Maryland and the Chesapeake Bay watershed. And we are in support of the Maryland Native Plant Program, HB 950. As other folks have already said, Native plants are an integral part of a healthy and functioning ecosystem. One of the things that we've seen at the nursery is that there's a lot of confusion about whether a plant is native or not, and it really depends on the source of information that they're getting they're looking at, their customers are looking at. Our nursery staff is responsible for engaging and educating communities and customers within the watersheds about the many benefits and uses of indigenous plants. HB 950 will support these efforts by providing resources and education, centralized resources and education that will be readily available and accessible to all Maryland residents, as well as providing information on where native plants may be obtained. HB 950 is also going to support the growth of native plants and the native plant industry in Maryland. Education, when you couple that with voluntary participation in labeling of plants as Maryland natives, is going to act as a driver within the industry. And this is going to incentivize growers and retailers to, if they want to, increase, which they should, increase the Maryland native plants that they offer beyond a threshold level, allowing for greater recognition through the listings on the state website. So I don't like a lot of competition for our nursery, but I welcome more native plants, and we urge a favorable report on HB 0950. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's next hear from Doug Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers in the Maryland Senior Scientist Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Me too.
Great. Okay, move favorable.
Yes.
Amanda Ray.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I'm the president of Wild Ones Greater Baltimore, which is part of a national nonprofit called Wild Ones, which promotes the education for native plant gardeners who want to add native plants to their landscaping. And one of the things that first comes up for gardeners is, well, which plant is native? And so there's generally a discussion. And then the next question is, where do I get the plant? And a lot of times there is difficulty for them in selecting the plant because of all of the branding that's going on with cultivars and nativars. And then, of course, non-native plants have a lot of branding as well. And then the native plants kind of end up, have to hunt for them. Because the retail inventory of the straight species at local nurseries is often scattered among branded non-natives and cultivars, gardeners wanting to establish native plants on their property can become discouraged if they can't find what they're looking for. Compounding this, nursery staff often doesn't have the training and may have little knowledge of natives. I recently spoke with a staff member of a local nursery who is not able to demonstrate basic knowledge of native plants. And he indicated that he often recommended even invasive plants because he did not know what natives to recommend instead. He said he would like to have this information. Commercially branded names like Proven Winners, which you may have seen when you've gone to nurseries yourself, they're designed to attract the attention of customers with appealing colors and imagery on the tags and pots. Tags on non-native plants and cultivars will lure customers into a purchase that may appear to be beneficial for their gardens. In actuality, the real proven winner is a locally grown native plant that has already evolved for millennia for the conditions that we have here.
Great.
So I'm going to conclude and say that we ask for a favorable report for HB 950, and I hope you all experience native plants in your garden.
Thank you so much. Let's go to virtual Jane Henderson. Is Jane there? Okay. I was thinking that myself. Jane Henderson. Oh, there she is. And there she is, but she's muted. You don't want to be like the swan.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jane Henderson. I'm the Executive Director of Chesapeake Natives. We are a nonprofit that since 2005 has been growing native local ecotype plant species down now in our Rosary since 2013 in our nursery in Rosaryville State Park in southern Prince George's County. I'm here to add our Me Too to all our support of this. I just want to emphasize that I think it's really important, we can't say it enough, that this is about keeping the planet inhabitable for us human beings, as well as all the other critters we share it with. And I think we know that 80% of property east of the Mississippi is in private hands. What we do in our yards just matters. This bill will go a long way to helping consumers. I too have had the experience of going to my local nursery and being told, oh yes, this is native, and getting it home and realizing it isn't native, or it's a cultivar, or it just the person didn't know, or it was mislabeled. So labeling is really important. I just want to add that we are strongly in support of this bill. I have shared with Delegate Stein and also Senator Brooks a few amendments that we'd like to propose that would add in a recognition of local ecotypes, which are Maryland natives that are grown from locally found and collected seed that is genetically co-evolved with local insect and such populations so that it gives maximum biodiversity. And I think it's very sort of modest amendments that I don't know if you've seen them, Delegate, but we'd like to see just get added in. So we start, because there's no recognition anywhere in this bill of seed source. And this just sort of starts to point us in the direction of looking to open up more local seed sources. And I will stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the final witness for the week would be favorable with amendments, John Murphy from Magic. Yeah. There's no way you could blow it except by going over 2 minutes.
I don't know. Thank you for your confidence. Thank you, Mr. Barbay, or I'm sorry, Chairman Barbay and Vice Chair and the committee here. I'm a chair of MAGIC, the Maryland Green Industry Council, and we as well love perennials and what the perennials, the natives and native trees. To the point where this year when I did as a president of the MNLGA, I instituted a re-landscape the fairgrounds, and where we re-landscape both entrances with native plants just to get the public to understand the importance of native plants. So we do understand the native plants. We understand, we grow them, and we understand the importance of it. We also understand that without cultivars, we're going to get ourselves in trouble in the future with it. An example with that would be the elm. If you remember, the American elm almost went into extinction because of Dutch elm disease, and it was a cultivar that actually brought that back and is now planted at the National Mall. That is our biggest concern with this bill. The rest of it's great. We're happy with it. We hope it passes. It's just that the cultivar is the issue here. And so we would respectively like to have remove the lines 13 and 14 from page 2 on the House Bill 0950. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to questions. First question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Margie. Well done. Chair Stein, thank you for your support there. Very quickly, and it actually touches on Mr. Magic here. There have been questions about what, quote unquote, is a native plant, given actually one of the points he just made about plants tend to evolve, in that maybe something native 200 years ago becomes somewhat of a different species, but still somewhat native, and I may be getting the terminology wrong. And so I guess the question I would have is just why are cultivars and hybrids excluded from your lists, and what additional information can you give as it relates to, I think, the gentleman's point about native is native, and yet there is kind of an evolution point regarding what native ends up being, per se. Something that's today wasn't necessarily, may not have looked the same way 100 years ago, and today we may have like that breed, but it may be their cousin. I don't know.
Delegate Boyce, if I could defer to
please.
one of my panelists.
Experts, yes.
Experts, yes.
Hi, Delegate Boyce. Yes, thank you. Cultivars are being excluded from the list as an issue of clear and accurate consumer labeling. Cultivars can be referred to as cultivars of native species. That can be good. That can be a good product to buy. It's just a piece of information that consumers need to know. There are hundreds of cultivars of native species, so adding them to the list would make the list very cumbersome. We're working for an audience that wants a shorter list, as Margie mentioned at the beginning. There are 3,000 native plant species, and that list is too long. So we're trying to make the list shorter. With respect to evolution over time, you are correct. Our native species are evolving in real time in response to a changing climate and to changing conditions like invasive species and the plant pathogens that John mentioned a few minutes ago. What we are going, and what scientists are doing in response to that is, in the near future, well, first of all, a lot of plants are actually adapting to those changes. The overwhelming majority of native species are successfully adapting to those changes here in real time. So for example, the climate change, you can go to a city. Go to a city and you will see that they have almost all of the native species that you have out in the countryside intact, thriving, reproducing. And as you know, if you're from an urban area like I am, it can be 10, 15 degrees hotter there in the summer because of the urban heat island effect. And the CO2 levels are higher. And yet these plants have adapted. So yes, we have a few species that cultivars are helpful. No one is saying that cultivar is bad. What we are saying is that a cultivar is not a native plant, and we want to be clear.
That's fair. I just want, and the last question is, if something in nature cross-breeds, does that then become somewhat of a cultivator of that species?
So there are species that hybridize naturally.
Okay.
And they tend, if those hybrids would persist in nature,
It would
then
be naturally occurring.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Vice Chair. This is a really exciting bill, a really exciting idea. I just wondered if you know if any other states are doing anything similar to this.
I do not, but
Okay.
Let's see.
Yes.
Kirsten?
Yes, thank you for that question. I'm Kirsten Hoffman. So in 2022, New Jersey passed a native plant labeling bill. They're currently in implementation. They're developing a list similar to the commercial list that we propose in our legislation. We spoke with their Department of Agriculture. That's who's implementing their bill. So we based some of our ideas off of their bill, as they're a couple years ahead of us. Virginia's taking a little different tactic. Their Department of Environmental Quality took their state, divided it into regions, and is developing a list of native plants by region. They are listing places to find those native plants, various sellers, and they are currently working on a voluntary labeling program as well.
Oh, great. Thank you. And one last question. Last session, we passed a bill requiring DNR to post a list of native plants on their website. Is this related at all to that, or is there any relationship?
Yes, that bill asked, as you said, DNR to place a list of native plants. So from what we understand, by this summer is their deadline. They're going to post a very large scholarly PDF, which is a authoritative publication in the field called Vascular Plants of Maryland. Our bill references the Maryland Plant Atlas. The vascular plants shows everything that grows in Maryland, native, non-native, et cetera. The Maryland Plant Atlas is a subset of that, which we want to use as our authoritative document because it just deals with natives. And then our commercial list would be a subset of that, of what plants would actually be viable for the nursery trade and in our landscapes.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, that's it, folks. That ends the public hearing. We're going to need roughly 10 minutes, 5 minutes to get ready for the voting session. So our public hearing is adjourned. Don't go far.
I just figured out.
Okay.
That's important to the industry that makes programs actually work. Thanks for second here.
Right. Yeah, sure. No?
As a businessman, I understand a lot. I don't know how it's take that.